Lei Tian stared at Lin Moyu with a piercing gaze, as if he was staring at some heaven-defying magic weapon. Fellow Taoist Lin, can you please stay for a while after the trip to the ancestral land? Lin Moyu said, before, Lei Hao also told me to stay for a while after the trip to the ancestral land, saying that the elders might come to me for something. Lei Hao. Lei Tian's eyes showed a thoughtful look, as if he was looking for information about Lei Hao. Although Lei Hao is one of the direct heirs and may become the next clan leader. But now Lei Hao is only a Tianzuan, and there is still a long way to go before he can become the next clan leader. There is too much distance between Lei Hao and Lei Tian, and it is far from the point of entering Lei Tian's eyes. When Lei Hao becomes an existence above the fourth realm of Daozuan, Lei Tian may know it. Lei Tian searched for a moment in his memory and finally found information about Lei Hao from a corner. Lei Hao, one of the direct descendants, is what fellow Taoist Lin said. Lin Moyu nodded, yes, that's Lei Hao. Did Patriarch Lei Tian know him? Lei Tian said, I've heard of him, but the heirs of his generation are too weak, so I've only heard of him so far. If I remember correctly, his father is Lei Ding and his mother is Lei Na. Lei Ding is the seventh realm ancestor of my clan, and he is also very likely to become one of the clan elders. It turns out that fellow Taoist Lin's quota was obtained from Lei Hao using that little guy. The information Lei Tian said matched what Lin Moyu knew. Lei Hao was just a name that appeared a few times in Lei Tian's memory, but Lei Tian was more familiar with his father Lei Ding. Lin Moyu said, this time I entered the ancestral land of the nobles and killed some of the nobles' clansmen. I hope Patriarch Lei Tian will not be offended. Lei Tian's eyes changed slightly. Killing his own people in his ancestral land was a slap in his face. If someone else dared to say that, he might have taken action directly. But now it was Lin Moyu who said that. Lei Tian didn't even think about taking action, but asked patiently, why did you kill? Lin Moyu told him about Lei Xian and Xiao Wu later. Lei Tian's eyes relaxed. Among the people killed by Lin Moyu, there were few direct descendants, all of them were collateral descendants. And direct descendants like Lei Xian who had no protectors would die. The demon clan had long been accustomed to this kind of fighting and killing. In fact, it was no big deal. Lei Tian waved his hand, those guys deserve to die. Don't you think about it, can they get their hands on the soul spirit ancestor beast? Are their lives and their luck qualified to bear the soul spirit ancestor beast? They are ignorant of the implication that even if they don't die at the hands of fellow Taoist Lin, they will die at the hands of others sooner or later. He meant that he didn't blame Lin Moyu at all, but rather tried to please him. Lin Moyu understood what he meant. Patriarch, just tell me directly, what is the matter that made me stay? Lei Tian said, I want fellow Taoist Lin to help, but I can't tell you the details now. Lin Moyu looked at Lei Tian and asked tentatively, it should be related to the outer heavenly god. Lei Tian was stunned as if struck by lightning. How did fellow Taoist Lin know about the outer heavenly god? From Lei Tian's reaction, Lin Moyu already knew that his guess was correct. Patriarch Lei Tian, there is no need to make a fuss. The outer heavenly god is not a big secret. Many people know about it, and it is normal for Lin to know about it. I won't ask more. When the trip to the ancestral land is over, you can come to me. Lei Tian nodded, okay. He was a little excited at the moment, and felt that there was hope for the troubles in his clan to be solved. The calmness of Lin Moyu when he mentioned the extraterritorial gods was completely different from that of other people, which gave Lei Tian full confidence. In the remaining days, Lin Moyu and Lei Tian chatted casually. Lin Moyu would mention Lei Hao from time to time, and gradually, Lei Hao's impression in Lei Tian's memory would become more and more profound. If he could still help Lei Guangziwen who get through this, in addition to the support of the elders, he could also get the support of the clan leader. Then Lei Hao's position as the clan leader in the future would be 99% stable. A few days later, a purple glow shot out from the purple stripe origin, fell from the ninth heaven, and penetrated the entire ancestral land. Then, a majestic force swept, and everyone in the ancestral land was driven away. In an instant, the ancestral land was empty. Lin Moyu's eyes blurred, and he found that he had returned to Zihu City and Lei Hao's yard. Lei Hao was standing not far from him at this time, still with his eyes closed, still immersed in cultivation. On Lei Hao's body, the lightning kept jumping, and he was still absorbing the last divine thunder. Lin Moyu looked at Lei Hao, his eyes narrowed slightly. He discovered a secret of the purple stripe origin. The mysterious substance in the divine thunder quickly turned into something else after leaving the ancestral land. This substance is toxic, which is what Hao mentioned before. The more divine thunder each person absorbs in the ancestral land, the more thunder poison they will have. It takes a lot of time to empty the thunder poison. Thunder poison, so this is how it is produced. The mysterious substance evolved from the purple vein origin also has two sides, one is sugar and the other is poison. If you can stay in the ancestral land, it will always be sugar. As long as you leave the ancestral land, it will be poison. Lin Moyu found that there was no thunder accumulated in his body. The reason is that he has completely absorbed the mysterious substance in the divine thunder, leaving nothing behind. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu said to himself, I have thunderclouds, and there are purple vein origins in thunderclouds. Can I use the purple vein origin to drive away the thunder poison? The thunder poison is transformed from the mysterious substance, and the source of the mysterious substance is the purple vein origin. In theory, the purple vein origin can dispel the thunder poison. Try it when you think of it, and Lei Hao in front of you is the best test subject. At this time, the thunder cloud is quietly staying in the soul world. In a corner of the soul world, a piece of sea transformed by divine thunder is divided into different levels like the ancestral land, like a step, one is stronger than the other. The thunder cloud containing the purple vein origin is at the highest level, it is the highest level, and the divine thunder is just its evolution. Lin Moyu mobilized the power of thunderclouds and waved a ball of purple air on Lei Hao. The thunder poison accumulated by Lei Hao before was almost dispelled by the purple air. The next time the ancestral land is open, Lei Hao can also go in without worrying about the problem of thunder poison. The effect is very good. The purple veins in the thundercloud can indeed dispel thunder poison. In this way, Xiao Wu, and others don't have to worry about the problem of thunder poison. They can continue to absorb the divine thunder for cultivation until they are fully absorbed. But it is not so easy for them to absorb it. They don't have the avenue of power, and it is difficult for them to be immune to the mysterious substances in the divine thunder. The avenue of power has both advantages and disadvantages. Lin Moyu can't continue to absorb the divine thunder for cultivation. It seems a pity, but Lin Moyu does not regret comprehending the avenue of power at all. Huh! Suddenly Lei Hao exhaled a long breath and opened his tiger eyes. There was thunder jumping in the tiger's eyes. Lei Hao's breath was a lot stronger than before entering the ancestral land. His realm has reached the peak of Tianzuan. Lei Hao laughed loudly, finally back. Come on, Brother Lin, let's drink. Lei Hao was a straightforward person. The first thing he did after returning was to drink with Lin Moyu. The reason was not that he had been promoted to the peak of the heavenly venerable, nor that he had gained any benefits in the ancestral land, but because he had gained a brother in life and death. Lei Hao poured himself a glass of wine, calling him brother. Lin Moyu smiled and said, You are not worried at all. If I kill Lei Xian, your father will come to settle accounts with me. Lei Hao shouted, Lei Xian deserved to die. Who can he blame? If my father comes to settle accounts with you, I will stand in front of you. If you want to kill me first. I want to see if he is willing to kill me. He looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, as if he was sure that his father would not kill him. Looking at his appearance, Lin Moyu naturally thought of 4 words, traitor. If his father Lei Ding knew about this, I wonder what he would think. Suddenly, a strong breath rushed in from outside the yard, and the gate of the yard shattered. An angry voice came from outside the yard, You, a traitor, actually joined forces with outsiders to kill your own brothers. Lin Moyu was slightly startled, what a coincidence. He instinctively glanced at Lei Hao's luck, and found that Lei Hao's luck had a huge fluctuation, just at the bottom. The luck of each member of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger Clan 250 will fluctuate with the luck of the entire race. The higher the realm, the stronger his own luck, and the less affected he will be by the luck of the race. And Lei Hao, a Tianzuan, is not strong enough and his luck is not enough, so he is greatly affected by the luck of the race. However, Lin Moyu also saw that Lei Hao's luck was still affected by his own luck, so although his luck was at the bottom, it was rising rapidly. Lin Moyu was not panicked at the arrival of Lei Ding. He was just a 7th-level ancestor, although difficult to deal with, he did not take it seriously. And it won't be long before Lei Tian will arrive. Lei Hao didn't know this. He swooshed in front of Lin Moyu, looking at Lei Ding, who came with anger. "Father, we can talk it over." Lei Ding's whole body exuded purple light, and it was shining above the surface and under the hair. He glared at Lei Hao. "I don't care if you two brothers compete and kill each other. But don't forget the rules I set. You can't join forces with outsiders." Lei Hao said, "When did I join forces with outsiders?" It was Lei Hao who joined forces with outsiders to kill Brother Lin, but was killed by Brother Lin. Lei Ding said angrily, "No matter what, this outsider used your quota to enter the ancestral land. Lei Xian died in his hands in the ancestral land. He must pay the price. Get out of the way quickly, otherwise I will beat you too." Lei Hao said, "Father, if you want to kill Brother Lin, then kill me first." At this time, Lin Moyu patted Lei Hao's shoulder gently, took a step forward and stood side by side with Lei Hao. "Lei Ding, right? Regarding Lei Xian's death, I don't want to mention it anymore for Lei Hao's sake. Since you want to kill me now, then Lin will not be polite and settle the score with you for Lei Xian." Lin Moyu's words made Lei Hao and Lei Ding stunned at the same time. Especially Lei Ding. It was obviously him who came to find Lin Moyu wanted to settle accounts, but how did it become that he was going to settle accounts with him in Lin Moyu's mouth? This is not right. Lin Moyu did not give him time to think. "Lei Xian attacked me, and I killed him in return. Although he died, it is a fact that he attacked me, so this account can only be counted on you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Lin Moyu took the initiative and asked Lei Ding for compensation directly. Compensation? After being stunned for a few seconds, Lei Ding finally reacted and roared, "Compensation? My son is dead, and you dare to ask my son for compensation?" Lin Moyu still looked as if it was a matter of course. "Of course, what your son Lei Xian did was called attempted murder. He died because he was not as skilled as others. He deserved it, and he should pay every cent." Lei Ding was so angry that he found that Lin Moyu was really unreasonable. He was not reasonable, but every word he said was justified, and he almost got fooled. Go to hell. Lei Ding didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Moyu anymore, and was going to kill him directly. At this time, Lei Hao once again stood in front of Lin Moyu, AI, looking ready to die, and wanted to kill me first. Of course, Lei Ding couldn't really kill Lei Hao, and roared, "Lei Hao, get out of the way quickly." Lei Hao was very determined. "No, if you want to kill Brother Lin, kill me first." Lin Moyu spoke again at this time. "I didn't expect that Lei Hao's father was such a person, so unreasonable, not paying compensation, and wanting to kill people to silence them." Lei Ding was so angry that he almost exploded, gritting his teeth. "Compensate you for nothing." Before he finished speaking, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. "Of course I have to compensate. How much? Just tell me, fellow Taoist Lin." A powerful aura fell from the sky, covering the entire manor. A series of purple lights shot out from the pagoda in the center of Zihu City, covering the entire Zihu City. In Zihu City, in the area where the Lei Guang Purple Striped Tiger clan lived, there was a 10,000-meter-high tower that went straight into the sky, called the Purple Tiger Tower. The top area of the Purple Tiger Pagoda was covered by thunder all year round, exuding a majestic power. At this moment, the purple light turned into clouds and covered Zihu City. In the clouds, purple thunder was densely packed like electric snakes dancing. The terrible aura poured down like a waterfall, and a huge purple tiger appeared in the clouds. Lin Moyu sensed Lei Tian's aura and laughed secretly. It's just a show. Do you need to make such a big fuss? In the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, the clan leader's authority is supreme. Usually, Lei Tian rarely moves, but now he moves with such a big momentum, which is really scary. Not only Lei Ding, but countless members of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan in Ziyu City feel the terrible pressure brought by Lei Tian at this moment. All members of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan know that their clan leader has appeared repeatedly. The clan leader is usually elusive, and it is rare to see him under normal circumstances. Now he has to show up in public. Countless people knelt on the ground and respected Lei Tian. Lei Ding trembled all over. Yes. He just heard clearly what his clan leader said, and he had to pay compensation. This was obviously said to him, and his clan leader called Lin Moyu friend Lin Dao, which means they know each other. Lei Hao looked strange. Brother Lin, do you know the clan leader? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I said before that I met your clan leader once. No, now it's more than once. I met him again in the ancestral land. Lei Ding trembled all over and cried out, You met the clan leader in the ancestral land? As a 7th-level ancestor, he knew that his clan leader also went to the ancestral land this time, and it was Yijiu Chongqing. The fact that Lin Moyu could see Lei Tian meant that Lin Moyu also went to the 9th heaven. But a 2nd-level Dao Zun could enter the 9th heaven? Lei Ding felt that his brain was not enough. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what was going on. The purple tiger in the sky suddenly flew down, aiming directly at Lei Ding. The tiger changed its shape while falling, and finally came to Lin Moyu in the appearance of Lei Tian. Lei Tian showed up. Lei Ding trembled all over, and immediately bowed respectfully. Lei Ding greets the clan leader. Lei Hao knelt on the ground on the spot and bowed to Lei Tian. Lei Tian greets the clan leader. The demon clan also has very strict rules. The 7th realm ancestor and other clan members are treated very differently when they see the clan leader. Normally, Hao is not qualified to see Lei Tian at all. In Lei Hao's memory, he only saw Lei Tian once on the day he became the heir and got the protector. He still remembers that when he saw Lei Tian, he felt like seeing a god. He will never forget the terrible aura and pressure of the 9th realm of the Dao Master. Unexpectedly, he could see Lei Tian again today, and he saw him up close. Lei Tian's eyes swept over Lei Ding, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and then fell on Lei Hao. Get up. Lei Hao immediately stood up and thanked the chief. Lei Tian's eyes lingered on Lei Hao for a while. Your name is Lei Hao, right? Lei Hao nodded like a garlic, replying to the clan leader, I am Lei Hao. Lei Tian said, You are very good, with good bloodline and even better vision. Then he looked at Lei Ding again. You gave birth to a good son. As for the dead one, let him die. Lei Ding trembled all over. Lei Tian's words had already determined the fate. Let him die, and let this matter pass. No matter how unwilling he was, he could not trouble Lin Moyu because of this matter. Facing the extremely powerful Lei Tian, Lei Ding could only respond, I understand. Lei Tian hummed, and then looked at Lin Moyu. Friend Lin, you just said you wanted to compensate. How much you want to compensate? Just say it. Lin Moyu smiled. Just now it was just a joke. Although Lei Xian attacked me first, he died in my hands. Let's settle this matter. Lei Tian said, Okay, since friend Lin said so, then we're clear. Lin Moyu suddenly found that Lei Tian was very smart. He first told Lei Ding that Lei Xian's matter was over, and then asked himself. In this way, he gave himself enough face. Although it was just some small details, if you are not smart, you will definitely not think of it. Lei Tian said, Please ask Brother Lin to go to the Purple Tiger Tower. Several elders are waiting. Lin Moyu said, Please ask Chief Lei Tian to lead the way. Lei Tian turned into a tiger and rushed to Guanhu Tower. Behind him, a long purple light belt was left, like a welcome carpet to welcome the guests. Lin Moyu stepped on the light belt, and the light belt was immediately retracted, taking Lin Moyu to the Purple Tiger Tower. Lei Tian flew into the clouds, and the light belt also extended to the clouds. Lei Ding shuddered. They actually went to the top of the tower. Lei Hao was also in disbelief at this moment. Didn't they say that outsiders are not allowed to enter the top of the tower? Lei Ding said, it's just that, under normal circumstances, outsiders are not allowed to enter, and now the situation is obviously unusual. Lei Hao nodded blankly. It's indeed unusual. Brother Lin is not an ordinary person. Lei Ding suddenly lowered his voice and asked, how did you meet him? Tell me in detail from beginning to end. Lei Hao said, oh, and immediately told in detail. From the beginning of the world of the Sea of Boundaries, to the few days of drinking they had in a row a few days ago, to the trip to the ancestral land, he said every word without missing a single detail. After listening, Lei Ding pondered, you should get along well with him in the future. People like this should be treated with sincerity, understand? Lei Hao said, I am so jealous of Brother Lin. As the two talked, this moment seemed to show the deep affection between father and son. As for Lei Xian, he really died in vain. After several years, no one will remember that there was a direct descendant named Lei Xian. Lin Moyu stood on the light band and entered the top of the Purple Tiger Tower. The Purple Tiger Tower is a space of its own. Here, Lin Moyu saw dozens of ancestors above the seventh realm. It seems that only ancestors above the seventh realm can come up to the top space of the Purple Tiger Tower. Several ancestors above the seventh realm saw Lin Moyu, and they were surprised. It has been countless years, and this is the first time that an outsider has been welcomed here. Because Lin Moyu, an outsider, was brought by Lei Tian himself, these ancestors of the seventh realm did not say anything. Lei Tian slightly led Lin Moyu by half a step and led Lin Moyu into the tower. At the same time, he introduced, the Purple Tiger Tower is 12,000 meters high and has 999 floors. This is located at the highest point of the Purple Tiger Tower, which is the 99th floor. The Purple Tiger Tower generally does not allow outsiders to enter, especially the 99th floor. Fellow Taoist Lin is the first outsider to enter here in countless years. Lin Moyu was surprised. Why is it so? In his opinion, even the ancestral land can be opened to the outside world. Why can't the Purple Tiger Tower be opened to the outside world? Is there any secret in it? 0. Please give me flowers. Lei Tian Dao, because there is a secret hidden in the Purple Tiger Tower. This secret is very dangerous and not suitable for people to know. Of course, fellow Taoist Lin is not an outsider. In order to keep this secret, my clan has to send a large number of people to guard here every year. Lin Moyu asked, is it related to the outer god? After entering this space, Lin Moyu felt a breath belonging to the outer god. This breath is not strong or weak, but it is everywhere. Lei Tian said, yes, it is related to the outer gods. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Why don't you ask the Demon King to kill the outer gods? The Demon King should have this ability. Lei Tian said, we once asked the Demon King to help, but it was useless. 0. In the end, the Demon King could only help us strengthen the defense of the Purple Tiger Tower. At that time, the Demon King said that only the Illusory Avenue could help us solve the problem. This Purple Tiger Tower has involved too much energy of our clan. At least 2/3 of our clan elders are guarding here and cannot move. In addition to the clan elders, the power that has to be invested in this tower every year is as large as half of the entire clan. Lin Moyu finally understood why the luck of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger would be strong and weak. A race, more than half of its power is involved in something, so the luck of this race is naturally not that strong. And the situation is not just that. Lin Moyu asked, in my opinion, the situation may be getting worse and worse. Lei Tian's eyes moved slightly, and he sighed, yes, the situation is getting worse and worse. Thousands of years ago, the Purple Tiger Tower only involved about 1/3 of our clan's strength. For thousands of years, it has become increasingly difficult for us to suppress it, and the clan's strength involved has become increasingly huge. If this continues, we may have to suppress the Purple Tiger Tower with the power of the entire clan. At that time, Lei Tian did not continue, but the meaning of his words was understood by everyone. Lin Moyu heard the helplessness in Lei Tian's words. I will do my best. Please tell me in detail what happened. At this time, Lei Tian and Lin Moyu had already come to the depths of the space. He stretched out his hand and pressed lightly in the void, and countless complex purple patterns suddenly appeared in the space. Then, the space changed, and they entered the second space here. Lin Moyu instinctively looked forward, and a feeling of extreme disgust suddenly rose from the depths of his soul. A strong feeling of disgust rose in the soul, and Lin Moyu knew that there must be an extraterritorial god here. It was a real extraterritorial god, not a pet. And this extraterritorial god was very strong, and was not much different from the one seen in the Ice and Fire Secret Treasure. Lin Moyu had come into contact with extraterritorial gods many times, so he already knew how to judge their strengths and weaknesses. The simplest way was to judge by disgust. Maybe for many people, the disgust brought by extraterritorial gods was the same. But in Lin Moyu's feeling, the disgust brought by the same avenue was also obviously different. At present, the disgust brought by the pet was the weakest, and the disgust brought by the extraterritorial gods would be much stronger. And the stronger the extraterritorial god, the stronger the disgust. This feeling brought by the avenue was not wrong, and Lin Moyu believed in the avenue. But although it was the same disgust, Lin Moyu still felt some difference. Before, when seeing the outer gods, the avenue would issue an order at the same time as the feeling of disgust, just like arranging a task that must be completed, and the outer gods or divine pet scene must be eliminated. But now, when the feeling of disgust arises, the heavenly way did not issue an order. In other words, even if he did not eliminate this outer god, it did not matter, the avenue would not punish him. Therefore, Lin Moyu immediately felt that this outer god was unusual. In the second space of the 99th floor of the Purple Tiger Tower, Lin Moyu's eyes were like lightning, searching around. He did not see the outer gods, although the feeling of disgust still existed, but the outer gods were not here. Lin Moyu was puzzled. Lei Tian clan leader, I felt disgust, but I did not see the outer gods. Lei Tian smiled bitterly. This is its special feature. Let's go. I will explain as we walk. As he said, Lei Tian continued to walk towards the depths of the second space. Lin Moyu observed the second space. In addition to the breath of the outer gods, there was also a familiar breath, belonging to the breath of the Demon King. He mastered the avenue of space and was extremely sensitive to changes in space. He could sense that the first space of the Purple Tiger Tower and the second space were not created by the same person. The Demon King arranged the second space, and the Demon King's breath remained. Lin Moyu asked, if I'm not mistaken, this space was arranged by the Demon King. Lei Tian's eyebrows jumped twice. I didn't expect that this was seen by fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu smiled. I met the Demon King once, so I can feel the Demon King's breath. Lei Tian's eyes were slightly surprised. Fellow Taoist Lin's spiritual perception is really sharp. It has been thousands of years since the Demon King arranged the second space, and the breath left behind has become extremely faint, but Lin Moyu can still sense it. Lin Moyu smiled. Just tell me what's going on here. Lei Tian Dao, fellow Taoist Lin, is so familiar with the extraterritorial gods. It seems that you have come into contact with them, so you should know something about them. There are actually many kinds of extraterritorial gods. The most common ones are the ones with wings and look like humans. They are powerful, and the more wings they have, the more powerful they are. There is another kind, which belongs to a special type of extraterritorial gods. They may not be so powerful, but they have many strange abilities. For example, this extraterritorial god here is a special type of extraterritorial god. It was the first time that Lin Moyu heard of a special type of extraterritorial god. It seemed that he was still too ignorant. But he didn't show any expression, just listened quietly. Seeing that Lin Moyu didn't speak, Lei Tian continued, the Purple Tiger Tower and the Purple Stripe origin have the same origin, and both are the treasures of our Lei Guang Purple Striped Tiger fighting clan. The Purple Stripe origin is the foundation of our power, and the Purple Tiger Tower is the most powerful magic weapon we use to protect the Purple Stripe origin. It is the treasure of our clan. The Purple Tiger Tower is very powerful. As long as it is there, our Lei Guang Purple Stripe Tiger clan will be able to stand firm. Lin Moyu smiled. Lei Tian, it seems that the Purple Tiger Tower is a magic weapon of the Dao realm. Although the magic weapon of the Dao realm requires a strong person in the Dao realm to exert its full power, if there is a corresponding secret method, it can indeed achieve the invincibility of the Dao Zun realm. The gods outside the domain are all in the Dao realm. If you want to use the Purple Tiger Tower to deal with it, it should not be enough. The magic weapon of the Dao realm cannot be moved at will. If the strength is not enough, it is impossible to exert the full power of the magic weapon of the Dao realm. It is naturally no problem to deal with the Dao Zun realm, but if it is to deal with the Dao realm, it is not enough. Lei Tian looked sad. Indeed, we didn't expect the outer gods to be so difficult before. When we found out, it was too late. In Lei Tian's story, Lin Moyu finally knew what was going on. Thousands of years ago, the patriarch of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan was not Lei Tian, but another Dao Zun 9-realm strongman. His strength was stronger than Lei Tian, and the thundercloud he got was also more powerful. During an expedition, he got a magic weapon, In this magic weapon, an outer god was sealed. They knew that killing the outer god would get the Dao reward, so the patriarch had the idea to kill the outer god and use the Dao reward to advance to the Dao realm. But with his personal strength, it was impossible to kill the outer god. So he brought the magic weapon that sealed the outer god back to the Purple Tiger Tower. He wanted to use the power of the Purple Tiger Tower to kill the outer god. He asked several elders to activate the Purple Mark origin together, and then use the power of the Purple Mark origin to drive the Purple Tiger Tower together to suppress the outer territory god. As expected, an accident happened. During the suppression and killing process, the magic weapon that originally sealed the outer territory god was broken, and the outer territory god broke the seal and came out. Only then did the Thunderlight Purple Mark Tiger clan know what kind of outer territory god they were facing. It was an outer territory god between reality and illusion. His combat power was not strong, not as good as the Dao realm. But it has a strange ability, that is fusion. It can merge with various things and manipulate the merged things. It is not a possession, the object of its fusion is everything except living beings, such as the Purple Tiger Tower. It can merge with the Purple Tiger Tower and become a being similar to the Purple Tiger Tower spirit, and finally control the Purple Tiger Tower. Because he is a Dao realm being, he can exert the full power of the Purple Tiger Tower. By then, not to mention that the Thunderlight Purple Tattooed Tiger clan will be finished, even the Demon clan will be in big trouble. At that time, what can the Thunderlight Purple Tattooed Tiger clan do? The only way was to continue to use the power of the Purple Mark origin to suppress and kill him. Unfortunately, their power was not strong enough, and the Purple Mark origin they attracted was not strong enough to suppress and kill him. But it was not without any effect, and the outer god could not really control the Purple Tiger Tower. The two sides began a tug-of-war that lasted for thousands of years. The former patriarch of the Thunderlight Purple Mark Tiger clan took the initiative to transform into the Tao and merge into the Purple Tiger Tower, fighting with the outer god in the tower to stop the outer god. Later, they found the Demon King, and the Demon King did have a way to kill the outer god. But that method was unacceptable to the Thunderlight Purple Mark Tiger clan. For thousands of years, the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan has always been fighting against the extraterritorial gods in the Purple Tiger Tower. Even the previous clan leader turned into a Taoist and rushed into the Purple Tiger Tower to fight against him. Unfortunately, the effect was not satisfactory. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan has tried every possible way, but it cannot really stop the extraterritorial gods. The degree of integration between the extraterritorial gods and the Purple Tiger Tower is getting deeper and deeper, and the power it possesses is getting stronger and stronger, bringing more and more pressure to the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan. Now the Purple Tiger Tower is no longer the treasure of the clan, but a disaster for the extinction of the clan. The Purple Tiger Tower, which seems to still stand in the Purple Tiger City, is completely unusable. The solution proposed by the Demon King back then was to destroy the Purple Tiger Tower, and the Demon King has this ability. The Purple Tiger Tower is the treasure of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. How can it be easily destroyed? And once the Purple Tiger Tower is destroyed, what will happen to the corresponding Purple Stripe origin? The consequences are unpredictable. Unless it is the last moment of life and death, or there is no way out, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan will naturally not agree, and the Demon King will not force it. And for the Demon King, this matter is actually not a big deal. 08. Even if the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan loses in the end, it will not be too late to destroy the Purple Tiger Tower and kill the outer heavenly god. As for the life and death of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger, the Demon King does not care too much. The royal family is indeed the royal family, but there are more than one royal family. Lin Moyu can now fully understand the strong people of the level of the Demon King's third ancestor. In their eyes, those below the Dao realm are all ants. At that time, the Demon King was able to leave the second space, which was already a favor. The second space can affect the connection between the outer heavenly god and the Purple Tiger Tower and interfere with their fusion. At the same time, the second space is also a formation that can expand the power of the Thunder Light Purple Striped clan. Unfortunately, the effect is still not ideal, and it still cannot stop the outer heavenly god, and can only delay it a little. If nothing unexpected happens, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan will be doomed to be exterminated. However, the Demon King also gave a solution, which is to find someone with an illusory avenue. The outer gods are afraid of illusory avenues, and perhaps this way they can be dealt with. Even if they cannot be dealt with, they can also buy a lot of time for the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. Lin Moyu has heard that the Demon King is not very sure, but is just guessing based on experience. This also shows that the Demon King has not really dealt with the outer gods, let alone killed them, and has not even killed the pets of the gods. Lei Tian had no idea that his words could allow Lin Moyu to guess so much information. After Lei Tian finished telling the whole story, the two finally came to the core of the second space. Here, 8 powerful elders sat cross-legged. They sat in a circle, and in the center of them, an illusory purple tiger tower was flashing. The elders continuously injected their power into the small illusory purple tiger tower, which kept flashing purple lightning and making bursts of roaring sounds. Below the 8 elders, there was a void, and they could see the situation of each floor below the Purple Tiger Pavilion directly. In each floor, there were a large number of powerful people with Thunder Purple Tiger, sitting cross-legged, injecting powerful power into the Purple Tiger Tower. And these powers, from low to high levels, pushed the entire Purple Tiger Tower. It seemed that there was a very powerful formation in the tower, which was running at full capacity. Lin Moyu found that the Purple Tiger Tower, which was supposed to be full of pure purple light, had many silver spots on it. These spots were a kind of disease, firmly attached to the Purple Tiger Tower, constantly eroding the power of the Purple Tiger Tower. And the silver spots were only a surface phenomenon. The real situation was that the interior of the Purple Tiger Tower was already filled with silver spots. The entire Purple Tiger Tower had a total of 99 floors. Now, starting from the first floor, almost 1/3 had been occupied by silver light. And the silver light seemed to be spreading upwards. In other words, the bottom 30 floors of the Purple Tiger Tower can no longer be entered by the members of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. The foundation of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan has been passively connected. It is precisely because of this that the luck of the clan will fluctuate and become extremely unstable. When the 8 clan elders saw Lei Tian and Lin Moyu, someone asked, "Clan leader, is this the person you said has the illusionary great Tao?" Another clan elder said, "No, why do I remember those little guys saying that the person who comprehended the illusionary great Tao is a little girl of the human race?" Indeed, according to the information we got, the person who comprehended the illusionary Great Tao is a little girl of the human race. Lei Tian was stunned on the spot. He only knew that someone had comprehended the illusionary Great Tao. Seeing that Lin Moyu understood the Great Tao of power, he thought it was Lin Moyu. Did I find the wrong person? Lei Tian muttered to himself with a strange look on his face. Lin Moyu smiled and said, the person the elders mentioned should be Lin's friend, but it doesn't matter. What she can do, Lin can do too, and he is stronger than her. One of the elders said, it is said that the human girl who comprehended the illusory avenue is only at the first level of Tao. Dao Yu is already at the second level of Daozuan, so he should be stronger. They did not doubt Lin Moyu's words. As elders, each of them was an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. And these 8 were either at the 8th level of Daozuan or the 9th level of Daozuan. All of them were ancestor-level figures. They could still tell whether Lin Moyu was talking nonsense or not. Lei Tian said, fellow Taoist Lin not only comprehended the illusory avenue, but he also went to the purple vein origin and obtained thunderclouds from the purple vein origin. Every word Lei Tian said surprised several elders. Especially at the end, thunderclouds could be obtained from the purple vein origin, which was almost a fairy tale. All the elders felt as if they were struck by the strongest divine thunder and that they were hallucinating. While speaking, Lei Tian introduced 8 elders to Lin Moyu at the same time. The one with the strongest realm and the highest seniority was named Lei Luo, known as the Heaven Clan's cousin. After that, it was the second elder, the third elder. The second elder said with disbelief, how could you, a Taoist second realm, enter the 9th heaven and enter the purple vein origin? Not to mention obtaining it from the purple vein origin. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened and almost popped out. A thundercloud appeared under Lin Moyu's feet. The thundercloud was not big, but the power of the origin in it was extremely rich. The thunder in the cloud outlined an extremely complex purple pattern. Several elders could tell at a glance that this thundercloud came from the purple pattern source. Even the thundercloud that they could not get appeared at the feet of a human in the second realm of Daozun. It must be said that this was a slap in their faces. Compared with fellow Taoist Lin, I am simply a waste. Fellow Taoist Lin has good means, I admire him very much. Great, great. But the 8 elders were excited one by one, and they were not unhappy about being slapped in the face. The stronger Lin Moyu is, the greater the possibility of solving the extraterritorial gods. How can they not be happy? Now getting thunderclouds and the like are trivial matters. The real big thing is to solve the extraterritorial gods. If it continues like this, it will not take thousands of years for their race to be destroyed. Lei Tian observed the expressions of the elders and finally felt relieved. Elders, why don't you let fellow Taoist Lin give it a try? Okay, we'll tell you the details. The second elder responded immediately, looking a little impatient. Several elders moved to make room for Lin Moyu. When they moved, the entire Purple Tiger Tower roared, and Lin Moyu could feel the formation inside the tower changing accordingly. The 8 elders were all sitting on the nodes of the formation. They had already integrated into the formation and manipulated it with their own power. Many people in the entire Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan did this, so they could barely stop the invasion of the Purple Tiger Tower by the gods from outside the domain. A formation node appeared on the position they vacated, and Lin Moyu went over and sat down. In an instant, the world in front of him completely changed, and he entered another world. This world was composed of purple lines, which were very beautiful and very strange. These purple lines did not look like runes, but formed an extremely powerful formation. He became a node in this formation. There were many nodes in the formation, some were strong and some were weak, and the most powerful nodes were several clan butchers. The weaker nodes were the Daozun Realm clan members of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. They worked together to activate the formation and fight against the outer heavenly god. Lin Moyu also became a member of the formation at this time, and was closer to the outer heavenly god. The disgust in the soul also reached its peak at this moment. The voice of an elder suddenly sounded in his ears. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you have entered the core of the Purple Tiger Tower. You can see a lot of silver light. These silver lights represent the outer heavenly god. The core formation has been occupied by many silver lights. When the silver light occupies more than half of the formation, we will no longer be able to resist. We don't have much time. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin has any solution?" Lin Moyu heard that this was the voice of the elder and followed his words to see the other end of the formation. The formation that should have been complete has now turned silver in part. Many nodes are occupied by silver light. These silver lights represent the outer heavenly god. Suddenly, the formation roared, and the purple light was strong. Lin Moyu's ears rang with the voice of the elder again. "The outer gods are about to attack a new node. We will resist." As he spoke, countless purple nodes in the formation lit up, evolving into countless thunder tigers. The silver nodes that had been occupied by the outer gods also lit up, transforming into outer gods with wings on their backs. The thunder tigers transformed into divine thunder and rushed over, fighting against the outer gods that had evolved one by one, colliding. The two sides fought fiercely inside the formation, and the center of their fierce battle was a formation node. The outer gods wanted to occupy this formation node, and the thunder tigers would not give in. The two sides seemed evenly matched, but Lin Moyu could see that the outer heavenly god actually had the upper hand. The outer heavenly god was a whole, and his power was purer. The power of the thunder purple striped tiger was more dispersed, and they were each doing their own thing. Although it was hard to tell who would win for a while, the outer heavenly god would have the upper hand over time. The most important thing was that the outer heavenly god was fearless, because with the current power of the Purple Tiger Tower, it was impossible to kill him. So he didn't have to worry about being killed, and could attack without restraint. No wonder, over the years, nearly 1/3 of the formation has been lost. If this continues, it will take less than 2,000 years for more than half of the formation to be lost, and the speed of the formation losing will accelerate rapidly. In another 4,000 years at most, the entire Purple Tiger Tower will be controlled by the outer heavenly god, and the Thunder Purple Tiger will be destroyed by then. Lin Moyu watched the fight between the two sides and knew what was going on. For the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, they don't have much time left. The fight between the two sides continued. Lin Moyu asked, "Does this kind of battle happen often?" The elder of the clan replied, "Often, basically once every 10 days. Lin Moyu continued to ask, "Are the results the same?" The elder of the clan said, "It's different. Sometimes the attack of the gods from outside the domain is not fierce, but sometimes it is very fierce. It's hard to say." Lin Moyu thought for a while and asked again, "Are all attacks launched by the gods from outside the domain? Have you ever tried to counterattack?" The elder of the clan said, "We have tried, but most of them failed. Over the years, we have also snatched back the formation nodes, but they are few and far between." Lin Moyu continued to ask, "Then will the formation nodes you snatched back be snatched away again soon, and then you will never be able to snatch the formation nodes back again? And your counterattacks are getting weaker and weaker. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't snatched the formation node again in the past 1,000 years." The elder was silent for a few seconds, with a bit of helplessness. "Yes." Lin Moyu asked again, "And when he launches the most fierce attack, it is often the time for you to change people." The elder hummed, as an answer. Lin Moyu probably understood that this extraterritorial god was very smart. Over the years, he has understood the action patterns of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. It is impossible for the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan to use the same person to guard the formation. They will change people every once in a while. Except for the 8 elders, everyone else will be replaced. And every time they change people, the extraterritorial god will launch a fierce attack and try to seize the formation node. And at the beginning, the extraterritorial god would give the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan some honey to let them know that they still seem to have hope. Until 1,000 years ago, he completely wiped out this false hope. This time when he came in, there were some changes in the formation. The extraterritorial god sensed this change and thought that the formation had changed again. So he launched another fierce attack, although the attack was fierce, but it was in vain. This time there was no change of people, just one more person. Lin Moyu sat on his formation node and watched the battle in the distance. A trace of the Avenue of Luck flew over and landed on one of the outside gods. These outside gods are all evolved from the nodes of the formation, but they seem to exist in reality. At least when Lin Moyu saw them, he would feel disgust in his soul. This was the warning from the Avenue. After completing the Avenue to lock the enemy, a Sword of Luck appeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The Sword of Luck was cut out silently and disappeared in Lin Moyu's hand. The next moment, the Sword of Luck appeared in front of the outside god and stabbed directly into it. The whole process was faster than lightning, and the outside god could not react at all. The Sword of Luck pierced his body, and the outside god, who was originally fighting with the Thunder Tiger, suddenly let out a sharp roar. His breath dropped a little, but not much. Like him, the breath of other outside gods also dropped a little, and it also did not drop much. To be precise, the degree of decline was less than 0.3%. But Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. Grave accent, it worked. Then he stabbed 2 more swords, and after 3 swords, the aura of the army of the outer gods dropped a little bit. It seems that there is some kind of connection between them, and their luck is connected into 10 entities. Since you are a whole, it will be easy. Lin Moyu thought, and a dark sword appeared in his palm. The Sword of Luck and Poison flashed and landed on one of the clones of the outer god. Lin Moyu sensed that the luck of this outer god was immediately infected by the poison. Then the luck and poison quickly passed to each clone along the connection between the clones. The Sword of Luck and Poison, according to the principle of extreme things, gathers luck and forms luck and poison. Gather the luck and poison into a sword to continuously weaken the enemy's luck. This sword is a very terrifying and difficult to dissolve poison for the strong in the same realm. But for the outer god, the effect is average. Because the outer god is too strong, in terms of realm, it is at least the Tao realm, far beyond Lin Moyu. So the effect of the Sword of Luck and Poison is not very good, not as good as the normal luck sword. But now, these outer gods can be regarded as clones. These clones of the outer god evolved from the formation nodes are connected to each other in a wonderful way. It still looks like a whole, but Lin Moyu could feel that they were actually still scattered. If one of them could be harmed, the damage would be evenly transmitted to all the clones of the outer god. In fact, the 0.43 defense of each outer god was not very strong, but all the damage was borne by the whole, so it looked stronger. His undead army also had similar abilities, so he knew very well how to deal with this connection. If the luck of the outer god was a tight hole, then the impact of his luck poison would not be very large. In Lin Moyu's opinion, if the luck of the outer god was regarded as 10,000 points, then his luck sword would cause at most 10 points of damage. But when the outer god evolved himself into 100 clones, his luck value was still 10,000, but it was evenly distributed among the 100 clones. And these 100 clones each had 100 points of luck. And the damage caused by the luck poison to each clone was still 10 points. Even if it was weakened, it would still be 7 or 8 points. The result would be completely different. With 100 clones added together, the damage could reach a considerable level. And this is highly toxic, which will continue to cause damage. Of course, as the luck weakens, the effect of the poison will gradually weaken. After the luck poison sword was used, the breath of the outer gods began to weaken at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Lin Moyu heard a roar of exasperation, and at the same time he felt as if he was locked by a powerful evil force. Lin Moyu knew that his actions could not be hidden from the other party, and he had been targeted by the outer god. It would be better if he was targeted, and it would be best if he came to the door himself, and everyone had to find him by themselves. Along with the roar, the clones of the outer god suddenly called off the battle and retreated quickly. The tiger transformed by the thunder-light purple striped tiger clan was about to chase, and Lin Moyu suddenly shouted, "Don't chase!" His voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the formation. But Lin Moyu's words were obviously useless, and no one listened to him. Lin Moyu knew this was normal. He didn't mean to tell those people to listen. He told the elders to listen. Then the elder said decisively, "Retreat." The elder's words were orders, and the people of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan immediately retreated. The two sides entered a stalemate again, and it seemed that they didn't interfere with each other. Lin Moyu's consciousness moved, and he left the formation and returned to reality. He found that the 8 elders were looking at him with strange eyes. The elder asked, "Fellow Taoist Lin, how did you do it?" He knew it was Lin Moyu who did it, but he didn't know how Lin Moyu did it, and he couldn't understand it. It's hard for people who don't practice the illusionary Tao to understand the wonders of the illusionary Tao. Lin Moyu said, "These extraterritorial gods are actually just clones that Guy evolved using formations. They are connected together in a special way and bear all the damage together, so the defense of each clone is very strong. When you face a clone, it's equivalent to facing the entire extraterritorial god, so it's hard for you to win when fighting alone. But although they are a whole, they have been scattered after all, and the most important thing is that their luck has been scattered. So, I weakened their luck. Once their luck is weak, their combat power will be greatly reduced." Several elders stared at Lin Moyu, with nothing but shock in their eyes. The elder murmured, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you understand the avenue of luck?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Ah." At this time, Lei Tian suddenly interrupted, "But fellow Taoist Lin, didn't you comprehend the avenue of power?" Lin Moyu replied casually, "There is no rule that you can only comprehend one avenue." Lei Tian's expression froze there, and there was indeed no rule that everyone could only comprehend one avenue. But most practitioners only comprehend one avenue. Even if they can comprehend multiple avenues, they will eventually choose one to practice intensively. For each additional avenue practiced, the effort and time required will increase several times. So he never thought that Lin Moyu could comprehend multiple avenues. What's more, Lin Moyu comprehended the avenue of power of the illusory type, and he would not think about it in this direction. In fact, Lin Moyu broke his cognition again. Lin Moyu actually comprehended the second avenue, and it was also an illusory avenue, the Qi Fa Yin Dao. The Qiyun Avenue is known as the illusory avenue closest to the cultivators. All cultivators know the existence of Qiyun, but it is difficult to contact Qiyun. It is also because it really exists in every place, so it is said to be the easiest avenue to comprehend, but the fact is not so. In history, there are very few people who can comprehend the Qiyun Avenue. Not only Lei Tian, several elders looked at Lin Moyu as if he were a monster. The elder of the clan was shocked, and his eyes suddenly showed excitement, so, fellow Taoist Lin has a way to deal with it. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. This outer territory god is different from the ones I met before. It's probably not that easy to kill him. It should be harder to kill than the previous songs." Boom! Everyone was like being struck by a divine thunder, and they all froze there numbly. Even with the determination of Lei Tian, the head of the clan, he became extremely uneasy at this moment. His voice trembled slightly. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you said, have you killed outer territory gods?" Lin Moyu nodded casually, "I have killed a few. In fact, they are not very difficult to kill. The main reason is that my realm is too low, so it will be a bit troublesome. But if you seize the opportunity, you can still kill him." Lei Tian kept muttering, "There is actually someone who can kill the outer gods. Didn't the Demon King say that no one can kill the outer gods under the Tao realm, and at most they can only kill the pets of gods?" Lin Moyu laughed, "Nothing is absolute. Under the Tao, everything has a glimmer of hope. It just depends on whether you can grasp it. I think Chief Lei Tian must understand this truth." Lei Tian nodded woodenly. He naturally understood this truth, but how difficult it was to get this glimmer of hope was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Lin Moyu smiled and said, if you can kill this guy, several elders, including many nobles, can get Dao rewards. As soon as these words came out, several elders suddenly became excited, and their eyes changed significantly. The great Dao reward, why did they risk killing the outer gods in the first place? Wasn't it for the great Dao reward? Among the 8 elders, the chief elder was a Dao Zun 9th realm expert, and the remaining 7 were Dao Zun 8th realm experts. For the chief elder, the great Dao reward was his only chance to enter the great Dao realm. And the remaining 7 elders also wanted to use the great Dao reward to enter the great Dao 9th realm. When Lin Moyu proposed the great Dao reward, their hearts, which had been silent for many years, suddenly came alive. But Lin Moyu's next words shattered their hopes. Lin Moyu said, if the elder wants to use the Avenue reward to enter the Avenue realm, it is impossible. But the second elder, the third elder and the fourth elder may be able to enter the 9th realm of the Dao through the Avenue reward. As for the remaining elders, their realms can be improved a little, but it is still difficult to enter the 9th realm of the Dao. Lin Moyu has received the Avenue reward several times and is too familiar with it. When he said this, he was very confident. He dared to say that no one in this origin continent could understand the Avenue reward better than himself. The dreams of several elders were broken by Lin Moyu, and the excitement in their eyes was extinguished. The elder's concentration was pretty good. After his dream was shattered, he quickly calmed down. Fellow Taoist Lin is so familiar with the Avenue reward. Can you tell me in detail? Lin Moyu said, in fact, there is nothing mysterious about the Dao reward. You can make all kinds of wishes, as long as they are not too outrageous, the Dao can help you realize them. For example, if you want to enter the Dao realm through the Dao reward, it is not impossible. For example, if you kill an extraterritorial god alone, it may be enough. To kill an extraterritorial god, the more people contribute, the more the Dao reward will be dispersed. In fact, this is the situation. The elder of the clan laughed bitterly. Killing an extraterritorial god alone is nothing but a fool's dream. Lin Moyu also knew it was impossible, let alone killing an extraterritorial god. Even killing a divine pet was impossible. He continued, the great Dao will distribute rewards according to the amount of effort, and the great Dao is fair, so the reward distribution is absolutely fair. The more effort you put in, the more rewards you will get. The elder nodded, the great Dao is naturally fair, but it's a pity that it seems that I have no hope of entering the great Dao realm. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, that's not the case. In fact, it's still possible for the elder to enter the great Dao realm. The elder's originally dim eyes once again rose with lightning. Please tell me in detail. He used honorifics directly, and Lin Moyu's position in his mind had completely changed. Lin Moyu said, the third ancestor of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce has a way to advance to the great Dao realm, but the third ancestor is a businessman. You have to prepare enough price to buy the promotion method from the third ancestor. The elder naturally knew the third ancestor, and the status of the third ancestor was equivalent to that of the Demon King. He whispered to himself, I've never heard that the third ancestor has a way to advance to the Dao realm. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's new. If you want it, you can go find him after you get rid of the extraterritorial gods. The elder knew that he had a bright future ahead of him, and he immediately took action. His aura changed, no longer gloomy. The elder said, then I'll trouble you, Brother Lin, to help us kill this extraterritorial god. If you need anything, just let me know, and our clan will do its best to satisfy you. Lin Moyu said, the information I have now is not enough. I don't know this extraterritorial god well enough. If possible, I want to observe him a few more times, and I want to lure his true body to appear. It will be very troublesome if his true body does not appear. Weakening the luck can only hurt it, but it cannot kill it. The elder of the clan showed a trace of difficulty. To be honest with you, fellow Taoist Lin, in fact, none of us have seen his true body. Perhaps only the former clan leader has seen it. It's a pity for the former clan leader. Lin Moyu knew that the former clan leader turned into a Taoist and rushed into the Purple Tiger Tower to fight with the extraterritorial god. I didn't see him in the formation just now, and he was probably dead. In Lin Moyu's opinion, although he felt guilty, this approach was the most unwise. It also reflects from the side that the demon race is indeed impulsive, and this instinct still exists even at a high level. Even if they can restrain themselves with reason at ordinary times, as long as something happens, the impulsive instinct will be exposed. Lin Moyu thought about it. It's okay, I will find a way to force his body out. The elder of the clan responded, okay, fellow Taoist Lin, just say it, we will fully cooperate. Lin Moyu said, first of all, I want the command of the formation, and everyone must listen to my command and obey my orders. The elder of the clan didn't even think about it, and directly agreed, from now on, we will all be under fellow Taoist Lin's command. While speaking, he had already conveyed the order through the formation. Lin Moyu said, okay, as long as you can completely listen to my command, it will be easy. The elder of the clan said, whoever dares not to listen will be killed directly. 10. Lin Moyu smiled, then let's enter the formation again and start to take back the lost land. Consciousness entered the formation again, and Lin Moyu evolved an avatar through the power of the formation. This time when he came in, he felt the difference. Before, he was just a node in the formation, just an insignificant part of the formation. But now, he felt that he had become the core of the formation. The power of the formation gathered around him, and he had absolute control over the formation. Every node in the formation was under his control. Whether it was issuing orders, strengthening the power of a node, or weakening the power of a node, it was all in his mind. The elder of the clan did not lie to him. At this moment, he had completely handed over the command to Lin Moyu. If anyone disobeyed, Lin Moyu would know it at the first time and respond. Incarnation. Lin Moyu shouted in his heart, and his consciousness rose and swept the entire formation. The tiger roared like thunder, and it resounded through the formation at the same time. All the nodes of the formation glowed at the same time, evolving into tigers. Lin Moyu's mind moved again, and his luck sublimated rapidly. This time, Lin Moyu improved his luck, because he is now the controller of the formation. As his luck improves, the luck of other people in the formation also improves. For a moment, the tiger roar became stronger. The formation points controlled by the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan showed a strong purple light. And the formation nodes occupied by the extraterritorial gods emitted silver light. The entire formation formed a three-dimensional image in Lin Moyu's mind. Lin Moyu immediately found the first node to be snatched back. The formation nodes I control are 2,681 in total. This formation has a total of 4,000 nodes, and the other 1,319 are controlled by the extraterritorial gods. In that case, take back all the nodes of the formation first. I don't believe you won't show up. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and more than 2,000 tigers rushed towards the target center he pointed at. In an instant, the formation roared and vibrated, and the outer gods quickly sensed the actions of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. Silver light flashed, and countless clones of the outer gods appeared and attacked the tigers. The luck poison on the clones of the outer gods has been cleared, and they have recovered to their peak after a short rest. Lin Moyu once again gathered the Sword of Luck Poison. The Sword of Luck and Poison flashed and pierced into the body of one of the outside gods. It didn't matter which one it was. Because of the connection, as long as one was poisoned, the rest would be poisoned. With luck damaged and combat power reduced, it would be extremely difficult to defend the node in the face of the impact of more than 2,000 Thunder Tigers. Lin Moyu's fateful poisonous sword was like a pioneer. Before the two sides came into contact, the outer god had already been damaged. The roar resounded in his ears. The outer god was extremely angry and warned Lin Moyu, the outsider, with a roar full of murderous intent. Lin Moyu ignored it and continued to control the thunder to charge. He was like a marshal, controlling the army. In this regard, Lin Moyu has absolute experience. He can command hundreds of millions of undead armies freely, not to mention the mere 2,000 Thunder Tigers, which is simply child's play. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the tiger army that was about to contact the outer god in 4, 2, 3 suddenly split into 8 groups. 8 elders, each with 250 Thunder Tigers, quickly dispersed and began to outflank from the side. The team rushing in the front quickly slowed down, and the team that was outflanked from the side quickly sped up. Lin Moyu directed them with his mind, and the 8 teams kept adjusting their speeds to arrive at the same time. The team led by the most powerful elder was at the front. After a short deceleration, they suddenly received an order from Lin Moyu and began to speed up sharply. He was like a sharp arrow, piercing into the army of the outer gods and quickly tearing apart the army of the outer gods. Afterwards, the tiger corps that rushed over from the other 7 directions, led by several elders, tore the army of the outer god into pieces. This style of fighting is more artistic and aggressive than the head-on fighting style of both sides. The outer god never thought that the tiger army of the old rival would change its formation like this. Not to mention that he didn't think about it, these elders didn't think about it either. They only knew to win by force, but didn't know that the war could be fought in this way, and there were various tactics. Lin Moyu just commanded casually, and the combat power of the Tiger Corps was greatly improved. In addition, he weakened the outer god with his luck poison. The enemy was weak and he was strong. As soon as the 2 sides came into contact, he knew that he would win. The battle situation showed a trend of falling from the beginning. The outer gods were retreating step by step. The fact that the outer gods could not be killed did not mean that these clones could not be killed. The clone is just a clone evolved from the formation node and has some characteristics of the outer gods, but not many. Under the desperate attack of the Thunder Tiger, it was quickly defeated. The battle lasted less than 5 minutes before the winner was decided, and the formation node was quickly lost. Lin Moyu heard a roar again, with unwillingness in the roar, as if a loser was roaring helplessly. Along with the roar, all the clones of the outer gods disappeared at the same time. In this battle, the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan won. The formation node quickly changed from silver to purple and returned to its original owner. The Thunder Tigers roared to the sky and roared excitedly. Lin Moyu heard the cheers of several elders. Awesome, so awesome. I've never had such a great time fighting before, I didn't expect it to be this good. Fellow Taoist Lin. No, Mr. Lin is too awesome, it really opened my eyes. Indeed, I could sense the anger of this extraterritorial god just now, he was already furious. Even if the Demon King attacked before, he couldn't do anything. Mr. Lin took action and controlled the little outer territory god. Lin Moyu's status was once again elevated in the mouths of these elders. He changed from fellow Taoist Lin to Mr. Lin. The title of Mr. is not a random title, it is a real honorific title. Lin Moyu said, "It's too early to be happy now. This outer territory god is very smart. The next is the hard battle to fight. Go on, take advantage of the current momentum, don't give him time to think." Lin Moyu continued to issue orders with his mind, and the entire army rushed towards the next 10 formation nodes. In the eyes of others, this army composed of more than 2,000 Daozuan is huge, but in the eyes of Lin Moyu, it is too small. There is really no point in commanding such a small number of troops. The Tiger Army attacked the new node when the outer territory god was not ready. The battle situation this time was not much different from the previous one, and it only took a few minutes to resolve the battle. Then it was the next formation node. Lin Moyu's command became more and more freehand, and the attack speed became faster and faster. In just half a day, 100 nodes had been captured. In the past, it took a lot of effort to recapture a node, and it was not certain to succeed. Now, 100 nodes can be recaptured in just half a day. Several elders know that this is all Lin Moyu's credit. If it weren't for Lin Moyu's command, if it weren't for Lin Moyu's weakening of his clone in the outer god, it would definitely not be so easy. They were very happy, but Lin Moyu frowned slightly. Outer God should have thought of a way to deal with the poison of luck. I can feel that he has been letting up in the last few battles. He should be preparing something. What will be the solution? Lin Moyu knew that this Outer Territory God was very smart. He would not just watch the formation nodes being lost one after another. He would definitely think of a solution. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning. He was basically certain that the Outer Territory God would definitely start with his own luck. As long as he could get rid of his own luck poison, the power of the Outer Territory God clone would be greatly enhanced, and he would be able to confront the tiger army of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger Clan head-on. Then let's see what solution you can think of. Lin Moyu decided to counter the moves. With a thought, he once again commanded the tiger army to attack the next node. The remaining thousands of silver formation nodes continued to vibrate, evolving thousands of Outer Territory God clones to attack again. Lin Moyu did the same thing, still condensing a sword of luck and poison, and randomly selected a clone of the Outer God to stab. When the sword of luck and poison had just stabbed in and the luck and poison had not yet taken effect, this clone collapsed. The connection between the other clones and him was also disconnected. The luck and poison did not work. At the same time as this clone collapsed, another clone evolved in a formation node and joined the battle. The number of clones of the Outer God did not decrease and remained unchanged. Lin Moyu's eyes moved slightly, and he probably knew what the Outer God was thinking. The method of clone collapse cuts off the connection between the attacked and other clones, and also cuts off the luck circle. In that case, let's see how you break it. Lin Moyu chuckled, and the sword of luck and poison condensed again, but this time it was not one, but hundreds. However, the size of each one is very small, only 1/10 of the previous one. Lin Moyu used 10 times the power of luck to condense hundreds of luck-poisoned swords. Each sword was less powerful than the previous one, but the advantage was that there were enough of them. The next moment, hundreds of luck-poisoned swords appeared in front of hundreds of clones. The Outer God thought of a way to actively break the clones and cut off the connection. Lin Moyu directly increased the number of Qiyun poison from 1 to 100. Although the effect was weakened, it was not useless. It takes time for the clones to break and re-evolve and join the battlefield. Originally, the Outer God had only 1,200 clones. The loss of 100 was equivalent to a 10% reduction. A 10% reduction in combat power is also a big loss. Moreover, Lin Moyu had no other way. 10,000 Qiyun poison swords appeared at the same time and pierced into the 100 clones. The Qiyun poison sword was like teleportation. When it appeared, it had already pierced and could not be dodged at all. The 100 clones collapsed at the same time, and the connection was also cut off. The Qiyun poison was not transmitted to other clones. The Outer God still used his own method to actively break the clones to prevent the spread of Qiyun poison. It was also when the clones collapsed that the Tiger Army came. This time, without any fancy tactics, more than 2,000 tiger troops, with boundless thunder, rushed in directly. At this time, the number of clones of the 08 gods of the outer world was only about 1,100. At the moment of contact between the two sides, the Tiger Army rushed forward with the momentum of the previous 100 victories and scattered the clone army of the outer world gods. At this time, the Guju clones were re-evolving in the Nanfa node. It takes 1 or 2 seconds to evolve 100 clones, and it takes 1 or 2 seconds to rush over. These few seconds are enough to decide the balance of the war. At the same time, Lin Moyu formed 100 small and delicate swords of luck and poison in his hand and stabbed them quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Another 100 clones collapsed on the spot. The number of outer world gods was reduced by another 100. At this time, Lin Moyu issued an order, kill with all your strength. The Tiger Army roared wildly, exerting the most powerful force to quickly kill these outer world gods. Almost in the blink of an eye, hundreds of extraterritorial gods were besieged and killed. The Tiger Corps had gone crazy, and they exerted a much stronger force than usual. Under the influence of Lin Moyu's luck, the Tiger Corps' luck was stronger than usual, and the power they exerted was also stronger than usual. As one side gained, the other lost, and the extraterritorial gods were still no match for the Tiger Corps. Lin Moyu heard the angry roar of the extraterritorial gods again. He had heard this sound many times. No matter how much you shout, it's useless. You're doomed to lose. Lin Moyu's will turned into thunder and spread throughout the formation. In this battle, the extraterritorial gods lost again, and the formation nodes were lost again. Lin Moyu, with an invincible momentum, commanded the Tiger Army to continue to attack the city and plunder the land. The rhythm of the battle became faster and faster. In less than half a day, 100 formation nodes were recovered. For thousands of years, the Dao Masters of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger Clan have never been as powerful as they are now. They see the hope of victory. In the land of the Demon Clan in Beizhou, north of the Snow Mountain Range, on the grassland, the Demon King Palace stands tall. In the Demon King Palace, many Demon Clan members favored by the Demon King are practicing hard. In the palace where the Demon King is, the hazy air covers the entire palace, and the situation inside cannot be seen clearly from the outside. Red fire, blue ice, two completely different forces are surging and colliding in the mist, accompanied by the Demon King's low roar. The Demon King is using the ice and fire Dao Stone to cleanse his soul. Since coming to the Origin Continent, the Demon King has not practiced, and now that he has obtained the ice and fire Dao Stone, he can finally practice. After Lin Moyu left, the Demon King couldn't wait to start practicing. Suddenly, he let out a light exclamation, and the Demon King stopped practicing, and his sharp eyes suddenly looked into the distance. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "Fellow Taoist Lin, went to the Purple Tiger Tower. Is fellow Taoist Lin going to deal with the extraterritorial god in the Purple Tiger Tower? That guy is not easy to deal with, and there is danger. It seems that I have to remind fellow Taoist Lin." The second space in the Purple Tiger Tower was arranged by the Demon King himself. Without the knowledge of the thunder-like purple striped tiger, the Demon King left a hand. He could sense the situation in that space. In fact, it was also to monitor the changes in the Purple Tiger Tower. In case the extraterritorial god occupied the Purple Tiger Tower, he would know it in the first time and respond. The Demon King did not care much about the life and death of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger Clan. Even if a royal family was destroyed, it would not have much impact. What he really wanted to kill was the extraterritorial god, so as to obtain the reward of the Great Tao. However, the Demon King was not sure. Even if he blew up the Purple Tiger Tower, he was not sure whether he could kill the extraterritorial god. This also gave the Demon King a headache. If he could not kill him, the land of Beizhou would be devastated. Many races of the demon race were spared. It was precisely because he was not sure that the Demon King did not forcefully destroy the Purple Tiger Tower. Otherwise, with his status and strength, if he really wanted to destroy the Purple Tiger Tower, the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger Clan would not be able to stop him. Now Lin Moyu has entered the Purple Tiger Tower, obviously to deal with the extraterritorial god. The Demon King does not know what means Lin Moyu has, but he knows that the extraterritorial god in the Ice and Fire Secret Treasure was killed by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu must have a means to kill the extraterritorial god, but he is still somewhat conflicted now. If the extraterritorial god is killed by Lin Moyu, he will not be able to obtain the Dao reward. Now there are two choices before him. One is to stop Lin Moyu, so that the extraterritorial god is left to himself. But he is not sure that he can kill this extraterritorial god. If he fails, the consequences will not be something he can bear. The second choice is to watch coldly and give up this opportunity. Although this will not benefit him, it will not harm him either. The Demon King was not a hesitant person, and he quickly made a choice in the contradiction. Lin Moyu once again commanded the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger Clan to seize 100 formation nodes. 310 in just less than 2 days, the formation nodes controlled by the outer gods have been reduced by 300 and are about to fall below 1,000. At present, the outer gods have no power to resist. The formation nodes he controls are getting fewer and fewer, and his combat power is getting weaker and weaker. However, Lin Moyu did not relax his vigilance. He knew that things must not be so simple. He led the Tiger Legion again and attacked the next node. At the same time, Lin Moyu threw 100 luck poisonous swords at thousands of outer gods. This method has been confirmed before, and the effect is very good and almost unsolvable. Suddenly, Lin Moyu realized that something was wrong. Hundreds of luck poisonous swords fell on the clones of these outer gods, and the clones were broken one after another. It looked like self-collapse, but there was a slight difference from self-collapse. They were cut by the Sword of Luck. The Sword of Luck and Poison did not have the ability to kill the clones, but could only weaken the opponent's luck, thereby reducing the opponent's combat power. Then, the two sides collided. The Tiger Legion rushed in as usual. The clones of the thousands of gods from outside the domain could not stop it at all, and they were broken and died one after another. Lin Moyu looked at this scene and felt more and more that something was wrong. Suddenly, Lin Moyu looked at one of the formation nodes on his side and muttered to himself, "Is it a secret crossing of Qinsong?" At the same time, the voice of the Demon King sounded in Lin Moyu's ears, "Fellow Taoist Lin, be careful." The sudden reminder from the Demon King did not surprise Lin Moyu at all, and he responded casually, "Senior Demon King, have you had enough of the show?" Hearing Lin Moyu's words, the Demon King was obviously stunned for a moment. "You know I'm here?" Lin Moyu laughed. What can be hidden from Senior Demon King about the affairs of Beizhou? This flattery was neither light nor heavy, and immediately diverted the attention of the Demon King, making the Demon King feel very useful. Since entering the second space, Lin Moyu felt the breath of the Demon King. Although the breath of the Demon King is weak, it always exists. Normal, after thousands of years, the breath of the Demon King should have dissipated long ago. The reason why there is still a trace of the Demon King's breath can only mean that the Demon King has a backhand. And this backhand was not discovered by the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. If it weren't for his extremely sharp spiritual perception, he might not have discovered it. Why did he deliberately leave a backhand? Mo Moyu had already figured it out at that time. The Demon King also coveted this extraterritorial god, but he was not sure. The Demon King, who had a backup plan, must have sensed what happened here. He must have known about his arrival and his fight with the outer heavenly god. Lin Moyu could even analyze the Demon King's general thoughts and his contradictions. How could the Demon King know that Lin Moyu had already guessed his thoughts, and continued to say, "That guy might come to attack"? Lin Moyu said, "No problem, just sneaking into Qinsong, I guessed it a long time ago." The outer heavenly god is not stupid, but compared with Lin Moyu, he is obviously much worse. The outer heavenly god used his ability to create many weak clones, seemingly guarding the formation nodes, but in fact his real intention was to attack Lin Moyu. The outer heavenly god naturally understood that Lin Moyu was the key to leading this war. As long as he could kill Lin Moyu, he would be able to win the war in the end. According to Lin Moyu's guess, the outer heavenly god should have a way to cross the formation obstacles and come to attack him. But this method is not easy to do, otherwise he would have used it long ago. Now that he can't win by fighting, he has to use this method. The Demon King must also know that the outer gods have this ability, so he reminded him. Lin Moyu felt a breath condensing around him, which was the breath of the Demon King. The Demon King entered the formation and condensed into shape with the help of the formation. The Demon King condensed into a Thunder Tiger, which looked no different from other Thunder Tigers. In this way, even the elders of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan didn't know that the Demon King had come. Lin Moyu asked, "Is the Demon King here to protect me?" The Demon King said, "I have dealt with that guy and fought with him. He is very strange. He has the ability to travel between the formations for a short time and attack you by surprise." The Demon King looked around alertly, as if ready to attack at any time. In fact, Lin Moyu's idea was different from the Demon King's. Lin Moyu was eager for the other party to attack so that he could expose his true body and kill him in one fell swoop. But now that the Demon King is protecting him, it's not bad, at least it can save him some energy. And Lin Moyu also knew that the reason why the Demon King did this was actually partly for the reward of the Great Tao. In the process of dealing with the extraterritorial gods, the more effort you put in, the more rewards you will get. Since the Demon King didn't stop him, he would help him, so that he could also get a share. Lin Moyu saw through it, but didn't say it. Then I'll trouble the Demon King. The Demon King laughed. No problem, you get ready, that guy will come out at any time. Lin Moyu said, with the Demon King here, Lin's safety is naturally not a problem. In the distance of the formation, the battle situation is already very clear. This time, the clones evolved by the extraterritorial gods are too weak to stop the Tiger army and are quickly defeated. Lin Moyu sensed a faint breath that bypassed the formation and was sneaking towards him. This breath ignored the formation's many obstacles and quickly approached him. Lin Moyu knew that the outer god was coming. Lin Moyu said to himself, I want to see what your true form looks like. On the surface, Lin Moyu seemed to know nothing and was still commanding the battle for the formation nodes in the distance. He felt that the outer god was getting closer and closer to him, and was already within reach. Suddenly, the space behind him was slightly distorted, and a strong force turned into a sharp arrow and shot towards him. The tiger transformed by the Demon King roared, and the tiger claws shot out like lightning, just hitting it head-on. Boom! The tiger transformed by the Demon King was shaken away, and most of its body was broken. In the first collision, the Demon King completely lost. However, the Demon King still helped Lin Moyu block a blow, and the sharp arrow returned without success. Lin Moyu knew that the Demon King was hundreds of millions of miles away, and the power he could exert was extremely limited. When the outer gods launched the attack just now, Lin Moyu saw a transparent figure through the tiny twisted space. This figure was similar to the ordinary outer gods, and also had a pair of wings, but he had no entity, like an illusory body formed by light and shadow. So this guy looks like this, it's really a bit special. He is very cautious, but he will die sooner or later. The previous process was too fast. Lin Moyu only had time to take a quick glance, and failed to complete the avenue lock. He could only wait for the next opportunity. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry, since he had already appeared, he was not far from death. The Demon King flew back with his broken body, and his body recovered quickly during the flight. The Demon King said with a bit of anger, I didn't expect his power to be stronger than before. Lin Moyu smiled, it should be that you, the Demon King, are too far away and can't use your full strength. His tone was relaxed, and he still did not forget to flatter the Demon King and give him a way out. The Demon King was still very pleased, and felt that Lin Moyu was a righteous man. The anger that had just grown disappeared in an instant. It's okay, even if I am not his opponent for the time being, it is not a problem to stop him temporarily. He can't use this ability all the time, at most he can launch a few attacks and then retreat. Lin Moyu said, then I'll trouble you, Senior Demon King. He moved his mind and gave orders to the Tiger Corps. At this time, the Tiger Corps had ended the battle and successfully occupied the node. Lin Moyu's new order also arrived, and continued to attack the next node. Lin, Zhao Diheo, said silently in his heart, I want to see how much spare energy you have. The outer heavenly god wanted to attack him and manipulate the formation at the same time, and it was difficult to take care of both ends. Seeing the nodes being lost little by little and unable to kill him, the outer heavenly god would inevitably be anxious and angry. Once he was angry and lost his mind, he would definitely lose. When the nodes were lost before, the outer heavenly god's roars were already exasperated. Now he couldn't kill himself, and he might jump off the wall. Even with the protection of the Demon King, Lin Moyu was alert and ready to do it himself at any time. The space twisted again, and another attack rushed out of the space and hit Lin Moyu. This attack was stronger than the previous one. The Demon King attacked at the same time to block the attack for Lin Wu. At the same time, a trace of invisible power of the Avenue of Luck flew out from Lin Moyu along the attack and quickly fell on the outer heavenly god, and the avenue was locked. At the same time, a sword of luck was ready to be launched and slashed at the outer heavenly god. Once the Great Tao locks the enemy, unless the opponent has the ability to cut off the Great Tao lock, don't think about avoiding Lin Moyu's attack. The ability to lock the enemy with the Great Tao requires enlightenment. Those with good enlightenment can master it without the Dao Zone realm. Those with poor enlightenment can only master it when they reach the Great Dao realm. As for cutting off the Great Dao lock, many powerful people in the Great Dao realm can't do it. The few outer gods that Lin Moyu met before also can't do it. Boom! The Demon King was knocked away again, and this time he was even more miserable. The tiger he turned into almost collapsed on the spot. However, he finally blocked this attack, which was considered to be keeping his promise and protecting Lin Moyu. When the Demon King was blown away, Lin Mo heard a scream. The Sword of Luck slashed on the outer god, cutting off part of his luck. Before, the Sword of Luck only slashed on the clone, and the effect was completely different from slashing directly on the main body. Lin Moyu could feel that this time, the outer god's luck was lost a lot. Although the luck can be restored, Lin Moyu will not give him a chance. If you catch him, don't even think about escaping. Swords of luck appeared in his hands and kept slashing out. With the help of the Great Tao to lock the enemy, the outer god had nowhere to hide. What the outer god hated most was the power of illusion. Although the Sword of Luck could not kill him, it could constantly weaken him, making him extremely uncomfortable. 247 screams of exasperation resounded throughout the formation, and also attracted the attention of many members of the Thunder Light Purple Strike Tiger clan. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and his voice was like thunder. Don't be distracted, follow the order. The Thunder Light Purple Strike Tiger clan trembled violently, and immediately continued to follow Lin Moyu's order and attack the formation nodes. The outer god was constantly attacked, and it was more difficult for him to do more than one thing. The clones evolved from the formation nodes became more mobile and weaker. The Tiger Legion had an absolute advantage and attacked all the way with unstoppable force, constantly recovering the formation nodes. The Demon King flew back again, and his fragmented body was recovering rapidly. He could feel that Lin Moyu was constantly gathering illusory power to attack the outer domain gods. As for what kind of illusory power it was, he couldn't understand. But he could understand how Lin Moyu attacked the outer domain gods. The Demon King sighed. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin would be able to lock the enemy with the Great Tao. Lin Moyu's hands did not stop, and he replied, Lucky, I accidentally understood it. The Demon King shook his big tiger head. It's not enough to be lucky. Lin Moyu smiled. It's a matter of sooner or later. Anyway, you will understand it when you reach the Great Tao realm. The Demon King said, It's better to be sooner. Lin Moyu chatted with the Demon King, but his hands did not stop for a moment. In a blink of an eye, more than 1,000 swords of luck had been condensed. 10 swords of luck, this method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 200, Lin Moyu did it without any hesitation. He just relied on his luck and was not afraid of the loss of luck. If the loss was small, it would recover in a blink of an eye. If the loss was large, it would not take too long to recover to the peak. In this continuous consumption, the outer god finally couldn't stand it, and the space distortion was broken. The outer god finally killed out of the broken space. Finally, he is willing to come out. This cautious outer god finally killed out with his real body this time. Be careful. The Demon King shouted angrily and blocked Lin Moyu again. The outer heavenly god screamed and launched an attack on the Demon King. The Demon King was blown away for the third time. This time, except for the tiger head, his whole body was completely shattered. The Demon King, who was billions of miles away, was no match for the outer heavenly god in the state of crossing the ultra-long distance space. The little outer heavenly god rushed towards Lin Moyu with murderous intent. Lin Moyu was not panicked at all. He opened his mouth slightly and uttered a word lightly, explosion. His luck soared into the sky and reached the limit. The outer heavenly god's body exploded. Explosion of luck technique. Lin Moyu detonated the outer heavenly god's luck and caused damage with his luck. Compared with the sword of luck, the power of the explosion of luck technique is much stronger. Just one blow caused the outer heavenly god to be seriously injured. The outer heavenly god was blown away in the explosion, and then screamed and tore the space apart and escaped without a trace. Lin Moyu looked at the direction where the outer realm god fled, but did not chase him. Instead, he was thinking about some questions. Before, there were many speculations about the outer realm god. It was not until he really saw his true body up close that Lin Moyu knew why he was so cautious. He had no physical body. It was like an illusory body made of light and shadow, which was actually a soul body. Lin Moyu had seen the soul of the outer realm god and would not make a mistake. But he was different from ordinary souls. He was very special. He did not need a physical body and could survive on his soul alone. But without a physical body, he was very weak. A Tao realm like the Demon King had enough power to suppress and kill him. Even if there were multiple Dao Zun 9 realm strongmen joining forces, they could still suppress and kill him. It was this special form of existence that gave him many strange abilities. His power needed the help of external objects to be truly exerted, otherwise he could only show his power in the soul world. Therefore, he wanted to occupy the Purple Tiger Tower so much. Only with the Purple Tiger Tower could he exert his powerful fighting experience. Lin Moyu even imagined that the Purple Tiger Tower alone was not enough. After occupying the Purple Tiger Tower, he might also find a way to occupy the Purple Mark Origin. If he really succeeded, then even the Demon King might not be his opponent. Then the Origin continent would be truly in disaster, and no matter which race it was, it would be difficult to survive. The outer heavenly god was the mortal enemy of all creatures in the Origin continent. The two sides only decided life and death, not right or wrong. But now, Lin Moyu knew the guy had no chance. A burst of luck, which seriously injured him, and the king fled. The Demon King flew over with his tiger head. This time the injury was more serious, and it would take some time for the body to recover. Although the Demon King only had one head at the moment, he still couldn't hide his inner surprise. "Friend Lin, how did you do it?" Lin Moyu said, "It's a magic in the great Tao of luck. It's nothing. It can only seriously injure him, but can't kill him. With the recovery ability of the outer gods, it won't take long for him to recover completely. Now he has escaped and has fled back to his own position. The next step is that he will jump over the wall when he is desperate." The Demon King frowned and said, "What can a desperate dog do?" Lin Moyu said, "I guess he will detonate some of the magic nodes he controls. In this way, even if he can't occupy the Purple Tiger Tower, he can cause a great loss of power to the Purple Tiger Tower. The great loss of power in the Purple Tiger Tower is an unimaginable disaster for the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. They will suffer a great loss of luck and even affect their foundation." The Demon King nodded his head when he heard it. Although he didn't understand the great Tao of luck, he still had a deep understanding of luck at his level. What Lin Moyu said was not alarmist, and it was very likely to happen. Lin Moyu continued, "This is just a possibility. I guess he might use the Purple Tiger Tower as a springboard to enter the ancestral land of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan." The Demon King was shocked. "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you mean his goal is the Purple Stripe origin?" Lin Moyu said, "This is just a guess. Normally, he can't enter the ancestral land, but the Purple Tiger Tower has some connection with the ancestral land. He may be able to enter the ancestral land through this connection. But I think it's not that easy. Some conditions must be met, such as..." The Demon King asked, "For example, what?" Lin Moyu said, "The ancestral land of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan cannot be opened casually. Now is not the ancestral land open day. If you want to enter, you must meet certain conditions. For example, by activating the power of the Purple Tiger Tower and letting the Purple Tiger Tower receive the power of the Purple Stripe Origin, he can enter the ancestral land along the passage. The Demon King exclaimed, "If this is true, it will be troublesome. Once he enters the ancestral land, we can't enter. What should we do?" I didn't expect that the Demon King, a figure in the Tao realm, would be so anxious. Lin Moyu said calmly, "This is just my guess. He may not be able to enter the ancestral land. If he could, he would have gone there long ago after the ancestral land was opened so many times. I think there must be some other reasons why he didn't enter the ancestral land. For example, the purple vein origin is not easy to be eroded and difficult to occupy. He should want to occupy the Xiang Tower first and use the Xiang Tower to obtain the purple vein origin. But now we have cut off his first step. He can only jump over the wall and find a way to go to the ancestral land." The Demon King said, "Although it is just a guess, there is also this possibility. As long as there is this possibility, we can't be careless." Lin Moyu said, "Senior Demon King is right. As long as there is this possibility, we can't be careless. Why don't you ask Senior Demon King to move his real body and come to Zihu City to take charge? I will find a way to stop him from entering the ancestral land. If I succeed, he will definitely escape. How about killing him at that time?" When the Demon King heard this method, his eyes lit up. If he kills him in the end, he will definitely get the lion's share of the rewards from the avenue. He agreed without hesitation, "Okay, I'll come right away." Fellow Taoist Lin, try to hold him back. "I'll be there in 30 minutes at most." Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Okay, I'll hold him back." The Demon King's aura dissipated, and the Demon King had already set off. Once he said this method, the Demon King would definitely not refuse. Just imagine, who can refuse the reward of the Great Tao? What Lin Moyu said was not false, but sincere. He was indeed afraid that the extraterritorial gods would jump over the wall in desperation. If they were in the Purple Tiger Tower, he would still have a way to deal with it. If he escaped, it would be really difficult to stop him with the combat power of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. If he escaped, it would be a huge hidden danger. Letting the Demon King come here is just to be a backup. And there is another possibility that Lin Moyu did not say. This extraterritorial god, who is completely composed of soul bodies, has the ability to take over other bodies. If things go wrong, he may also enter his own soul world and take over other bodies. Lin Moyu knew that he was the best candidate for taking over other bodies. "My strength is low enough, and my potential is great enough, far better than those guys of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger. The most important thing is that I am a human, and my appearance is somewhat similar to that of the outer heavenly god, except for the wings, which also conforms to the other party's aesthetics. Don't underestimate this point. When making a choice, every tiny point will affect the final choice." Through the great Tao-locking enemy, Lin Moyu sensed that the outer heavenly god had fled back to the formation area he occupied, and the injury he just suffered was recovering rapidly. With the recovery speed of the outer heavenly god, he can recover in 10 minutes at most, and then he may be desperate. And it will take 30 minutes for the Demon King to rush over. Lin Moyu moved his mind and passed down an order, "Retreat immediately." Everyone was stunned after receiving the order, but the previous habit had been formed. Although they were doubtful, everyone stopped immediately and retreated quickly. At this time, another order was issued, "Everyone, show fatigue." This order was even more puzzling. These tigers were excited to kill, so there was no sign of fatigue. They could fight for another 3 days and 3 nights. But Lin Moyu's orders must be obeyed, and many people showed signs of fatigue, and then followed the main force to retreat. At this time, there were only 900 formation nodes occupied by the extraterritorial gods. The formation nodes of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger have exceeded 3 generations. The elder flew to Lin Moyu, "Mr. Lin, why did you suddenly retreat?" Lin Moyu said, "To prevent him from jumping off the wall." The elder was slightly stunned, a little confused. Lin Moyu did not explain much. Just listen to me, I will just let you rest for a while. The elder did not object. With a hint of respect, all you have to do is follow Mr. Lin's orders. He knew very well that they could fight to this extent, all thanks to Lin Moyu. Otherwise, with their abilities, they could not deal with the Outer Realm God. Now, they could only follow Lin Moyu's orders. Lin Moyu's sudden withdrawal puzzled the Outer Realm God. Until he saw many people showing fatigue on their faces, he suddenly understood. Looking at Lin Moyu far behind the formation, he found that Lin Moyu's face was pale, as if he could not continue. "Zero, please give me flowers." Only then did he know that although Lin Moyu had injured him just now, he had also paid a great price. It was also true that Lin Moyu was only in the second realm of Dao Zun, and it was a miracle that he could injure himself. How could he not pay a price? If he attacked him again, he might succeed. As long as Lin Moyu died, the Purple Tiger Tower would belong to him again. With this thought, the Outer Realm God suddenly calmed down, and no longer thought about the desperate situation. Lin Moyu's delaying tactics were fully effective. Lin Moyu sensed some of his thoughts through the changes in the breath of the Outer God. 30 minutes later will be the final battle. Lin Moyu scanned the entire formation and studied it. The formation in the Ziyang Tower is very high, at least 9 levels. Overall, it is a weapon formation. Each formation uses the tower itself. It is a special formation based on magic weapons. Lin Moyu continued to study this formation, and time passed quickly. 25 minutes later, Lin Moyu received the voice transmission from the Demon King. This king has arrived in Zihu City. Lin Moyu nodded, and with a thought, he gave another order. The rest is over, the whole army will attack the formation nodes in order, do your best, and fight non-stop. As soon as the order was given, the tiger roared, and all the tigers rushed out like a tide again. The outer gods immediately sensed it and evolved clones. With more than 900 clones, facing more than 3,000 tiger core, if it weren't for Lin Moyu, they could still fight. But with Lin Moyu behind the scenes, there was no fight at all. 100 swords of luck and poison flashed by, and the outer gods still chose to actively collapse their clones, and the gap in combat power was further widened. In a blink of an eye, a node was about to fall again. At this moment, the tiger core was no longer tired. There was no sign of fatigue on Moyu's face. The extraterritorial gods knew they had been tricked, and they roared and raged. The remaining nodes of the formation began to glow. The formation began to become unstable, vibrating violently, and the Ziyang Tower of the country was roaring. The roar of the Ziyang Tower affected Ziyang City, and the origin spirit vein under the city erupted with infinite origin power, covering the Ziyang Tower. The anxious voice of the elder of the clan sounded, "He is going to detonate the formation." Lin Moyu sneered, "Don't worry, he can't detonate Qian." Runes flew out one by one, and the runes were integrated into the formation. The formation, which was originally vibrating violently, suddenly became quiet. Lin Moyu used runes to stabilize the formation in the Ziyang Tower. These runes were distributed throughout the formation, and even the areas controlled by the extraterritorial gods had runes flying over. After the runes were integrated into the formation, they disappeared, and they could not be driven away. The extraterritorial gods were stunned, and several elders were also stunned. Then several elders shouted excitedly, "Strange." The battle broke out again after a few seconds of pause. The only function of these runes of Lin Moyu is to stabilize the formation. It cannot enhance the power of the formation, nor can it help the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger clan to recapture the formation nodes, but it only makes the entire formation very stable. With the runes, unless the extraterritorial gods can control the entire formation and become the true master of the formation, don't think about detonating the formation. As more and more runes appeared, the formation became more and more stable, and he couldn't even detonate a node of the formation. Lin Moyu didn't let the outer gods detonate the formation, which meant that he couldn't use it to activate the power of the purple stripe origin, let alone take the opportunity to enter the ancestral land. The formation nodes were being recovered quickly. As the number of formation nodes controlled decreased, the resistance of the outer gods would also decrease rapidly, and the recovery speed would only get faster and faster. It took several minutes to recover a formation node before. Now 1 minute is enough. Everything Lin Moyu did completely prevented the possibility of the outer gods from jumping off the wall. Now the outer gods have only 2 ways to go. One is to seize the body, and the other is to escape. If someone seizes the body of the thunder-like purple-striped tiger, even if he seizes the body of the elder of the clan, he will find it difficult to exert all his strength and cannot escape the pursuit of the Demon King. If he escapes alone, he will also face the pursuit of the Demon King, but at least there will be a glimmer of hope. Lin Moyu had already considered this. He also thought that if the Demon King failed to kill him, he would have to use the last corpse of the Ninth Realm Taoist Master to end the battle with the corpse exploding. Moyu didn't think it was worth it to exchange a corpse of the Ninth Realm Taoist Master for an incomplete Tao reward. Another possibility was that he would come to take over his body, but now he was in the formation, and if he wanted to take over his body, he would have to cross the formation to block it, which was very difficult. What would you choose? Lin Moyu looked at the area occupied by the outer heavenly god with a teasing look in his eyes. The formation nodes were being recovered one by one, and the silver area belonging to the outer heavenly god was getting smaller and smaller. Now, unless he went down in person, it would be impossible to stop the offensive. But even if he went down in person, although the combat power of the great clan elder was not as good as his, it would not be a problem to fight back for a while. There was not only one clan elder. The 8 clan elders worked together, and with the help of the power of the formation, they could completely fight against the body of the outer heavenly god. In the Xiang Tower, the 2 sides competed more in the control of the formation than in the power of the body. The speed of recovering the formation nodes was getting faster and faster. 800. 600. 400. Seeing that the formation nodes were getting fewer and fewer, the Tiger Legion was like taking stimulants, howling and recovering the territory that originally belonged to them. When there were only 200 formation nodes left, the area occupied by the outer gods was reduced to the last small piece, less than 1/20th of the entire formation. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "It's almost time to make a move." Suddenly, the last 200 formation nodes became dim at the same time. The great Tao-locking enemy sensed that the outer gods had left the Xiang Tower. He finally chose to escape with his body and did not take over the body. As an outer god, a powerful person in the great Tao realm, he looked down on the bodies of several elders. Lin Moyu also sent a message to the Demon King, "He's out." The Demon King said, "Don't worry, he can't run away." Lin Moyu moved his mind and said to the elder of the clan, "The outer gods have left, and the Demon King is fighting with them outside. I will leave this place to you. I will leave first." After that, Lin Moyu returned the array authority to the elder and left the array. After regaining consciousness, Lin Moyu immediately said to Lei Tian, "Let's go out." Lei Tian waved his hand and opened the passage to the outside world, and said, "I just felt that the outer gods seemed to have come out of the Xiang Tower." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, he left the Xiang Tower." Lei Tian was happy at first and then shocked. "Where did he go?" Lin Moyu said, "He should still be in Zihu City. The Demon King has arrived and should be able to stop him. Let's go there too and see if we can help. Don't let him escape." Lei Tian realized the seriousness of the matter and turned into a ray of lightning and shot out. Lin Moyu spread out the wings of the time curse, and the wings of time stirred time. Lin Moyu could barely keep up with Lei Tian. Lei Tian rushed out of the Xiang Tower almost in the blink of an eye. Only then did he notice that he seemed to have forgotten Lin Moyu. Looking back, Lin Moyu actually rushed out with him, and he was shocked by Lin Moyu's speed. A Dao Zone second realm can actually keep up with him in terms of speed. No one would believe it if they told him. But now is not the time to tangle with this problem. A powerful force fluctuation came from the sky. Lin Moyu whispered, "The battlefield is above, we are going." They are now 12,000 meters in the sky, but the real battlefield is still above. The two rushed into the sky again, and when they reached an altitude of 20,000 meters, they finally saw the battlefield. In the sky, the fog was hazy and the wind was howling. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not blow away the thin fog. The fog enveloped a large area. The Demon King was in the fog, wrapped in the thick fog, as if wearing an armor made of thick fog, and attacked frantically. The outer god showed his true body, which was not big and transparent, like a soul. He had been completely suppressed by the Demon King and had no power to resist. The strength of the two sides was quite different. Although this outer god was also in the Tao realm, without external objects to rely on, his combat power could only be equivalent to the Tao Zun 9 realm. This special type of outer god was powerful because of its special ability, not its own combat experience. If the fight continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before the Demon King won. This outer god would die. Seeing this, Lin Moyu and Lei Tian did not rush into the fog to interfere with the Demon King. The two stood at the two ends of the fog, one on the left and one on the right, to prevent the outer god from escaping. Lin Moyu had already taken the Tao Immortal Pill in his hand. He was more willing to use the Tao Immortal Pill than to use the corpse explosion. Scarcity makes things valuable. Who made the body of Tao Zun Jiujing only one? Although he did not enter the mist, it does not mean that Lin Moyu has no means to help the Demon King. The simplest way is the Avenue of Luck. The real body of the Avenue of Luck emerged and condensed the Sword of Luck. With the blessing of the real body of the Avenue of Luck, the condensed Sword of Luck is stronger than in the formation. The Sword of Luck pierced into the body of the outer heavenly god, 3 swords in a row. The breath of the outer heavenly god suddenly weakened a lot, and his luck was reduced, affecting his combat power. Seeing this, the Demon King exerted a stronger force, roared continuously, and golden light fell from the sky, hitting the outer heavenly god like a meteor. The outer heavenly god was beaten without any power to fight back. He turned his head and looked at Lin Moyu. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and the person he hated the most at this moment was naturally Lin Moyu. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Suddenly, the outer god lost his voice, and his roar turned into silence. His figure became illusory and transparent, the space was distorted, and he instantly disappeared into the mist. The fog covering the world suddenly became thicker. The originally thin fog turned into a solid high wall, turning the world into a cage. The fog in front of Lin Moyu bulged violently, as if something was about to rush out. The space was constantly twisting and deforming. The outer god used his secret method to twist the space with his own power, bursting out with a shocking force. The powerful force was transmitted through the fog, affecting the space outside the mist. The space was folded into each other, forming a narrow gap. The outer god wanted to escape from this gap. And the direction he chose was exactly the direction where Lin Moyu was. Unfortunately, the Demon King reacted too quickly, and his breakout did not seem to succeed. The Demon King snorted coldly, "Don't think about escaping." He killed instantly, not giving the outer god a chance to escape. 10,000 golden lights bombarded the outer god. Lin Moyu felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart, and the wings of time vibrated and quickly retreated. The golden light fell, and the space that was originally forcibly folded was attacked by the Demon King and exploded. The outer god dived into the broken space and disappeared without a trace. The broken space connected the inside and outside of the fog and broke through the cage of heaven and earth set up by the Demon King. 08 Lin Moyu thought it was not good. He knew that the outer god had the ability to travel through space. In the Purple Tiger Tower, the outer god showed this ability. Relying on the avenue of the outer god, Lin Moyu sensed the location of the outer god. He no longer retreated. Now that the outer god broke through the blockade of the Demon King, he had to stop it. The true body of the Space Avenue evolved, and the Space Avenue surrounded the body, instantly affecting the surrounding space. Using space to control space, this is the best calendar. Lin Moyu used his own Space Avenue to affect the outer god's ability to travel through space. But Lin Moyu's realm was too low, far from the outer god, and the effect was minimal. The wings of the time curse vibrated violently, and the power of the time avenue was swayed out, mixed with the space avenue, forming the power of time and space. The cursed wings sprinkled curses at the same time, affecting the judgment of the outer gods on space. Time, space, and curse, three-pronged approach, made the outer gods fall into a state of time and space chaos for a while. Although this state cannot be sustained, as long as it can last for a while, it will be enough for the Demon King to come and rearrange the cage of heaven and earth. Each time the ability of the outer gods is activated, it takes a long time before it can be used again. This period of time is enough for the Demon King to kill him. Lin Moyu tried his best to stop the outer gods from escaping, and the Demon King Bing bought time. The Demon King had already rushed over at this moment, and the fog dispersed again. The next moment, the outer god suddenly emerged from the broken space and let out a shrill scream. The scream turned into a terrifying soul shock like a huge wave, sweeping in all directions. Lin Moyu's soul hummed, and he instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Not only Lin Moyu, but also the Demon King and Lei Tian, who lost their ability to react in an instant. The soul shock launched by the extraterritorial gods is an indiscriminate attack method. No matter the opponent's soul strength, realm level, or whether there is a magic weapon, it will be affected. However, the momentary loss of consciousness can only last for a moment, which may be less than 1/100th of a second. But for a strong man at the level of the extraterritorial gods, 1/100th of a second is enough to do a lot of things. When Lin Moyu just came back to his senses, he saw a shadow flashing in front of him. He wants to take over the body. As soon as the thought came up, the shadow of the outer heavenly god turned into a stream of light and drilled into his body. Lin Moyu's body stiffened, and his consciousness automatically entered the soul world. The soul body slowly opened his eyes and looked at a corner of the soul world. In that corner, a disgusting breath was gathering, and in the blink of an eye it condensed into the outer heavenly god. The outer heavenly god entered Lin Moyu's soul world and stared at Lin Moyu's soul body. In addition to the killing intent, there was also a strong hatred in his eyes. Although the two sides did not speak the same language, Lin Moyu could feel that the outer heavenly god had hated him to the core. Lin Moyu's soul was not afraid at all. In his own territory, even if you were a dragon, you would become an earthworm. Killing him here would not require the body to explode, and even the great Dao Mi Dan could be saved. This was also the best result that Lin Moyu had imagined. The bulk of the great Dao reward would belong to him, and at the same time, he would not let the Demon King think that he was deliberately snatching food. Lin Moyu did have some intentions. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he hoped that the group relationship would evolve into this. The appearance of the human race and the outer gods is somewhat similar. After the wings of the time curse are unfolded, the similarity is further enhanced. So he guessed that if the outer gods want to seize the body, the best choice must be himself. However, he will not take the initiative to seduce the outer gods, which is equivalent to snatching the rewards from the Demon King, which will make the Demon King unhappy. The current situation is naturally the best situation, which can not only get the bulk of the rewards, but also not offend the Demon King. After all, it is the Demon King who did not trap the outer gods. The outer gods took the initiative to seize his body, and the Demon King naturally had nothing to say. With a move in his heart, the purple thundercloud flew to his feet in an instant, and the purple thunder filled the air, covering his whole body. Holding the scepter of natural disasters and wearing thunder armor, Lin Moyu armed his soul body to the teeth at this time. The outer god stared at Lin Moyu, and his killing intent was boiling. What he wanted to do most now was to kill the hateful human soul in front of him, let his soul fly away, become a dead man, and then seize the body. His way of possessing bodies is different from others. He separates and integrates everything except living beings. Normal possession is to possess living beings, but he does not. He wants to really kill Lin Moyu, so that Lin Moyu's soul will be scattered and he will turn from a living being into a dead thing. Then he will occupy the corpse and control the body. 157. Although this method is different from ordinary possession, the final effect is almost the same. As long as he has a support, he can exert more abilities. Even if Lin Moyu's realm is low, he can still let him escape. The most important thing is that he can kill Lin Moyu. He already hates Lin Moyu to death. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, he could occupy the Purple Tiger Tower and then use the Purple Tiger Tower to occupy the Purple Pattern Origin. At that time, no one on the Origin continent will be able to restrain him. It was Lin Moyu who destroyed his plan and forced him into a desperate situation. Now even if he can't escape, he has to kill Lin Moyu as a scapegoat. No one knows what the extraterritorial gods think, but Lin Moyu can guess a little bit. The outer god's body glowed with silver light, and his eyes turned into armor covering his whole body. At the same time, a long sword with shining silver light appeared in the hand of the outer god, which looked sharp and unparalleled. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the outer god actually had this skill. But it didn't matter. It didn't make much difference whether there was a sword and armor. Lin Moyu chuckled, and several swords of luck came out, locking the enemy along the road and slashing at the outer god. The breath of the outer god dropped sharply, and he roared and killed Lin Moyu. The silver long sword in his hand burst out with silver light, and a huge sword suddenly appeared in Lin Moyu's soul world, as if it was going to cut the entire soul world. Thunder roared, and the purple pattern thundercloud burst out with boundless divine thunder, which fell on the silver sword. The thunder roared, colliding with the silver sword, and bursting with dazzling light. Most of the soul world was illuminated by the silver and purple light, and powerful power was stirring in the soul world. If Lin Moyu's soul had not reached the 5th level of Dao Zun, his soul would have been affected by the thunder and changed qualitatively, and the strength of the soul world would have been greatly improved. This collision alone would have been enough to tear his soul world apart. But now, the soul world was also torn into many cracks. The bright light illuminated the soul world, and it overflowed from the cracks torn from the soul, and the void outside the soul world was also illuminated a lot. Lin Moyu was like a thunder general, stepping on the thundercloud and entering the thunder minister. The outer gods also killed in front of Lin Moyu at this moment, and the two sides really fought. The outer gods of the Dao realm and Lin Moyu of the 2nd level of Dao Zun, the two are not opponents of the same level at all. This is Lin Moyu's world. Lin Moyu's power is amplified a lot here, while the power of the outer gods is affected. As one grows, the other grows, and the strength of the two sides is shortened a lot. Even so, the extraterritorial gods are still much better than Lin Moyu. The huge gap between the two sides is useless even in Lin Moyu's home court. Lin Moyu's aura suddenly increased sharply, and the shackles of the realm were instantly broken. Origin of magic, gather power. Lin Moyu used the origin of magic in the soul world, and several magic stars of the undead army shone brightly, and the extremely powerful power was quickly controlled by Lin Moyu. Dao Zun 3 realms, 4 realms, 5 realms. Lin Moyu was unstoppable and directly promoted to the peak of Dao Zun 6 realms. His soul was already Dao Zun 5 realms, and his body remained unchanged. It was no problem for his soul to break through to the peak of Dao Zun 6 realms. The next second, the bottleneck of Dao Zun 6 realms was also crossed, and Lin Moyu officially entered Dao Zun 7 realms. It was just the soul level that entered Dao Zun 7 realms, and the body still did not change. And it was just the power level that entered Dao Zun 7 realms, and the speed also increased accordingly. As for the understanding of the Tao, there was no change. For the soul body, the power-gathering technique only raised the realm by 2 levels, which was completely bearable. The gap between the two sides was further narrowed, and at this moment, the two sides finally met. The outer god swung his sword and slashed down like lightning. The silver light danced, cutting a crack in the soul world. Lin Moyu also swung the Calamity Scepter, without dodging, and rushed towards the outer god's sword. No matter how sharp your outer god's sword is, even if it is a treasure of the Dao realm, Lin Moyu is not afraid. He has confidence in his Calamity Scepter. Since he started practicing, he has never seen anything stronger than the Calamity Scepter. Bang! With a crisp sound, the silver sword of the Outer God shattered. Lin Moyu felt that his Calamity Scepter was like hitting a piece of tofu with almost no resistance, and smashed the silver sword of the Outer God into pieces. The Outer God obviously didn't expect that his sword would be so vulnerable. Lin Moyu smashed the sword and smashed it towards the Outer God. At the same time, the curse wings spread out behind the soul body, and curses washed over one after another. Curse speed, curse power, curse reaction, curse everything. Lin Moyu instantly turned on the curse power to the maximum, regardless of whether it was useful or not. Curse first. Under various curses, the Outer God continued to emit curse red light. Although it was not strong, it really worked. Affected by the curse, the Outer God was in chaos in an instant. Lin Moyu's Calamity Scepter also hit him at this time. At the moment of hitting, the Outer God finally had a reaction and dodged slightly. The silver armor was like tofu, smashed to pieces by the Calamity Scepter, and had no effect at all. At the moment the silver armor was broken, Lin Moyu saw the disbelief in the eyes of the Outer God. I think this silver armor should be a very powerful treasure, but facing the Calamity Scepter, it is nothing. The Calamity Scepter smashed the silver armor and then smashed the Outer God. The body of the Outer God is the same as the silver armor, which is no different from tofu. A shrill scream sounded, and half of the Outer God's body was broken on the spot. In just one shot, he was already severely injured, and his information dropped sharply. The soul gem on the Calamity Scepter glowed slightly, and when it smashed the Outer God, the soul gem instantly absorbed a large amount of soul power. The Outer God was originally a soul body, which was a favorite food of the soul gem. The Outer God retreated quickly with fear, and Lin Moyu's heart moved. The Avenue of Space and the Avenue of Time emerged at the same time and merged into the power of time and space. In the soul world, Lin Moyu can exert the power of the Avenue of Space and the Avenue of Time to the extreme. Even if the Outer God's realm is high enough, it will be affected. For a time, the Outer God fell into a state of chaos in time and space. And Lin Moyu appeared in front of the Outer God again as if teleporting, and smashed the Calamity Scepter again. Here, Lin Moyu is the master, and he can do whatever he wants. The Calamity Scepter hit the Outer God for the second time. Just like the last time, he reacted at the last moment and dodged in panic. The Calamity Scepter brushed the remains of the Outer God, and the soul gem flashed again, and absorbed the soul power of the eldest brother from the Outer God. The breath of the Outer God dropped sharply, and his strength was greatly reduced. Lin Moyu's mind moved. The soul gem is not only a treasure for the soul's defense, but also the nemesis of this kind of soul creatures. He discovered another function of the soul gem, which can restrain soul-like life forms. Of course, this kind of soul-like life form must be strong enough. If it is too weak, the soul gem will not look down on it and will not bother to move it at all. Lin Moyu was cruel and used the Space Avenue to teleport continuously and began to chase the Outer God frantically. The Outer God became a stray dog for a while, fleeing quickly in the soul world. But no matter how fast he ran, he would always be hit. After a while, he was hit twice again, and his body was completely broken, leaving only a big head. But in this way, the Outer God still did not die, but his strength was reduced by more than half compared to before, and he could not even maintain the heavenly realm. The breath of the Outer God has dropped to the 9th realm of Daozuan. In the soul world, Li Zhaohao, the big head of the Outer God, flew everywhere, extremely panicked. Now as long as the scepter of natural disasters comes lightly, he will be completely wiped out. The big head of the Outer God suddenly burst into silver light, followed by an extremely shrill scream. Lin Moyu's soul instantly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Just like before, facing this kind of scream, any defender is useless. Fortunately, the unconscious state will only last for a moment. With the soul gem and the purple thundercloud, the Outer God can't do anything to Lin Moyu in a moment. However, it was also this moment that gave the Outer God a chance to breathe. The silver light was dazzling, and the outer god's body recovered at an astonishing speed in an instant. This is also one of his abilities, but the fast recovery of the body obviously consumed a lot of his strength, and his breath dropped a little. The space he was in quickly twisted, and when Lin Moyu came to his senses, the outer god had penetrated the space and disappeared. The outer heavenly god escaped again. There are only two directions to escape from the soul world. One is to go back the way he came, but after returning, he will have to face the Demon King. With a heavy blow, his chances of survival are slim. The second is to escape from the soul void. Lin Moyu doesn't know what is in the soul void. As far as Lin Moyu knows, the soul void is very dangerous. Where will you escape to? Lin Moyu locked the outer heavenly god through the great Dao lock enemy. The next second, he knew the real destination of the outer heavenly god. The outer heavenly god chose to return the same way. He would rather face the Demon King than go to the soul void. Lin Moyu immediately had an idea in his mind. The danger of the soul void was beyond imagination. Consciousness returned, and Lin Moyu also returned to the present world. The Demon King's laughter rang in his ears. Let's see where you escaped this time. The outer heavenly god escaped for the first time. The outer heavenly god ran into Lin Moyu's soul world and wanted to kill Lin Moyu to take over his body. At this time, the Demon King had no choice unless he also entered Lin Moyu's soul world. But he was not a soul body, so it was not impossible for him to enter Lin Moyu's soul world. If he broke in by force, it would be equivalent to declaring war on Lin Moyu, and the Demon King did not want to be an enemy of Lin Moyu at the moment. So he could only wait. He knew that Lin Moyu was very strange and was not afraid of the outer heavenly supplement. So he waited patiently and rearranged the 467 mists to become a new cage of heaven and earth. He felt that even if Lin Moyu was not afraid of the outer heavenly gods, he probably could not kill the outer heavenly gods. After all, he was a guy in the Dao realm, and his combat power was not worse than that of the Dao Zun 9th realm. No matter how strong Lin Moyu was, he was only a Dao Zun 2nd realm. Sure enough, he waited, and the outer heavenly gods escaped again. The outer heavenly gods who escaped were much weaker than before. They were not the opponents of the Demon King before, and they were even less so now. In a blink of an eye, they were suppressed and could be killed at any time. After Lin Moyu regained consciousness, he did not attack again. Since the Demon King had already attacked, he would not intervene, otherwise the Demon King would think that Lin Moyu was trying to snatch the Dao reward from him. However, Lin Moyu was still on guard at all times. He estimated that the Outer Realm God had a backup plan. Sure enough, under the suppression of the Demon King, the Outer Realm God suddenly exploded, as if he had self-destructed. The majestic energy swept across the world, and a hole was blown out of the cage of heaven and earth arranged by the Demon King. Even the Demon King was repelled by this sudden self-destruction. In the explosion, a faint breath flew out of the gap in an extremely hidden way. Lin Moyu's eyebrows jumped. The last Dao lock was actually cut off at this moment, but he still felt this breath through his extremely sharp spiritual perception. This breath has completely become virtual. If you want to sense it, you need a keen spiritual perception and control of the illusory Dao. If the Demon King's spiritual perception is as sharp as his, he will not be able to sense it. After the explosion, the Demon King frowned, not quite sure. Is he dead? During the self-explosion, even the disgust of the great Dao disappeared, and the Demon King could not judge. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not dead, follow me. Vibrating the wings of time, Lin Moyu quickly flew in the direction of the escape of the Outer Realm God. Although the Demon King did not feel anything, he chose to believe Lin Moyu and followed Lin Moyu closely. The wings of time vibrated faster and faster, causing Lin Moyu to continue to accelerate. Time began to become disordered. The time belonging to Lin Moyu was fast, while the time outside was normal. In this way, an effect similar to teleportation is formed. The Demon King followed behind him, with a tone of surprise. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin didn't know the great Tao of time. Lin Moyu smiled. He only knows the basics, which is good for traveling. The Demon King said, fellow Taoist Lin is too modest. The basics of the great Tao of time are not something you can know just by thinking about it. When fellow Taoist Lin reaches the 9th level of Dao Zun, this speed will be unmatched. Even this emperor may not be able to catch up. Lin Moyu smiled. The 9th level of Dao Zun is still far away. The Demon King said, it will be reached sooner or later. With fellow Taoist Lin's talent, it is just a matter of time. Lin Moyu said, then I will accept the good words of the Demon King. The Demon King said, for fellow Taoist Lin, the 9th realm of Dao Zun is nothing, and the realm of Dao is also no problem. Moreover, this emperor believes that fellow Taoist Lin can go very far in the realm of Dao, and even becoming a Dao Lord is not impossible. The Dao Lord of the illusory Dao, just thinking about it makes this emperor envious. The Demon King said it sincerely and seriously, he really envied it. Lin Moyu said, Demon King, you are flattering me to death. I don't even dare to think about the realm of Dao. How can I dare to think about the Dao Lord? The Demon King laughed. Sometimes, you can think about it. Behind them, Lei Tian followed, not daring to speak. He didn't expect that Lin Moyu and the Demon King were so familiar with each other. Before, he went to see the Demon King without Lin Moyu's knowledge. At that time, he thought that the Demon King summoned Lin Moyu, which was a great honor for Lin Moyu. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. The Demon King and Lin Moyu are obviously treated equally. Lei Tian felt that he should change his attitude towards Lin Moyu and respect him more. After all, this was a person who could stand on equal footing with the Demon King. After flying tens of thousands of miles, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. At this time, they were in an ancient dense forest. Lin Moyu searched with his eyes and pointed to a high mountain below, saying, he has entered this mountain. This mountain seems a little strange. He is hiding inside the mountain. The Demon King waved his hand, it doesn't matter. I will get him out. A golden light came down and hit the mountain. The mountain collapsed and shattered on the spot. Wherever the golden light passed, everything turned into dust. Lin Moyu didn't know what avenue the Demon King practiced. The Demon King's attack showed a golden light. The golden light was thick, sharp, powerful, and had everything. Although the form was monotonous, it was very practical and belonged to a new trick to eat all the world. This ancient mountain that had existed for who knows how many years collapsed, and the ancient forest and old grass on the mountain were also completely shattered in the golden light. Some creatures who didn't have time to escape also died in the golden light. The Demon King is not a kind person, he won't care about these details. Suddenly, a golden light jumped out from his body. The Demon King sneered, no wonder it hid here. It turns out that there is a 10,000-year-old inkshire in the body of this mountain. Inkshire is a common refining material, which is not rare in itself. If the age is long enough and the volume is large enough, its value will become high. Inkshire over 10,000 years old, its quality is already Dao Zun realm material. If it is a little longer, the quality of a 100,000-year-old inkshire can reach Dao Zun 6 realms, or even higher. At present, this inkshire is at least more than 50,000 years old, and it is so huge, its level must be above Dao Zun 5 realms, and it is worth a lot. It is for this reason that the outer gods chose it as a sustenance, but unfortunately it was still found by Lin Moyu. Under the shining of the golden light, inkshire quickly shattered. Suddenly, inkshire as big as a mountain suddenly moved. The Demon King snorted coldly, get down right there. The golden light suddenly grew bigger and stronger, and the golden light shone brightly across the sky and earth. Inkshire, who had just made some movement, fell down again with a bang. The power of the Demon King was too strong. It was enough to suppress the outer heavenly god before, not to mention now. In Lin Moyu's perception, the outer heavenly god's current realm is only about the 7th realm of Dao Zun. Moreover, he has no physical body, even Lei Tian has the ability to kill him. But Lin Moyu is very curious about what form the outer heavenly god exists in now. He has no physical body, and what just exploded was his soul. If the soul exploded, what escaped? According to Lin Moyu's knowledge, outside the soul, only the true spirit is left. The true spirit is the foundation of all living beings on the origin continent, and it is the real core. But what he just sensed did not seem to be the true spirit. Lin Moyu asked without shame, "Senior Demon King, what did he escape from?" The Demon King said, "It was the heavenly spirit." Lin Moyu had never heard of the heavenly spirit, and continued, "Please explain in detail." The Demon King explained patiently, "The heavenly spirit is actually exactly the same as our true spirit. You also know that after practicing to the beyond realm, the soul can survive independently of the body. It doesn't matter if the body is destroyed. It will take some time to recover. The higher the realm, the less important the body is. As long as the soul is there, the body doesn't matter. After the soul becomes stronger, the cultivator can sense the true core of the soul, which is the true spirit. Once the true spirit is controlled by someone, it is more terrible than the soul being controlled by someone, so every cultivator will hide the true spirit. After reaching the great Tao realm, as long as the true spirit is not destroyed, even if it falls, there is hope to return to the peak. The gods outside the domain also have true spirits. Their true spirits are called heavenly spirits. In fact, they are all the same thing. The difference is that the outer gods have a certain ability to control their true spirits. Even if they fall, as long as their true spirits are not extinguished, the possibility of recovery is far greater than ours. Especially this special type of outer gods, who do not have a physical body, can be regarded as a physical body and a true spirit as a soul. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Lin sensed the escape direction of the true spirit, otherwise it would be a big trouble thousands of years later. After the explanation of the Demon King, Lin Moyu finally knew the difference. The cultivators of the origin continent cannot control their true spirits as easily as their souls and bodies, and can only make some rough changes. After death, the true spirit will be taken away by the great Tao. As for where it will go and whether it will be reincarnated, it is unknown. However, the higher the realm, the stronger the true spirit, and there will be a certain chance to return to the peak with the help of the true spirit. But the outer gods can truly control the true spirit. As long as the true spirit is not extinguished, they have the opportunity to truly revive again. Especially the special type of outer gods, without a physical body, can have a stronger control over the true spirit. Lin Moyu thought to himself, the body is real, the soul is half real and half virtual, and the true spirit is virtual. It seems that no matter what kind of creature it is, it cannot escape the virtual and real yin and yang. Thinking back to the few extraterritorial gods he had killed, their true spirits seemed to have been swallowed by the soul gem along with their souls. If the extraterritorial gods had not died, he would not have received the Tao reward. People can make mistakes, but the Tao will not. It's just that the Tao does not feel disgusted with the gods, which increases the difficulty of finding the gods. The Demon King continued, "It's not difficult to kill the true spirits. The difficulty is how to find them and find them. I have a feeling that in the future, fellow Taoist Lin will kill more extraterritorial gods and get more Tao rewards." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It depends on luck." The Demon King laughed, "Fellow Taoist's luck is not bad. That's natural. Since ancient times, people who control the avenue of luck have good luck. People with bad luck can't master the avenue of luck." Lin Moyu actually understood the other meaning of the words of the Demon King, which was to tell him that he would get more avenue rewards in the future, so he shouldn't fight for it now. Lin Moyu didn't want to fight with the Demon King. For a god from the outer realm with so many people participating, how much avenue rewards could each person get? Lin Moyu also had an eye on it. Under the continuous bombardment of the golden light, the huge 10,000-year inkstone was completely crushed into ash, leaving no residue. When the 10,000-year inkstone was completely crushed, Lin Moyu heard a scream from the soul. The god from the outer realm was finally killed, and nothing was left. The golden light was condensed, and the place where the high mountain was originally located turned into a bottomless pit. At the bottom of the pit, groundwater was bubbling up. The Demon King said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please confirm if he is really dead." Lin Moyu nodded, flew into the pit, and carefully sensed it. After a few seconds, he flew back. "It is confirmed that he is dead. In fact, there is no need to go through so much trouble. The rewards of the Great Tao will come. We may be wrong, but the Great Tao will not be wrong." The Demon King laughed. "This is not an experience. The rewards of the Great Tao have only been heard of, but never enjoyed." Lin Moyu smiled. "Now you can think about it. Whatever rewards the Demon King wants, you can ask for. As long as it is not too much, the rewards of the Great Tao can satisfy you." The Demon King nodded. He really needs to think about what rewards he wants. There are too many people who share the rewards of the Great Tao this time, and they can't get much benefit. Lin Moyu has already thought about it. With the help of this reward, he can condense the last 2 Tao patterns of the second realm of Tao Zun and enter the third realm of Tao Zun. Although the rewards of the Great Tao are small, it should be no problem to condense 2 Tao patterns. Above the 9 heavens, a mysterious aura suddenly descended. Lin Moyu said, "The Great Tao reward is here." The faces of the Demon King and Lei Tian immediately showed excitement. They had never seen the Great Tao reward before, and this time they could experience it for themselves. Then, a faint light shone on Lei Tian. The Great Tao rewards also descended in order, and the order was arranged according to the time of contact with the outer heavenly god. Among the 3, Lei Tian had the earliest contact with the outer heavenly god. Lei Tian had once blocked the outer heavenly god in the formation with several elders, which was considered to be some contribution, and he could get some rewards. After Lei Tian, another aura descended and landed on the Demon King. The Demon King also received the Great Tao reward, and the Great Tao reward he received was much more than Lei Tian. The Demon King made more contributions in the process of killing the outer heavenly god, and naturally gained more. After waiting for a few seconds, another aura descended and landed on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu had been ready for a long time. The moment the Tao reward came, he began to condense Tao patterns. Lin Moyu found that the Tao reward was indeed very small this time, and the speed of condensing Tao patterns was not fast. He severely injured the outer heavenly god and also seriously injured the outer heavenly god, but the person who killed the outer heavenly god in the end was not himself. If the Tao reward was divided into 5 parts, he would get at most 1/5, and 2/5 would be obtained by the Demon King. The remaining 2/5 would belong to the Thunder Light Purple Tiger clan. 1/5 of the reward could not do much, and it should be enough to condense Tao patterns. In Lin Moyu's soul world, the 53rd Tao pattern was taking shape. Suddenly, a beast-like roar came from outside the soul world. A roar like a wild beast resounded through the soul world. Lin Moyu had heard a similar sound a long time ago. This sound was not rational, but only the instinct of a wild beast. Back then, it was a soul dragon that came from the soul void and impacted his soul world. As a result, it was burned to death by the world-burning fire and turned into a soul crystal. It was also with this soul crystal that the 9-color dragon soul crystal became a 10-color dragon soul crystal, becoming something that only appears in legends. Unexpectedly, there are creatures coming from outside the soul world now. Boom! The inexplicable creatures from the soul void collided with the soul world, causing the soul world to shake continuously. Lin Moyu did not panic. While condensing the Tao pattern with the help of the Tao reward, he began to observe the soul void with one mind. In the soul tiger sky, a giant beast with the appearance of a lizard was constantly hitting his soul world with its body, and sometimes 443 would whip it with its tail. Its realm is not low, at least in the 7th realm of Tao Zun, stronger than the soul dragon in the past. Lin Moyu looked at the lizard and found it more and more strange. This lizard should be a spiritual beast. The soul and the body look the same. The body will generally look like the soul. And the soul should be pure. There should be no other special things except Tao patterns. But the soul of this lizard has many characteristics of other species. For example, its tail has a thorn on the tip, like a scorpion. Its abdomen, in addition to the original pair of claws, has a pair of smaller claws, like bird claws. Its surface has some scales, some of which belong to the lizard, and some are not. Lin Moyu's observation is as sharp as his spiritual perception. He knew that there was something wrong with this lizard at a glance. The soul void should have a lot of soul bodies in it. These soul bodies are lost in the soul void, without reason, only instinct. Instinct makes them kill each other and devour each other. As long as you devour the other party, you can strengthen yourself, but at the same time, the characteristics of the devoured will remain in the soul. This lizard must have devoured a lot of souls, so it has become like this. Thinking of this, another question arises. Where do so many souls come from in the soul void? In the origin continent, all intelligent creatures know that the soul void is dangerous and will not easily treat it. Creatures without intelligence have instincts and will not go to the soul void. Only a few creatures who think they are powerful and are curious about the unknown will go to the soul void. But there are very few such creatures. If there are a large number of creatures in the soul void, there are only two possibilities. One is that they have accumulated over countless years, and the other is that the world corresponding to the soul void is not in the origin continent. There is also a soul void in the world where the Outer Realm God lives, and it is the same. This also explains why the Outer Realm God would rather face the Demon King than escape into the soul void. Because he knows that the soul void is too dangerous, and those who enter will die. And facing the Demon King, there is at least a chance to escape with the true spirit. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu felt that everything was clear. And the reason why this lizard was attracted here was also clear. At that time, many cracks appeared in the soul world, and he used the origin technique. The aura of the origin technique leaked out, thus attracting the attention of those soul bodies in the soul void. Thinking back to the last time the dragon's soul came over, it seemed to be related to the origin breath. It seems that in the soul void, the origin breath is like honey that attracts insects. Be careful when using it next time. If you attract the soul of the Tao realm, it will be troublesome. Even the soul of the outer god of the Tao realm dare not enter the soul void, which means that there must be more terrible dangers in the soul void. If my own origin magic attracts these terrible existences, then I am afraid I will be in trouble. I don't know if the Demon King knows about the soul void. I can ask him during the meeting. Lin Moyu muttered to himself. It was easier to deal with the Demon King than with the third ancestor. If you want to get some information from the third ancestor, you have to pay a corresponding price. Because the third ancestor is a businessman, anything can be traded. But the Demon King is not, so you can get a lot of expensive information from the Demon King. 10 minutes later, the 53rd Tao pattern was successfully condensed. Then the 54th Tao pattern began to condense. As long as the 54th Tao pattern was successfully condensed, Lin Moyu could become a Tao Zun 3 realms. By then, his strength will be able to take another big step forward. Outside the soul world, the lizard was still hitting tirelessly. Although the soul world was shaking, it could still hold on and would not be in danger for the time being. Wait until the Avenue reward is over, and then come to deal with it. Lin Moyu felt that the effect of the Avenue reward was weakening. This time the Avenue reward was too little, even less than expected. Lin Moyu hurried to condense the Tao pattern. If he didn't hurry, he wouldn't be able to condense the 54th Tao pattern. After all this effort, it would be a loss if he still didn't advance to the third realm of Tao Zun. Time passed by second, and Lin Moyu was racing against time. It was a pity that the Avenue of Time could not be used when condensing the Tao pattern, otherwise Lin Moyu really wanted to multiply his time several times, but the Avenue didn't give him this loophole. The 54th Tao pattern gradually took shape in the soul, and the power of the Avenue reward was receding. Finally, at the last moment when the Avenue reward retreated, the 54th Tao pattern was completely formed. The Tao patterns resonated with each other, and Lin Moyu felt that he had reached a wonderful state. The second realm of Dao Zun was perfect, and his consciousness moved slightly, and the bottleneck between the second and third realms of Dao Zun was broken. Lin Moyu's breath soared, and he broke through almost in an instant. He entered the third realm of Dao Zun naturally, and his foundation was extremely solid, which was more stable than those who were promoted and then retreated for dozens or hundreds of years. Lin Moyu's foundation is too strong. With a Dao Zun fifth realm body and a Dao Zun fifth realm soul, as long as he has enough Dao patterns, he can be promoted directly without any obstacles. The magic stars are all shining. As his realm is improved, the power of the magic is also improved. Especially the summoning magic, the 0.8 improvement is the most obvious. The 54 Dao patterns resonate, and the power of the Dao patterns is also improved. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and looked at the big lizard outside the soul world. It's time to deal with you. To deal with it, Lin Moyu has many ways. The simplest is to use the Calamity Scepter to smash it to death directly. But that is a bit wasteful. The soul of the Dao Zun 7th realm is a bit inferior to the soul gem, and the arrogant soul gem does not have to eat it. In addition to the Calamity Scepter, you can also use the Burning World Fire. The Burning World Fire is not powerful enough to deal with the existence of the Dao realm of the Outer Realm God. But against the Dao Zun 7th realm, it should be possible to try. After making up his mind, a gap suddenly appeared in the soul world. The big lizard had no intelligence and rushed in directly from the gap. It locked onto Lin Moyu, who pointed at him at this moment. "Welcome." The flames filled the sky, and the big lizard was immediately engulfed in flames. The flames enveloped the big lizard, and the big lizard was immediately burned to pieces, and a large amount of soul power was refined. It rolled in the flames, screaming. Facing the Burning World Fire, this big lizard of the 7th realm of Dao Zun had no experience of resistance. Just like the giant dragon soul that had come in before, facing the Burning World Fire, it was also powerless. The Burning World Fire can burn the world and burn space. It is a very special kind of fire, especially effective for the soul. The Burning World Fire can refine the world into crystals, and it can also refine the soul into crystals. It's a pity that Lin Moyu's realm is too weak, and the opponents he encounters are often too strong, so the Burning World Fire is not very useful. The factors that determine the strength of the Burning World Fire are, first, Lin Moyu's own cultivation realm, second, his own soul realm, and third, the strength of the Burning World Fire itself. With Lin Moyu's current Dao Zun level 3, plus the Dao Zun level 5 soul, and finally the unique effect of the Burning World Fire on the soul. It is enough to burn the soul body of Dao Zun level 7. But the premise is a pure soul body. If it is a cultivator of Dao Zun level 7, the effect of the Burning World Fire will be greatly reduced when the body is intact. The effect of the Burning World Fire on the body is far less than the effect on the soul. If the soul body level is higher, the Burning World Fire will also lose its effect. Just like the outer heavenly gods of the Dao realm, no matter what type of outer heavenly gods, the Burning World Fire is useless, not as useful as the Scepter of Natural Disaster. But this time, this big lizard is a good material delivered to the door. The Burning World Fire can completely burn it to death and refine it. While refining it, the Burning World Fire itself can become stronger, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Although the soul void is dangerous, there are also opportunities. This world is like this, danger and opportunity often exist at the same time. Under the burning of the world burning fire, the screams of the big lizard became weaker and weaker. Lin Moyu saw that its body was shrinking, all impurities were burned, leaving only the purest soul. The world burning fire was once mistaken for the heavenly punishment fire. What is the difference between the two? The heavenly punishment fire is a punishment and test for the great Tao. All those who want to enter the great Tao realm must go through this test. Brother Tianlei once wanted to enter the great Tao realm by himself, but he was defeated by the heavenly punishment and failed. Suddenly Lin Moyu realized a problem. All the ancestors of the Holy Land sects did not know how to advance to the Tao realm. When they were trapped in the ninth realm of Dao Zun, how did Tianlai Taoist jump into the Dao realm? Could it be that Tianlai Taoist mastered the method of advancing to the Dao realm? But how did Tianlai Taoist know the method of advancing to the Dao realm? It was obtained by chance, not for other reasons. Lin Moyu did not realize this problem at that time, but now he suddenly thought of it, and doubts arose in his heart. The third ancestor, like the Demon King, as a strong man in the Dao realm, naturally knew how to advance to the Dao realm. Moreover, the path they took was different from the path taken by the practitioners of the Origin continent. They took the correct Dao pattern path. The third ancestor knew the method of advancement, but did not announce it. Obviously, he was subject to some restrictions, so he could not say it. Otherwise, with the character of the third ancestor as a businessman, he would have sold this method long ago, but it was obviously not allowed to be sold. It was not until he obtained the method of advancement from the Tushan sect that the three groups sold it. The reason for this, Lin Moyu didn't know. While he was thinking, the big lizard's cry had weakened. Later, it could no longer be called a big lizard. Its size shrank rapidly, and in the end it was only 1% of its original size, becoming a small lizard. The burning world fire burned for a full 10 minutes, and the lizard completely lost its movement. It was refined and turned into a soul crystal. All impurities have been removed, leaving only the purest and most fundamental soul. Lin Moyu took the soul crystal in his hand and felt the soul power in it. He found that although the soul power was extremely pure, it still had the attributes of the lizard itself, and was not the most primitive soul power without attributes. The soul power in the crystal was filled with a primitive and violent breath, which belonged to the breath of the 1,000 spirit beasts. Before the birth of spiritual intelligence, the instinct of the spirit beast was to prey and evolve. When seeing the weak, it would take the initiative to attack. When seeing the strong, it would retreat. This is the instinct of the spirit beast, and it will not think until the birth of spiritual intelligence. And now, the fire of burning the world returns the soul power of the spirit beast to its original state. This kind of soul power is useless to Lin Yu. At this moment, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to smell food and suddenly flew out from the tree branch of the world. It came to Lin Moyu, emitting a slight dragon roar, and circled around Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu understood what it meant, if you want. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal nodded and continued to make a slight dragon roar. Lin Moyu threw the soul crystal to it casually, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal swallowed the soul crystal in one gulp. After swallowing the soul crystal, the 10-colored dragon soul crystal cried out happily twice, then flew back to the world tree and fell into a semi-sleeping state. It began to digest the soul crystal, and Lin Moyu could feel that its breath seemed to have improved a little. It turns out that it doesn't just want the soul crystals of the dragon clan, other soul crystals are also liked. Lin Moyu finally understood that the food of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal is the soul crystal, not necessarily the soul crystals of the dragon clan. Looking at the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, he knew that there would be another foodie in his soul world. Infinite fusion requires spiritual materials, the world tree needs the remains of the origin spiritual vein, the skeleton hell needs the origin spiritual vein, and the 10-colored dragon soul crystal needs the soul crystal. It is really difficult to keep these four foodies well. Lin Moyu could only say that he was in pain and happy. As long as he could take good care of 950, the harvest would be good. When his consciousness returned, the heavenly Tao reward had ended when he was promoted to the first level 3. He opened his eyes and saw the Demon King and Lei Tian. The Demon King was still shrouded in mist and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, Lin Moyu could feel that the Heavenly Emperor's aura seemed to have improved. Obviously, the Demon King used the Tao reward to improve himself. The same was true for Lei Tian, whose aura seemed to have improved a little, but not much. In the process of suppressing and killing the outer gods, Lei Tian did not contribute much, so the reward he received was relatively small. Seeing Lin Moyu wake up, the Demon King's deep voice sounded, "Congratulations to fellow Taoist Lin for being promoted to the third realm of Taoist Venerable." To be promoted to the third realm of Taoist Venerable at less than 3,000 years old is truly unprecedented and will never be repeated. Lin Moyu laughed. Really unprecedented? The Demon King was slightly stunned, and then laughed. Fellow Taoist Lin is really a joke. On the Origin continent, who can reach 3,000 years old and be promoted to Taoist Venerable? Anyway, I have never seen it. Lin Moyu said, Senior Demon King's cultivation has also been enhanced. Your improvement is 10 times or 100 times stronger than my improvement of one realm. The flattery was not too light, and the Emperor was relieved. The Demon King laughed. It's all thanks to fellow Taoist Lin. It turns out that the rewards of the great Tao are so cool. Lin Moyu looked at Lei Tian. Congratulations to Chief Lei Tian. The noble's disaster has been overcome. Lin Moyu and the Demon King were flying at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, not very fast. A cloud of fog enveloped the two, isolating them from the outside world. Lei Tian had already gone back, and Lin Moyu had something to say to the Demon King in private. The Demon King's voice was still deep and deep. Fellow Taoist Lin, if you have anything to say, just say it. Lin Moyu said, I wonder if Senior Demon King knows about the Soul Void. Soul Void. When the Demon King heard these 4 words, the mist covering his body changed significantly, which also meant that his heart was not calm at this moment. The Soul Void was indeed not simple enough to make the Demon King so restless. And it also showed that the Demon King knew about the Soul Void. After a few seconds, the mist of the Demon King gradually calmed down, which meant that his mood also calmed down. He spoke and asked why the taste friends suddenly mentioned the Soul Void. Lin Moyu said, Before, the Outer God entered my soul world and wanted to kill me, but failed. At that time, he had 2 choices, one was to escape, and the other was to escape to the Soul Void. He would rather choose to escape and face your pursuit than to escape to the Soul Void. In fact, Lin Moyu had already guessed the answer, but still wanted to confirm it from the Demon King. The Demon King sighed. That's because he knew that escaping to the Soul Void would definitely lead to death. Lin Moyu asked, Is the Soul Void so dangerous? The Demon King said with certainty, It is very dangerous. If he goes there, he will die. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. To be honest, I have entered the Soul Void before, but I didn't fly far and came back, and I didn't encounter any danger. At that time, my realm was very low, and a senior warned me that it was easy to get lost in the Soul Void and told me not to go. Besides that, is there any other danger? Lin Moyu naturally knew that the Soul Void was dangerous, and he had guessed the form of danger, but he still pretended that I knew nothing, hoping to get more answers from the Demon King. Now that the Demon King has just received the reward from the Great Tao, his cultivation has been improved, and he is in a very good mood, and he is a little grateful to himself. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it is the best time to get information. The Demon King said, If you enter the Soul Void at a low realm, the biggest danger is getting lost and unable to find the way back. In the end, your spiritual wisdom will be annihilated in the Soul Void, and you will become a soul with only instincts. But once you reach the Tao realm, it's different. The souls of the Tao realm are like a big light bulb in the dark world in the Soul Void, attracting the attention of many terrifying beings. Those terrifying beings will chase him and eat him, killing him. There was a hint of fear in the tone of the Demon King, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Lin Moyu asked, Are there many such terrifying beings in the Soul Void? The Demon King immediately said, I don't know, I haven't been there, and I don't dare to go there. Lin Moyu continued, I don't even dare to go to the Tao realm, so only the Tao Master can go there? What kind of place is the Soul Void? The mist of the Demon King continued to roll, revealing his complicated mood. That's not the case. There are indeed people in the Tao realm who have entered the Soul Void and returned alive. As for the Tao Master, the level is too high, and this Emperor cannot contact it. As for what kind of place the Soul Void is, this Emperor doesn't know, perhaps only the Tao Master knows. During the conversation, the Demon King told all the information he knew about the Soul Void, but in fact, he didn't know much. Lin Moyu had already guessed most of this information, and this conversation was just a confirmation. After a conversation, the Demon King left, leaving Lin Moyu alone. This place is not far from Zihu City. Lin Moyu stood at an altitude of 10,000 meters and could see the Zihu Tower from a distance. The Zihu Tower was shrouded in thunder, exuding a majestic pressure. Thunder sounds would be heard from time to time, and divine thunder shot out from the Zihu Tower and rushed straight into the sky. Lin Moyu stood in the air and pondered the words of the Demon King. Once those below the Tao realm enter the soul void, they will be too far away from their physical bodies and will lose their way, and eventually be obliterated by the soul void. The Tao realm can enter the soul void, they don't have to worry about getting lost, and they won't be obliterated by the soul void. But the Tao realm will face another danger, their souls will be attacked by some terrible beings. But many powerful Tao realm will still enter the soul void and return safely. Obviously they have the ability to deal with those terrible beings. Knowing that the soul void is very dangerous, the Tao realm strongmen will still enter the soul void, and there are quite a few of them. Obviously there is something they need in the soul void. What is in the soul void? This question, perhaps only I can find it in the soul void. Lin Moyu summarized the information about the soul void. The soul void is indeed very dangerous. People below the Tao realm will get lost if they go there. People of the ordinary Tao realm will be attacked by terrible beings if they go there. The strength of the Tao realm varies greatly. The weak Tao realm dare not enter the soul void, while the strong Tao realm often enter the soul void. In the soul void, they can see what they need. Summarize this information and keep it in mind. Lin Moyu then flew towards the Purple Tiger City. As soon as he approached the Purple Tiger City, thousands of purple lights suddenly shot out from the Purple Tiger Tower. The purple light, with a noble aura, swept across the sky and earth, interweaving into a huge sky curtain, covering the entire Kaihu City. In the Purple Tiger City, countless members of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger knelt on the spot. For them, the Purple Tiger Tower was a sacred object of the tribe. At this moment, the Purple Tiger Tower was sacred, and as a member of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger, he kneeled instinctively. The sky curtain continued to evolving into thousands of light bands of varying depths, spreading like a rainbow, and turning into the Purple Cloud Road. Someone exclaimed, "Grave accent Thousand Cloud Purple Road, this is the most honorable etiquette of our tribe, who came and actually used this etiquette. I remember that thousands of years ago, the great Demon King came here once, and he used Chinchia to open the way. Could it be that the great Demon King is here again?" Definitely, Li Hao, and the entire Demon Clan, besides the Demon King himself, who else is worthy of using Chinchia Purple Road? Lei Tian flew out of the Purple Tiger Tower, followed by 8 clan elders, and after the 8 clan elders, there were a large number of ancestors above the 7th realm. Someone saw Lei Tian and several clan elders and exclaimed again, "It's the clan leader, and there are clan elders, and behind them are all ancestors of the 7th realm. The clan leader and 8 clan elders have come out, it must be the Demon King. I didn't expect that I could see the great Demon King in my lifetime, and I have no regrets in this life." This time, more people knelt down, not only the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger clan, but also some members of the Demon Clan of other clans, who also knelt down at this moment. The Demon King is the common leader of all demon clans, how can he not kneel? Lei Tian led everyone to Chinchiazi Road and looked in the direction of Lin Moyu. Lei Tian's majestic voice resounded throughout Zihu City. Lei Tian and all the elders of the clan welcome Mr. Lin. 1. Behind him, the 8 elders of the clan also said in unison, "Welcome Mr. Lin." The voices of Lei Tian and the elders resounded throughout the city. In Zihu City, everyone was stunned as if struck by lightning. Who is Mr. Lin? Isn't it the Demon King who came? Who is Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin, it sounds like he is from the human race. Yes, only the human race can call him Mr. Could it be that Mr. Lin is a human? Soon, they saw the so-called Mr. Lin. Lin Moyu stepped onto the Chinchia Purple Road and walked towards Lei Tian and others along the Purple Road. His appearance, entering the Zihu city, is the first impression of every demon member. He is really a human. What is his identity? Why would he use the Qianxia Purple Road? A Taoist master in the third realm, but the clan leader and elders greeted him so respectfully. What is going on? Even if the Demon King came in person, it would be just like this. Why is it like this? Could it be that the Dao Zun 3 realms are just his disguise, and his realm is actually the same as the Demon King? This is the only explanation. Otherwise, with the identity and strength of the clan leader and the elders, it is impossible to be like this. There are all kinds of discussions, and the monsters have their minds open, and all kinds of speculations continue. The relationship between the monsters and the human race is very strange, like enemies and friends. They are enemies, but it seems that there is no full-scale war. And the monsters go to the human 333 territory, or the human race comes to the monsters' territory. There are many pans, and there is no saying that they will fight and kill each other when they meet. They are friends. On Panlong Island and the land of Dongzhou, the demons and humans often fight, and this fighting has lasted for many years. And some demon clans have indeed made deadly feuds with the human race. The Lei Guang Purple Striped Tiger clan, as a royal family, also has a lot of say in the demon clan. Their actions naturally aroused many people's speculation. Some people even speculated whether the relationship between the demons and humans has changed repeatedly. Amid the discussion, Lin Moyu came to Lei Tian with a smile on his face. Lei Tian clan leader, you made such a big scene, aren't you afraid that some guys will spread rumors? Some people say that you are going to betray and surrender to the human race. Lei Tian said with a trace of disdain, that kind of trash talk, the clan leader never cares. As he said that, he turned around and winked, find the person who is talking nonsense and kill him. A 7th-level ancestor behind him immediately flew out and rushed straight to Zihu City. Lei Tian was polite to Lin Moyu, but when facing other people, he was the head of the clan who was decisive in killing, and a powerful Taoist of the 9th realm who had the final say. Lei Tian waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, Lei Tian, on behalf of the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan, formally welcomes you to the Purple Tiger Tower. The banquet has been prepared in the tower, please, Mr. Lin. This sentence was said formally. The previous time he entered the Purple Tiger Tower was just to let Lin Moyu help his clan solve the difficulties. Now it is considered to be officially entering the tower. Lin Moyu laughed, then Lin will obey your order. He walked in front with Lei Tian and the elders of the clan, and the other 7 elders followed behind with a group of ancestors of the 7th realm. The 3 walked side by side, and Lin Moyu walked in the middle, as if he was the master here. Only Lei Tian knew the reason. Not only because Lin Moyu saved the whole clan, but also because the Demon King Moyu treated them equally. How dare they neglect someone who can sit on equal footing with the Demon King, so they used the courtesy of Qianxia Purple Road to welcome Lin Moyu. The second time they entered the Purple Tiger Tower, they did not enter the 99th floor, but the 90th floor. The 90th floor is where the Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger is used to receive distinguished guests. The decoration here is very exquisite, magnificent, and exudes a strong atmosphere of ugly luxury. The Thunderlight Purple Striped Tiger clan seems to want to tell everyone that they are very rich and have plenty of money. Here, a banquet is set up. Only ancestors above the 7th realm of Dao Zun are qualified to sit at the table. Lin Moyu is the only person below the 7th realm of Dao Zun in the field. At the cordial invitations of the clan leader Lei Tian, Lin Moyu sat on the left side of Lei Tian, while the elders sat on the right side of Lei Tian. The demon clan also respects the left, so this means that the whole clan is told that Lin Moyu's status is not higher than that of the elder. The key is that the elder has no opinion, and his old face is full of smiles, and he seems very happy. Aft, Lei Tian raised his glass. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving our tribe from danger. Lei Tian, on behalf of the whole tribe, toasts to Mr. Lin. Lin Moyu raised his glass and clinked it with Lei Tian. You are too polite, Chief. I just happened to meet him by chance. Lei Tian shook his head. Some things depend on fate. It is fate that Mr. Lin can be here at this moment. Lei Tian puts this here. From now on, as long as Mr. Lin has any instructions, Lei Tian will do his best. The chief elder also said, Patriarch, don't forget me. As long as Mr. Lin says a word, I will definitely be able to complete the task. Several other elders also said that as long as Lin Moyu has anything to say, just speak up. Their promise is equivalent to the entire Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan standing behind Lin Moyu. After all, Lin Moyu saved their entire clan. This favor is too great to be forgotten. Several elders took turns to toast Lin Moyu to express their gratitude. Then many Seven Realms ancestors came to toast, and the banquet became more and more lively. While drinking, Lin Moyu seemed to mention Lei Zhao unintentionally. He also tactfully told everyone that he and Lei Hao were brothers in life and death, and it was because of Lei Hao that he came here. From the Patriarch to the elders to the Seven Realms ancestors, everyone remembered Lei Hao's name. Lin Moyu knew that as long as Lei Hao didn't let down his guard, his position as the successor would basically be secured. After the banquet, which lasted for half a day, Lei Tian dismissed everyone, leaving only himself and the elder. Lei Tian said, I don't know when I can repay Mr. Lin's kindness, but now, please go to our treasure house and take a look. If you like something, you can take it away. Lin Moyu immediately said politely, You are too polite, Chief. I have never thought about it. Lei Tian shook his head and said, This is not a decision made by me alone, but a decision made by me and several elders. Although our clan is not rich, there are more or less good things. Mr. Lin, go and see if there is anything you like. The elder also said, Mr. Lin, don't be polite. Your kindness to us is not comparable to a few personal belongings. Lin Moyu went to the treasure house of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan under the invitation of the two. The treasure house of the Thunder Purple Striped Tiger clan is also in the Purple Tiger Tower, from the 91st floor to the 95th floor. The higher the floor, the higher the level of the items in the treasure house. Among them, the 91st floor corresponds to the treasures above the Heavenly Venerable and below the Sway Venerable. The 92nd floor is the treasures of the 1st to 3rd realms of the Tao Venerable. The 93rd floor is the treasures of the 4th to 6th realms of the Tao Venerable. The 94th floor is the treasures above the 7th realm of the Tao Venerable. As for the 95th floor, there are some special items. Lin Moyu, led by Lei Guang and the Elder, passed through the 91st and 92nd floors and went straight to the 93rd floor. When Lei Tian and the Elder worked together to open the door of the treasure house, a strong source of power rushed in, causing a strong wind. The wind blowing in the face contains the power of various attributes. There are wind, fire, water, and thunder. This also shows that the treasures in the treasure house are of various types and have various attributes. The Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan has existed for countless years. Over the years, the collections in the clan must be extremely rich, and no one knows exactly how many there are. Lei Tian waved his hand, and the wind blowing out of the treasure house suddenly stopped. Then Lei Tian gestured, Mr. Lin, please. Lin Moyu walked in, and Lei Tian followed closely behind, introducing, the 93rd floor treasure house contains magic weapons, materials, elixirs, array plates, etc., and the grades are between the 4th and 6th realms of the Dao Zun. If Mr. Lin has anything he likes, just take it. He looked very rich, as if Lin Moyu would not feel bad if he moved the entire treasure house away. Lin Moyu joked, What if I want all of them? Lei Dong was stunned for a moment, then his eyes were firm. Mr. Lin's kindness is not comparable to external things. I will ask people to pack up the things inside and let Mr. Lin take them all. Seeing that Lei Dong seemed to be serious, Lin Moyu immediately stopped him. I was just joking. I am not very interested in treasures. I just want to take a look and broaden my horizons. Lei Dong smiled slightly, then Mr. Lin can take a look slowly, and take away if you like it. The elder of the clan also said, Mr. Lin, you really don't have to be polite. These are all external things. If you really want them, you can pack them up and take them away. The two were too polite, and they were too polite. Lin Moyu naturally understood why they were like this. The so-called grace of saving the clan was at most half. The other half should be attributed to the Demon King. It was precisely because of the Demon King's attitude towards him that they reacted like this. Lin Moyu believed that if he really wanted to pack up the treasures here and take them away, they would definitely agree. But whether he felt happy or not was another matter. Lin Moyu only looked through the materials of the magic weapons of the 4th to 6th realms of the Taoist master and did not see what he needed. Although there were some good fine products in these things, they were of no use to him, and they were simply valuable. Even if he took them, he would go back to fill the warehouse or sell them in exchange for the origin crystal. No matter which one, they were not necessities. After looking around, Lin Moyu said to Lei Tian, "The collection of the nobles is really rich." Lei Tian heard the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. "There is no item that Mr. Lin likes here. Why not go to the upper floor to have a look?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Well, it's good to broaden your horizons." The three came to the 94th floor, where all the treasures above the 7th realm of the Taoist master were placed. Before opening the door to the treasure house, Lei Tian said to Lin Moyu, "Mr. Lin, please step back a little. The things here are a little dangerous. The treasures of the 7th level of Dao Zun, especially the magic weapons, may have spirituality. The magic weapons with spirituality are no longer ordinary magic weapons. If you are not careful, it will be really dangerous." Lin Moyu obediently stepped back a few steps. The elder of the clan stood in front of Lin Moyu without making a sound, which meant to protect Lin Moyu. Lei Tian opened the door of the treasury, and as soon as the door opened a crack, a cold light shot out from behind the door. Lei Tian shouted angrily, punched out with a fist, and sent out a thunderbolt, shattering the cold light. Then several more cold lights shot out from behind the door, and Lei Tian shattered several more in succession. And the few fish that escaped the net were intercepted by the elders of the clan. Lei Tian pushed hard and completely opened the door of the treasury. Suddenly, purple light and thunder roared in front of him. Above the door of the treasury, endless purple thunder fell, turning into Thunder Gate servants. After the thunderbolt, 5 sharp swords spun in the air, constantly blasting out sword energy. The thunder curtain could not block all the sword energy, and some of it would leak out. Lei Tian snorted coldly, rushed into the treasure house, and directly waved his fist to blast away all 5 swords. The 5 swords were obviously unwilling to accept it, and kept resisting, fighting with Lei Tian. Unfortunately, Lei Tian was very powerful, and the 5 swords were obviously no match for him and were quickly suppressed. Lin Moyu was amused. Where did these 5 swords come from? The 5 swords were obviously spiritual, and it was obvious at a glance that they were a set. The elder of the clan said, "They are called the 5 Elements swords. They were brought back from a secret treasure by a clan leader of our clan 30,000 years ago. The 5 Elements sword is actually a sword, but he usually likes to divide it into 5. To match it, there is also a set of 5 Elements sword formation, which is quite powerful. If it is performed by a person in the 7th realm of Taoism, it can barely approach the 8th realm of Taoism. If Mr. Lin is interested, take the 5 Elements sword away." Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's just interesting. Let's talk about it later." Lin Moyu doesn't usually use swords and has no interest in the 5 Elements sword. A few seconds later, the 5 swords were beaten and seemed to be obedient. They merged into one, from 5 to 1, and became one again, held in Lei Tian's hand. "0, please give me flowers 0. At this time, the elder of the clan said, "Let's go in." Lin Moyu nodded, walked through the thunder curtain, and entered the treasure house. Lei Tian, the clan leader, held the 5 Elements sword and said to Lin Moyu, "Mr. Lin, please look around. Take away what you like. There are not many things here, but the level is okay. Treasures above the 7th level of Dao Zun, whether they are magic weapons or materials, are rare, so the number is naturally not large. Some small clans may not even be able to take out one. It is rare for a royal clan like the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger to form a treasure house. The elders of the clan are quite familiar with the treasures here and will introduce them to Lin Moyu. Most of the magic weapons and materials here are at the 7th level of Dao Zun, and there are only a few at the 8th level. As for the 9th level, there is not a single one. Point 0. Lin Moyu picked up a piece of material, looked at it for a few times, and then put it down casually, without any nostalgia. Lei Tian and the elders of the clan saw it, and they realized that Lin Moyu's vision was extremely high and he didn't care about ordinary things at all. Lin Moyu looked at them one by one, and in a blink of an eye, he had already looked at most of them, but none of them caught his eye. Suddenly, he saw a bead. This bead had the mark of the Buddha clan on it, and it was a treasure of the Buddha clan. However, the color had faded, the spirituality had been lost, and there were cracks on it, which obviously showed that the Buddha bead had been destroyed. Although the Buddha bead was destroyed, the material used to refine it still belonged to the 8th realm of Dao Zun, so it was still placed here. Lin Moyu picked up the Buddha bead. How could there be something from the Buddha clan here? The elder of the clan explained, I remember that 23,000 years ago, there was an 8-wheeled ancient Buddha of the Buddha clan who had a conflict with 10 members of my clan. The two sides fought a great battle, and in the end the 8-wheeled Great Sun Buddha was defeated and returned. This Buddha bead was left by him. Although the Buddha bead was destroyed, it was a commemoration of a victory, so it was left here. Lei Tian interrupted, if I remember correctly, the 8-wheeled Great Ancient Buddha was called Shenshur Taigu Buddha, and he seemed to want to convert a direct descendant of our clan. The ancestor of that direct descendant was the clan elder. Lin Moyu took the Buddha bead. The things of the Buddha clan are still worth studying. Lei Tian understood everything, and immediately said, Mr. Lin, take it. Suddenly, the 5-element sword in his hand suddenly emitted a sword energy and blasted towards Lin Moyu. The 5-element sword suddenly attacked, and Lei Tian and the elders were caught off guard. By the time they reacted, the attack of the 5-element sword Qi had already arrived in front of Lin Moyu. Oops! Be careful! The two only had time to speak, and the sword Qi had already engulfed Lin Moyu. The 5-element sword, without the evolution of the sword formation and without a master, relying only on its own spirituality, its attack power is infinitely close to the 7th realm of the Taoist master. Infinitely close to the 7th realm of the Taoist master, it is much stronger than Lin Moyu's 3rd realm of the Taoist master. In the face of being attacked head-on without any preparation, in the eyes of Lei Tian and the elders, Lin Moyu is doomed to die. The two men were gritting their teeth, and at this moment they thought a lot. Thinking about if Lin Moyu really died, would the people behind Lin Moyu come to the door? Thinking about whether the Demon King would let them go. After all, the Demon King and Lin Moyu had a very good relationship before. If Lin Moyu died here, their Thunder Purple Striped Tigers, the 270th clan, would be wiped out. At this moment, Lei Tian had the idea of destroying the 5-element sword. In the sword energy, Lin Moyu's voice suddenly sounded, this sword has a bad temper. The two of them were immediately surprised that Lin Moyu was fine. The sword energy dissipated, and Lin Moyu evolved the Power Avenue True Body and the Immortal Avenue True Body at the same time. The power of death weakened the sword energy, and the Power Avenue controlled the whole body's strength, raising the defense to the extreme. But it was still impossible to block all attacks. The excess part was shared by the undead army. Seeing that Lin Moyu was not damaged in the sword energy, Lei Tian and the elders of the clan were delighted. Mr. Lin, you are fine, it's really great. Mr. Lin is really a god, I admire you. In addition to being happy, the two did not forget to flatter him. Lin Moyu chuckled, this sword has a bad temper. It won't be satisfied unless it strikes me. In that case, why not give me the 5-element sword as well? Lei Tian almost destroyed the 5-element sword on the spot. He already regarded the 5-element sword as a scourge and a hot potato. After Lin Moyu said that, he agreed immediately, no problem, Mr. Lin, take it. Lin Moyu smiled, then please help me seal the 5-element sword, so I don't have to bother with it again. Lin Moyu is only at the 3rd level of Daozun now, and is not far from being able to use the 5-element sword. After getting it, it must be sealed first and used in the future. It is indeed difficult to seal the 5-element sword at the 3rd level of Daozun. Lei Tian can fully understand what Lin Moyu said, and immediately said, no problem. Thunders rose in his palm, and the lightning flowed on the 5-element sword, and the 5-element sword suddenly lost its sound. Before the seal was unsealed, the 5-element sword was just a sharp sword with no other function. After Lei Tian completed the seal, he handed the sword to Lin Moyu, and also told Lin Moyu how to unseal it. Lin Moyu took the 5-element sword, then I won't be polite. Lei Tian waved his hand quickly, what you said, as long as you like it, just take it. Lin Moyu put away the 5-element sword and the Buddhist beads, there is nothing else on this floor. If the chief of the Lei Tian clan and the elders don't mind, I want to go to the upper Shikam to have a look. Lei Tian said very straightforwardly, Mr. Lin, go ahead. The 95th floor is also the last floor of the treasure house. In this floor, there are some special things, many of which are things that no one recognizes, but they feel a little extraordinary. Most of them are above the Daozuan realm, but they can also be fully guaranteed. In short, no matter whether it is useful or not, as long as it cannot be recognized and feels to be of high quality, just throw it in. Over time, a special treasure house was formed. When he arrived in front of the treasure house, Lei Tian opened the door openly this time, and it was obvious that there was no danger. When the door opened, a strange breath surged out from behind the door. Lin Moyu's spiritual sense suddenly sent a warning, and his eyelids began to twitch violently. Back off! Lin Moyu shouted and quickly backed off. Lei Tian and the elder of the clan reacted quickly. After hearing Lin Moyu shout, they also quickly backed off. Lin Moyu backed off a long way in one breath. He followed the way he came and retreated directly to the 94th floor before stopping. Clan leader Lei Tian and the elder of the clan also followed Lin Moyu to the 94th floor without knowing what was going on. The elder of the clan asked, Mr. Lin, what happened just now? Lin Moyu closed his eyes and thought at this time, and did not answer immediately. Just now, he had a warning of danger from his spiritual sense, so he backed out at the first time, and he had no idea what the reason was. As long as the spiritual sense is in danger, there is no need to ask the reason, just retreat. After retreating to the 94th floor, the warning in the spiritual sense disappeared, and Lin Moyu began to think about what had just happened. Every bit of the previous details, all emerged in his mind. Gradually, his eyes lit up. At the moment when the door was opened just now, an extremely complex breath surged out. This breath was formed by the interweaving of various treasure materials, and among them, there was a breath that was very dangerous. The spiritual sense also sounded the alarm. And this breath, Lin Moyu already knew what it was. It is useful to him, very useful. It's really a piece of cake to find it without any effort. Lin Moyu was secretly delighted in his heart, and asked at the same time, Patriarch, great elders, you don't usually come here, right? Lei Tian shook his head, basically not. The great elder said, it's been a long time since I came here, about 10,000 years, and this treasure house has not been opened for 10,000 years. In the past 10,000 years, the main force of the entire Thundered Light Purple Striped Tiger clan has been restrained by the outer gods, and many things have stopped. This treasure house has not been opened for nearly 10,000 years. Lei Tian asked, Mr. Lin, did you find anything? Lin Moyu said, there is something inside that is very dangerous to you. I can't tell you what it is. If you want to know, you can ask the Demon King, but I don't think the Demon King will tell you either. But I can tell you that this thing has already entered a state of recovery. Once it is truly revived, not to mention your race will be finished, the entire East Continent, and even the Origin Continent, will be in big trouble. Lin Moyu's words made the two of them feel creepy. The elder of the clan was horrified, so, This thing is more terrifying than the outer gods? Lin Moyu nodded. In a way, yes. Once this thing is fully revived, no one can control it. Even the Demon King will do the same. 2.3. The outer gods at least have the Demon King to deal with, but the thing that Lin Moyu mentioned, even the Demon King can't do anything to him. This is a bit scary. The elder of the clan and Lei Tian looked at each other. They could never have imagined that there was such a terrifying thing in their clan. They didn't doubt Lin Moyu's words at all. If Lin Moyu wanted something, he could just ask directly and they would agree. There was no need to make up any stories to deceive them. Lin Moyu said, fortunately, he hasn't fully recovered yet. Before he recovers, I still have a way to deal with him. This made the two of them feel relieved again. The elder murmured, it's good to be able to deal with it, it's good to be able to deal with it. At this time, a flame suddenly fell from the space of the 95th floor and entered the space of the 94th floor. Lei Tian's face suddenly changed, and he punched out instinctively. After all, Lei Tian was a Taoist 9th level, and his reaction was extremely fast, much faster than Lin Moyu. And as a demon, he had a strong fighting instinct. The flames coming from the 95th floor made him feel that something was wrong, so Lei Tian instinctively attacked. Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed, and he retreated again. As he retreated, the elders of the clan also retreated. When Lei Tian realized that something was wrong, it was too late to stop. The thunder on his fist shot out and collided with the fire. Boom! The flames suddenly grew larger and instantly turned from flames into a sea of fire, covering a large area. The thunder that Lei Tian shot was swallowed by the sea of fire, and no waves were raised. Seeing this, Lei Tian retreated frantically, but he was still a step too late, and he was also swallowed by the sea of fire. He wanted to get out of the sea of fire, but there was a powerful force in the sea of fire that held him tightly and prevented him from escaping. The sea of fire quickly eroded his body, and with his power of the 9th level of Taoist, he was unable to resist. There is a terrible power in the sea of fire. This power is very strange. It is not very powerful, but very strange and strange. Lei Tian's thunder power was quickly swallowed and disintegrated. Lei Tian made 14 crazy moves, but the thunder he made had no effect in the sea of fire. For a while, Lei Tian was in a desperate situation. It won't take much time for the sea of fire to swallow him. At this time, a big hand suddenly reached out from behind, grabbed Lei Tian's shoulder, and then pulled him out of the sea of fire. Lin Moyu took action and pulled Lei Tian back. When leaving the sea of fire, Lei Tian had no good meat on his body. His whole body was burnt. The noble purple hair that was originally on his body was now gone, and his whole body was bald. It was as miserable as it could be. But now Lei Tian couldn't care so much. He was lucky to be able to save his life. He thanked Lin Moyu gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for helping me. The elder of the clan looked solemn. Is this the danger Mr. Lin mentioned? Lin Moyu nodded. If I'm not mistaken, the 95th floor is now a sea of fire. You two should notify the clan members above the 95th floor to leave the Purple Tiger Tower quickly. This fire is not just burning downwards. The elder of the clan suddenly reacted. Lin Moyu was right. The fire was not only burning downwards, but also upwards. Even Lei Tian was in such a mess. Wouldn't those clansmen with lower realms be in danger of death if they were burned? The elder immediately notified others through the formation in the Purple Tiger Tower. However, it would have been fine if he hadn't moved the formation. Once he moved the formation, he suddenly found that the formation of the Purple Tiger Tower was broken. The formation was cut off by the flames, which scared the elder out of his wits. Fortunately, he was still calm. He immediately rushed into the Purple Tiger Tower and entered the 96th floor from the outside to notify other clansmen. Lei Tian was also stunned at this moment. He had escaped death and had the most profound understanding of the horror of the sea of fire. As Lin Moyu said, this thing was more terrifying than the outer gods. Suddenly, Lin Moyu laughed out loud. Lei Tian asked curiously, Mr. Lin, what makes you laugh? Lin Moyu said, I was thinking, if that extraterritorial god occupied the Purple Tiger Tower, and then this thing revived, that extraterritorial god would probably be burned to death directly. Don't you think it's funny? Lei Tian thought about it. It was really the case, but was it really that funny? Now the Purple Tiger Tower has been burned. If it continues, the whole tower will become a flame tower. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. Mr. Lin, Lei really can't laugh. If Mr. Lin has a way, please help and save our clan again. Lei Tian is a demon after all. He is straightforward and will not agree. Lin Moyu looked at his embarrassed appearance and smiled. Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will take action. Lin Moyu walked towards the sea of fire. Around Lin Moyu, the space was distorted, and flames also rose, turning Lin Moyu into a fireman. Covered in flames, Lin Moyu stepped into the sea of fire and walked on the fire. Seeing Lin Moyu walking in the sea of fire safely and even a little contented, Lei Tian found that Lin Moyu's ability was far beyond his imagination. The sea of fire that enveloped Lin Moyu came from the skeleton hell. Lin Moyu enveloped himself with the skeleton hell and blocked the flames in the sea of fire. The flames in the sea of fire are of the same origin as the magma flames of the skeleton hell, and their properties are exactly the same. So the magma flames of the skeleton hell can block the sea of fire. The thing that Moyu was talking about was a piece of hell fragment. He didn't expect that there was a piece of hell fragment hidden in the treasure house of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. And this piece of hell fragment was truly revived after so many years. Once the hell fragment revived, it would be a catastrophic disaster for any living being, and only he could solve it. With the help of the skeleton hell, Lin Moyu blocked the flames from the hell fragment and walked to the 95th floor. On the 94th floor, Lei Tian could only wait anxiously. He couldn't go to the 95th floor and couldn't see Lin Moyu's situation. The elder of the clan quickly returned. Everyone has been evaluated. Did Mr. Lin go up? Lei Tian nodded. He went up. Mr. Lin seemed to ignore the sea of fire. The elder of the clan whispered, Mr. Lin is extraordinary. You and I can't imagine. You must never offend Mr. Lin in the future. Lei Tian said, yes, not only can we not offend him, but we must get along well with Mr. Lin. The elder of the clan said, the one called Lei Hao will be the next clan leader. No need to compete anymore. Lei Tian did not object. Through the relationship with Lin Moyu, Lei Hao as the clan leader will only benefit the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan and not harm it. Lin Moyu returned to the 95th floor, which had become a world of fire. The door of the treasure house and all kinds of treasures have disappeared. The fragments of hell have the power of hell and can devour everything. Lin Moyu heard a shrill scream, and the Hell Zone spirits appeared in the sea of destruction. These hell evil spirits are of extremely high realms, all reaching the 6th realm of Dao Zun. They are 3 realms higher than his own hell evil spirits, and their combat power is completely not at the same level. However, their number was too small, less than 100, and compared with himself, they were not on the same level. Hundreds of hellish evil spirits were running in the sea of fire at the same time, rushing towards Lin Moyu. It seems that he has swallowed a lot of good things. Lin Moyu chuckled, and with a thought, the skeleton hell covering himself suddenly enlarged. Countless hellish evil spirits rushed out from inside, and the two sides suddenly collided violently. Screams and roars were endless. Although Lin Moyu's hellish evil spirits were not in a good state, they were in large numbers and could be eaten up. Even if they were eaten one by one, it would take a long time. The hellish evil spirits did not have any special attacking skills and could not cause large-scale casualties, so the number was particularly important. Moyu had a way to deal with just 100 hellish evil spirits. Using his hellish evil spirits as cannon fodder, Lin Moyu took the opportunity to pass through the sea of fire and headed towards the center of the sea of fire. Soon, he saw a fist-sized piece of hell fragments shining in the center of the sea of fire. The fragment of hell flashed with black and gray light, and at the same time, it continued to emit black and gray aura. These auras evolved into a hell world, and infinite flames rushed out of the hell world and turned into a sea of fire. The fragment of hell has most of the power of hell. It will burn and devour everything it encounters, and then turn it into its own power. As more and more treasures, materials, and creatures are devoured, the hell it evolves will become stronger and stronger, and even it itself can be restored. If one day, the entire origin continent can be devoured, perhaps hell can be restored. When it was still a fragment, it was enough to kill the top star king, and it could also burn to death a powerful Taoist ninth realm master like Lei Tian. If it recovers a little, even if the demon king takes action, it will not be able to stop it. It is precisely because of this that when Lin Moyu asked the third ancestor about the whereabouts of the fragment of hell, the third ancestor's reaction was so great. Lin Moyu successfully approached the fragment of hell with the help of the skeleton hell. The fragment of hell has no consciousness, only instinct. When Lin Moyu approached it, its instinct seemed to sense the danger coming, and it sprayed black and gray breath crazily, making the sea of fire more intense. But this could not stop Lin Moyu. With the protection of the skeleton hell, Lin Moyu ignored the flames. He had already merged with the hell fragments once, and now the hell fragments were no longer a threat to Lin Moyu. With a move of consciousness, the scope of the skeleton hell expanded rapidly, directly covering the hell fragments. The skeleton hell and the sea of fire overlapped, as if they were fused together. The gate of hell suddenly emerged, and the complex patterns on the gate of hell shone. A huge suction force rose from the gate of hell and enveloped the hell fragments. The hell fragments resisted the suction of the gate of hell, as if they didn't want to be sucked away. The dark pool of the underworld was spinning rapidly, and the 10,000-meter black dragon flew out of the dark pool of the underworld and bit the hell fragments. Then it shook its head violently and threw the hell fragments towards the gate of hell. A vortex appeared in the gate of hell, sucking the hell fragments in. In an instant, the gate of hell burst into brilliant light, and more patterns appeared on the gate, as powerful as the waves. The vortex rolled back, and countless black and gray auras rushed out of the vortex and merged into the skeleton hell and the dark pool of the netherworld. The netherworld black dragon roared, each one more intense than the last. Lin Moyu could feel that the netherworld black dragon was extremely excited at this moment. The skeleton hell roared continuously, and the hell evil spirits roared loudly at the same time, and the sound was deafening. As the master of the skeleton hell, Lin Moyu could feel that the skeleton hell was absorbing and fusing the hell fragment. Although the hell fragment resisted a little, the resistance was ineffective. The power contained in this hell fragment was becoming the nutrient of the skeleton hell. Although it was only a small piece, its effect was better than the origin of the spirit vein. Lin Moyu could clearly feel that the skeleton hell was rapidly becoming stronger. The realm of the hell evil spirits soon broke through collectively and reached the fourth realm of Dao Zun. After the breakthrough, it soared all the way and quickly approached the fifth realm of Dao Zun. After getting infinitely close to the fifth realm of Dao Zun, the speed of improvement slowed down and finally failed to break through the fifth realm of Dao Zun. The hell evil spirit is at the limit of the fourth realm of Dao Zun and is only one step away from the fifth realm. Lin Moyu estimated that with 2 million hell evil spirits at the limit of the fourth realm of Dao Zun, they can definitely trap any strong man below the seventh realm of Dao Zun. If the number can be increased a little more, and the nether black dragon is counted, even if he faces the seventh realm of Dao Zun, he will not be intimidated. Thinking of the hell evil spirits evolved from the hell fragments just now, although they have the combat power of the seventh realm of Dao Zun, the number is too small, only 100. It seems difficult to have both quantity and quality. In contrast, Lin Moyu prioritizes quantity, using quantity to make up for quality. Of course, the quality can't be too bad. I don't know if the number will increase plus. Just as he had this thought, the evil spirits of hell suddenly began to split. The evil spirits of hell split into two, and the number instantly doubled, from 2 million to 4 million. The scope of the skeleton hell is also expanding rapidly, from the previous 4,000 miles to only 8,000 miles. The nether black dragon opened its mouth and let out a series of dragon roars. Its body is getting bigger, and its length has not changed, still 10,000 meters. It still hasn't completely left the nether black pool, and only the 10,000-meter area has left the black pool. But it has become stronger, and its strength has increased significantly compared to before. According to Lin Moyu's feeling, the power of the nether black dragon has reached the 6th realm of Dao Zun, 2 realms higher than the evil spirits of hell. With it, the power of the skeleton hell is also increased. Even if it can't trap the 7th realm of Dao Zun to death, Lin Moyu also has the confidence to fight against Dao Zun's 7th realm head-on. Dao Zun 3 realms and Dao Zun's 7th realm head-on, this is simply an unimaginable miracle. A piece of hell fragment greatly improves his combat power. This also makes Lin Moyu more determined to find the hell fragment. He must go to the Nether clan in Shizhou. After swallowing the hell fragment, the gate of hell became more complete. The mysterious pattern on the door has almost appeared a quarter. As long as it continues, the gate of hell will be completely restored sooner or later. At that time, the skeleton hell may become a new hell and return to the world. The flames disappeared instantly after the skeleton hell was put away. The treasury on the 95th floor has been completely burned, leaving no armor. Not only the treasury, but also the space on this floor, and some formations in the Purple Tiger Tower were burned by the flames. The Purple Tiger Tower was also damaged, but fortunately the Purple Tiger Tower has the ability to recover itself. As long as the damage is not too serious, it can recover by itself. Lin Moyu understood that the real foundation of the Purple Tiger Tower was actually the Purple Mark origin. As long as the Purple Mark origin was not damaged, the Purple Tiger Tower would have a chance to recover. Lei Tian and the elders rushed up, and after seeing Lin Moyu was safe and sound, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Moyu said that it's solved, but the treasure house has been burned. Lei Tian waved his hand. It's gone, it's all a small matter. As long as Mr. Lin is safe and sound, nothing else matters. Lin Moyu laughed. Fortunately, there is another space in the Purple Tiger Tower, Zhaodiz. If it weren't for these layers of space blocking, the entire Purple Tiger Tower would have been burned. Lei Tian and the elders agreed with this. If there weren't layers of space in the Purple Tiger Tower, the flames of the hell fragments would have swallowed the entire Purple Tiger Tower long ago, and Lin Moyu wouldn't have had time to take action. Lin Moyu clapped his hands. Okay, the Purple Tiger Tower is safe, there shouldn't be anything else next, and I can retire. Lei Tian hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. Mr. Lin, won't you stay for a few more days? Lin Moyu shook his head. I have something else to do. Actually, I was just passing by Zihu City and came to see Lei Hao. Now I have been delayed for quite some time, and it is time to set off again. You don't have to remember the previous things too much. I have also been paid. What's more, with Lei Hao here, I will naturally help if I can. Lin Moyu mentioned Lei Hao twice in 2 sentences, which further strengthened Lei Tian and the elders' determination to make Lei Hao the next patriarch. Lin Moyu did not go to see Lei Hao again. After coming out of the Purple Tiger Tower, he left the Purple Tiger City directly. He was like this. Since he recognized Lei Hao as a friend, he would naturally do what he should do. But there was no need to elaborate on what friends did. Lei Hao would naturally know in the future. After flying thousands of miles, Lin Moyu slowly landed. This was a wasteland with an ancient forest. There were some spirit beasts in the Tongue Forest. The spirit beasts were not powerful. The most powerful one was only Tianzuan. Lin Moyu's breath shook slightly, and the spirit food in the ancient forest immediately shrank their heads. Instinct told them that they could not afford this person. Waves of Buddhist sounds rang out, and Lin Moyu summoned the Buddhist Lich. 5 halos of light enveloped him. As the 5-wheeled ancient Buddha, the Buddhist Lich sat in the air, with a solemn appearance and Buddha's light shining everywhere. Lin Moyu took out the Buddhist beads he got from the treasure house and handed them to the Buddhist Lich. Absorb it and see if you can be promoted to the 1st round of the ancient Buddha. If the Buddhist Lich can be promoted to the 7th round of the ancient Buddha, he will really have the strength to fight head-on with the powerful Taoist 7th realm. With the cooperation of the skeleton hell, it is very likely to kill the Taoist seventh realm. The Buddhist lich chanted the Buddha's name and began to absorb the Buddhist beads. Although the Buddhist beads were damaged, they were made of materials from the 8th level of the Taoist after all, and it would take some time to absorb them. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. He communicated with the skeleton hell and began to receive information. After the skeleton hell completely absorbed and integrated the hell fragment 817, it found that there were some pictures in the hell fragment. These pictures came from the countless years of records of the hell fragment. Before, because he was still in the Purple Tiger Tower, Lin Moyu did not receive this information. One picture after another was sent into his mind and connected together so that Lin Moyu understood the whole story. Countless years ago, hell collapsed, and this piece of hell fell on the origin continent. It lost all its power, just like an ordinary stone, sleeping for countless years. But because it once belonged to hell, its origin was not destroyed. 10,000 years ago, he was picked up and brought back by a member of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger. Because it was hard to tell what it was, but because it was strong enough, it was finally put into the treasure house on the 95th floor. In the treasure house, there are countless materials and treasures that are hard to tell what they are, and these materials and treasures also contain strong power. So, it began to revive. Its power was extremely weak at first, and it first devoured the closest material. It took it thousands of years just to devour this material. After that, it began to devour the materials one by one, slowly recovering. But the speed of recovery is still very slow. During this period of time, if someone can open the treasure house, they will find something unusual. Unfortunately, in the past 10,000 years, most of the power of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger clan was used to deal with the extraterritorial gods. The Purple Tiger Tower was almost in a state of abandonment, and no one had ever opened the 95th floor treasure house. So, it devoured little by little, accumulating strength little by little. When it had almost devoured all the messy things in the 95th floor treasure house, it finally revived. The power of hell broke out, re-evolved, and turned into a sea of fire. This process took a lot of time again. Just when its evolution was almost complete, Lei Tian opened the door of the 95th floor treasure house, which was equivalent to opening a magic box. It instinctively sensed a more powerful force, so the flames filled the sky, wanting to plunder and devour. The power of hell was too advanced. Although it was just a fragment, it was not something that Lei Tian, a Dao Zun 9 realm, could resist. At that time, if the Demon King was present, he could still suppress it. But if it swallowed up the entire Purple Tiger City, even if the Demon King came, it would be useless. For the entire origin continent, this is a disaster. Fortunately, I was there. It was a disaster for others, but it was an opportunity for me. The skeleton hell swallowed it successfully, making the skeleton hell even better. Lin Moyu understood the whole process of the incident. Among all the pictures, the one that caught Lin Moyu's attention the most was the first one. That picture was the first one in all the records of the Earth fragments. At that time, the hell had just collapsed. In the remaining pictures, Lin Moyu saw an extremely huge figure. This figure was obviously not a human, but it was too hazy to see what it was. It was this figure that smashed the hell. Hell was actually smashed by a creature. How strong is this creature? There is such a terrible existence in the world. Lin Moyu was shocked. He could never have thought that the hell would collapse because of this. The extremely powerful hell was smashed into pieces by an even more powerful creature. Most of the hell was turned into powder, and only a few fragments were left and flew in all directions. In addition to being shocked, Lin Moyu felt that it seemed normal. As powerful as the Calamity Scepter, the 5 gems were smashed and scattered everywhere, and the destruction of hell seemed acceptable. I don't know, compared with the guy who smashed hell, that stinky old man, and the old man who controlled the ancestral water, who is stronger? Lin Moyu muttered in his heart. The strongest people he had ever seen were undoubtedly the old man in green robes and the old man who gave him the ancestral water. With his current knowledge, he couldn't tell who was stronger between the two. Now we have to add the creature that smashed hell. I don't know who is stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu suddenly said, "No, we have to add one more, the Taoist partner of that stinky old man. I don't know who is stronger among the four people." As his thoughts flew, the Buddhist sound in his ears suddenly became heavier. The Buddhist lich absorbed a lot of power from the Buddha beads and began to rise. The sixth halo was born smoothly, and the Buddhist lich looked solemn, successfully becoming a six-wheeled ancient Buddha, becoming more and more powerful. At this time, the Buddha beads shrank by nearly half, and the Korean demon continued to absorb. Suddenly, the Buddha beads burst into Buddha light, and a voice sounded from the Buddha beads, "How dare you destroy this Buddha's treasure?" Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that there was a trace of Buddha's thoughts from the eight-wheeled ancient Buddha in the Buddha beads. Lin Moyu moved his mind and gave an order to the Buddhist lich. At the same time, a drop of ancestral water flew out and fell on the Buddha net sky. Then the power of faith burned fiercely, blessing the Buddhist lich. The Buddhist lich's breath increased sharply, and at the same time, the road of destiny emerged. Following the trace of divine thoughts in the Buddha beads, the Buddhist lich found its trace in the road of destiny, and then punched out. Lin Moyu vaguely heard a loud noise, and the road of destiny set off waves. The Buddhist beads vibrated violently, and the eight-wheeled ancient Buddha's Buddhist thoughts vibrated violently, and the sound came out intermittently. "How dare you, stop it!" Lin Moyu whispered, "Keep going, beat him up." The Buddhist country lich punched nonstop and hit the road of destiny twice in a row. The road of destiny was surging with huge waves, accompanied by a roar, and after two punches, the beads finally returned to calm. The eight-wheeled ancient Buddha's Buddhist thoughts that had been left in the Buddhist beads were completely smashed. Lin Moyu said with disdain, "The person is lost, the magic weapon is destroyed, and he is still arrogant here. If you don't have the strength, shut up and stop talking useless nonsense." Shizhou, the land of the Buddhas. There are thousands of Buddha kingdoms in the Buddhas, and the center is called the Buddha realm. There are also countless Buddha kingdoms in the Buddha realm, and each Buddha kingdom represents an ancient Buddha. Under the ancient Buddha, there are many ancient Buddhas. The ancient Buddhas are generally not very holy, and the ones who appear on weekdays are the ancient Buddhas. The ancient Buddhas are equivalent to the heavenly lords of the human race, and their status in the Buddha kingdoms is not low. On this day, a huge Buddha kingdom shook violently, and low roars came from the Buddha kingdom, and the breath spread throughout the Buddha kingdom. In an instant, all the believers in the Buddha kingdom knelt on the ground, chanting Buddhist scriptures, as if praying for something. "If you destroy this Buddha's treasure, this Buddha will definitely kill you. Pass the decree, and see the thunder-like purple striped tiger clan in the future to subdue demons and monsters." The Buddha kingdom was shaken, and countless people received the decree. Once the Buddha issued the decree, it meant that all the Buddhist disciples in this Buddhist country would fight to the death with the people of the thunder-like purple striped tiger clan. Soon, this news would also spread to the demon clan and the ears of the thunder-like purple striped tiger clan. Even if no one spread it, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce controlled by the third ancestor would find ways to sell the news. News is valuable, especially for the two parties who started the war. The news between each other is even more valuable. The Lufeng Chamber of Commerce is not just selling some goods, selling news is also a major source of their income. The Buddhist country which lich destroyed the Buddha's thoughts in the Buddha beads with 3 punches, and ate the Buddha beads clean, leaving nothing behind. The aura of the Buddhist country which lich has also risen to the peak of the 6-wheeled ancient Buddha, only 1 step away from the 7-wheeled ancient Buddha. Although this result is not as good as the best expectation, it is acceptable. After all, there is a huge gap between the 6 wheels and the 7 wheels, and it is not easy to cross it. No matter how special the cultivation method of the Buddha clan is, on the origin continent, its essence is no different from that of the human clan. The same is true for the Dao Zun of the human clan. It is also very difficult to cross from the 6th realm to the 7th realm. Therefore, above the 7th realm, people can be called the 7th realm ancestor. This is a respectful title, and those who can obtain it are also extremely rare. For example, the Thunder Light Purple Pattern clan, which has been passed down for countless years, is a royal family with millions of clansmen. The number of ancestors above the 7th realm will not exceed 3 leaders. Now the Buddha Kingdom Lich has reached the peak of the 6-wheeled ancient Buddha. If he sacrifices the believers in the Buddha Kingdom at all costs, with ancestral water and the power of faith, he may also be able to burst out the combat power of the 7-wheeled ancient Buddha. In conjunction with the skeleton hell, there is a real experience of confronting the Dao Zun in the 7th realm head-on. Lin Moyu estimated his own strength, showing a satisfied look, and said to himself, I have to find an opportunity to fill up the Buddha Kingdom of the Buddha Kingdom Lich. The eternal Buddha Kingdom of the Buddha Kingdom Lich can accommodate 50 million believers. But now, there are less than 3 million believers, less than 10% of the total, and there has been no chance to replenish it. The requirements of the eternal Buddha Kingdom for believers are very simple. They do not need 2 powerful creatures, as long as they are living beings. The souls of living beings after death can become believers. But so many living beings cannot be created out of nothing. It depends on luck whether you can find a suitable opportunity. Putting away the Buddha Kingdom Lich, Lin Moyu took out the 5-element sword again. The 5-element sword has been sealed at this time, and the spirit in the sword is in a dormant state. This sword can be divided into 5, and at the same time possesses the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. If it forms a sword formation, its power can be comparable to the 8 realms. But the problem is that if you want to fully control it, you must have at least the 7th realm of Daozuan, and Lin Moyu is far behind. And it doesn't mean that a Daozun of the 7th realm can challenge a Daozun of the 8th realm with it. That would be courting death. You have a magic weapon, so does a Daozun of the 8th realm not have one? At most, it can only be said that when facing a Daozun of the 8th realm, it has a certain life-saving power. But these abilities are useless to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu held the 5-element sword. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. If you hadn't insisted on cutting me with the sword, you wouldn't have fallen into my hands in the end. I can only say that your fate is like this. With a spiritual magic weapon, I don't know what kind of lich you will become. As Lin Moyu said, he had not thought of taking the 5-element sword at first. But this thing must cut him with the sword before it will stop. In this case, let it do as it wishes. A ball of fire ignited from the palm of his hand, covering the 5-element sword. Original magic, summon elemental lich. The 5-element sword vibrated with a buzzing sound, and its spiritual instinct began to resist. It resisted very violently. After all, it was a magic weapon of the 7th realm of Daozun, and it had spirituality. It was not easy to evolve into an elemental lich. The sword energy emanated from the sword, exuding a powerful breath. Lin Moyu could feel its anger and unwillingness. This spirituality was very strong. Although it had not really evolved into wisdom, whether it had spirituality or not made a huge difference to the magic weapon. A cloud of original thunder appeared under Moyu's feet, and a trace of original divine thunder was drawn out and fell into the 5-element sword. The 5-element sword trembled suddenly, and its small spirit was paralyzed by the divine thunder, temporarily losing the ability to resist. The 5-element sword gradually deformed in the flames, lost its sword appearance, and the sword energy dissipated. 10 minutes later, the 5-element sword had returned to its origin and turned into a ball of liquid. The liquid contained all the 5 elements, and this ball of liquid should be an extremely excellent refining material. There are too many types of materials in the world, and Lin Moyu can't name them. The 5 elements liquid continued to deform in the flames, gradually turning into the appearance of an elemental lich. 20 minutes later, a brand new elemental lich was completely formed and flew out of the flames. It looked only the size of a fist, very small and cute. But on it, it exuded a sharp aura, and the whole person was like a sharp sword. The newborn lich knelt respectfully in front of Lin Moyu, expressed his sincere submission. 5-element sword monster. Realm, Daozun 6th realm. Grade, Perfect. Growth limit, none. Spells, 5-element sword chi, sword of heavenly Tao craftsmanship. 5-element sword chi can cut out 5 different types of sword chi to deal with different enemies. Sword of Great Tao, receive the power of the Great Tao to improve your own realm. At the same time, you can use the power of the Great Tao to cut out the 5-element sword rain, and you can cut out 1 sword every hour. The 5-element sword monster inherited the characteristics of the 5-element sword, but did not inherit the 5-element sword formation, but added the sword of Great Tao. This is also one of the abilities of the witch after the heavenly venerable realm, which is connected to the Great Tao. Lin Moyu looked at the information and murmured to himself, the Great Tao of Sword can improve your own realm. The 5-element sword monster was originally the 6th realm of Dao Zun. If you improve your realm again, will you be the peak of the 6th realm or the 7th realm ancestor? The Great Tao of Swords seems to be divided into 2 parts. There seems to be no limit to the ability to improve the realm. And the 5-element sword C can only make 1 sword in 3 hours. Try it, you will know after you try it. With a thought, the 5-element sword demon saluted Lin Moyu and flew away quickly. He was so fast that he was like teleporting, and he was 100 miles away in an instant. He cast a spell and a bright road appeared around him. In the road, thousands of swords were floating and sinking, some big, some small, some strong, some weak, and countless swords were flying in the road. The avenue of swords enveloped his body, and the breath of the 5-element sword demon suddenly soared, breaking the bottleneck, and stepped into the Daozuan realm from the 6th realm. With the blessing of the Great Tao of Sword, the 5-element sword demon entered the 7th realm of Dao Zun in one fell swoop. Lin Moyu then showed a happy expression on his face. The Buddhist Lich failed to enter the 7th wheel of the ancient Buddha, but the 5-element sword demon in front of him gave him a great surprise. The 5-element sword demon of the 7th realm of Dao Zun may be less powerful than the real 7th realm of Dao Zun, but it is still the 7th realm of Dao Zun, and it can always compete. Combined with other means, Lin Moyu is 80% sure that he can kill some of the 7th realm ancestors. Try the 5-element sword C. The 5-element sword demon, which is only the size of a fist, opened his little hand, and the Great Tao of Sword around him suddenly boiled. 5 swords with different attributes and colors, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, flew out of the Great Tao of Sword and came behind the 5-element sword demon. The 5-element sword is much larger than the 5-element sword demon, forming a strong contrast. At this time, the 5-element sword demon stretched out his hand and pointed, and the 5-element sword immediately slashed forward. In an instant, the Great Tao of Swords was activated, and countless sharp swords flew out from the Great Tao like mountains and seas, covering the sky and the earth, and covering the area of 100 miles ahead. Billions of swords turned into huge waves and poured out. Wherever they passed, the earth seemed to be plowed. In the area of hundreds of miles, no grass grew, and the ground sank several meters, forming a basin. Not bad power. Lin Moyu was very satisfied, put away the 5-element sword demon and left quickly. He knew that with such a big commotion, someone would come soon, so it would be better for him to leave first. Less than a minute after he left, someone had already arrived here. There were more than one person, dozens of people. They were all attracted by the powerful aura, thinking that some strange treasure had come out. After arriving here, everyone was shocked. The area of hundreds of miles sank several meters and was plowed into flat land. The land of the origin continent can be broken and cracked, but it is not something that ordinary people can do to sink several meters directly and become a basin. Which 7th realm ancestor is this, testing his own magic here? This place is so close to Zihu City, isn't he afraid of the ancestors of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan taking action? It might be the ancestors of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. At this time, a purple lightning flash came from a distance, and Lei Tian walked out of the purple light. The strong men above the 7th realm were testing magic outside Zihu City, which was a provocation to the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan. As the clan leader, he came to see it in person. Someone recognized Lei Tian and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is the clan leader Lei Tian." They actually alarmed the clan leader Lei Tian. After all, it's outside Zihu City, so we have to pay attention to it. I don't know who is so ignorant of the seriousness of the matter. I'm afraid he's going to be in trouble. Lei Tian looked at the plowed land, feeling the remaining breath in it, and his eyes gradually became complicated. It's the breath of the Five Elements sword. Mr. Lin actually mastered the Five Elements sword. Lin Moyu mastered the Five Elements sword with the power of the third realm of Dao Zun, and was able to exert the power of the Five Elements sword to such an extent. Lei Tian found that his understanding of Lin Moyu was too shallow. Lin Moyu was like a big mystery. When he thought he knew something, he would find that there were more secrets in Lin Moyu, and he was still so ignorant. Lei Tian was indeed a little angry when he came. After all, this place was so close to Zihu City. But after knowing that it was Lin Moyu who did it, his anger disappeared instantly. Lei Tian said nothing and turned away, pretending that this incident had never happened. The crowd watching on the side was surprised to see Lei Tian leave. They couldn't understand why Lei Tian didn't say a word, and the Nanji File group let this person go. With the temper of the Thunder-like Purple Striped Tiger clan, it shouldn't be like this. This incident is also destined to become an unsolved mystery, and no one will explain it. After Lin Moyu left, he flew thousands of miles before landing again. This time he released Xiao Wu and others again. Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu sat on the back of Xiao Niu. This trip to the ancestral land, several people gained a lot. Xiao Shi successfully promoted to Dao Zun, Xiao Wu promoted to Dao Zun's second level, and Xiao Niu reached the peak of Tian Zun. Although Xiao Yu did not enter the ancestral land, with the help of Lin Moyu, she also got the help of the Divine Thunder and successfully reached the peak of the other shore realm, only half a step away from the Supreme. If Lin Moyu hadn't thought that practicing too fast was not a good thing and asked Xiaoye to consolidate her foundation, Xiaoye could have become the Supreme by now. But even if she didn't become the Supreme, Xiaoye is now the youngest peak of the other shore in the origin continent. If she became the Supreme, she would be the youngest Supreme. If she continued to practice according to the plan made by Lin Moyu, Xiaoye might become the youngest Heavenly Venerable and Dao Venerable in the origin continent. Xiao Wu continued to point the way and guide Xianyo. Lin Moyu said, "Now the four of you have thunder poison in your body. If you want to continue to practice with Divine Thunder, you must remove the thunder poison." Xianyo's eyes lit up and he was the first to speak. "Master, Xianyo must continue to practice with Divine Thunder. Divine Thunder can stimulate Xianyo's blood. I feel that as long as I continue to practice with Divine Thunder, Xianyo's blood can truly awaken. After enjoying the benefits of Divine Thunder, you will become addicted. Even if there is no blood awakening, the effect of practicing with Divine Thunder is far better than your own hard work." Lin Moyu laughed. "Removing thunder poison is very painful. It is a pain from the soul. Can you bear it?" Hearing that it was a pain from the soul, Xianyo immediately showed a hint of hesitation. But after hesitating, his eyes became firm again. "For the sake of blood, Xianyo is not afraid of pain. Xianyo has a feeling that my blood is very strong and ancient. If it can be fully awakened, it will definitely be very powerful." At this time, Xiao Wu patted Xianyo's head. "After you become powerful, can you rebel against the master and become the master from now on?" Lin Moyu also said along with Xiao Wu's words at this moment, "Indeed, I forgot to consider this point, or let it go." Xianyo cried out, "Anti-Xiao Wu, you can't slander Xianyo like this. Xianyo's loyalty to the master can be seen by the heaven and earth, and the Tao can be seen by the Tao." Xiao Wu snorted lightly. "Who knows, I see that you are rebellious. Maybe you will rebel one day. Even if you don't rebel, your cow kids may rebel one day." Xianyo cried, "Auntie, please stop talking. Xianyo will never betray the master. If those cow kids dare to have any dissent, Xianyo will be the first to clean up the door without the master doing anything." Xianyo looked like he had lost his parents, which made several people laugh. 1.0 Xiao Yu smiled. "Miss is teasing you, Xianyo, don't be afraid. Xiao Wu snorted, "You can't even joke with me, it's not fun." Lin Moyu looked at Xiao Niu, and he naturally knew that Xiao Niu would know that Xiao Wu was joking with him. This guy is very smart, just cooperating with Xiao Wu, it's hard to say who is who. Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, it's not the time to remove the thunder poison now. I will use the purple vein origin to reduce the thunder poison for you first, and it will be easier when you remove it in the end." Lin Moyu mobilized a trace of purple vein origin from the origin thundercloud, turning it into mist to cover the 4 people. Under the nourishment of the purple vein origin, the thunder poison will gradually fade, and then it will be time to completely remove the thunder. The group walked over mountains and ridges for many days, and they couldn't count how far they had traveled. As they got closer and closer to Xiao Wu's home, a sharp whistle suddenly came from afar, and Xiao Wu's face changed immediately. Xiao Wu's facial expression changed, which immediately attracted the attention of Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu asked with concern, "Sister Xiao Wu, what happened?" Xiao Wu's face turned slightly pale. "I heard the tribe members' cries for help." Only Xiao Wu, who was a soul-based ancestor beast, could hear the tribe members' cries for help, while Xiao Yu and Xiao Yuan could not hear them. Soul-based ancestor beasts are good at using souls, so their cries for help are also transmitted through souls. And this cry for help is very special, even a cultivator of the soul path like Xiao Yuan cannot hear it. Although Lin Moyu's spiritual perception is extremely sharp, he also cannot hear it, but he feels a trace of unusual soul fluctuations. Lin Moyu asked, "How far is it from your tribe?" Xiao Wu said, "It's not far, but the cry for help said that the tribe members have fled to other places, but I don't know if they have escaped." Lin Moyu asked, "Is there any other information?" Xiao Wu shook his head. "No, this sound is both a cry for help and a warning, telling fellow tribesmen that there is danger here and not to get close. But if I don't get close, I don't know where the tribe members have fled to." Lin Moyu continued to ask, "What is the level of cultivation of your tribe members?" Xiao Wu's tribe is very small, with only 5 people. Xiao Wu ranks 5th and is the weakest one. Xiao Wu said, "The tribe leader is a Taoist master of the 6th realm, and the second sister is a Taoist master of the 4th realm, and the 3rd and 4th brothers are both Taoist masters of the 3rd realm." It can be seen that Xiao Wu is very worried at this time. Lin Moyu thought for a while, "You plant a fruit first, and this fruit will definitely help you find them." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'll plant the fruit first." Because of his anxiety, Xiao Wu forgot that he could plant the fruit. As long as he could successfully plant the fruit, it meant that his people were still alive. If his people were already dead, then planting the fruit would inevitably fail. No matter how strong the cause and effect is, it cannot reverse life and death. A ball of fire appeared in Xiao Wu's hand, and there was something like a seed in the fire, which was the fruit of the cause and effect. Beside Xiao Wu, the cause and effect is looming, not very real. The soul beast has the ability to plant fruit and seek cause, but it cannot really control the cause and effect. When Xiao Wu planted the fruit, the shadow of the cause and effect can emerge, indicating that her bloodline is already very strong. Xiao Wu sent his thoughts into the fruit, and after carrying Xiao Wu's thoughts, the fruit grew rapidly, and then a little green bud was pulled out of the fruit. The fruit sprouted, indicating that the fruit was successfully planted. Xiao Wu's face suddenly showed joy. "Success, the tribe leader and the others are still alive." Lin Moyu touched Xiao Wu's head. "Don't worry now, let's go find Xiao Wu's tribe members." Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. The fruit planting was successful, and Xiao Wu's mood was much better now. And she believed that as long as Lin Moyu was there, there would be no problem that could not be solved. To find her tribe members, the best way is to go home first. There is the breath of the tribe members who lived there, and the breath of the soul beast is very special, and only the soul beast can sense it. As long as he got home, Xiao Wu could judge where the tribe members went. In order to speed up, Lin Moyu asked Xiao Niu, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Yu to go back, and he took Xiao Wu forward. Lin Moyu hugged Xiao Wu, vibrated the wings of time, and shot forward like a stream of light. In a blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles, and in a short while, it flew tens of thousands of miles. Xiao Wu pointed to a valley in front of him. That's it. Lin Moyu flew towards the valley. He had already sensed the breath of the soul spirit ancestral beast. Although the breath of the soul spirit ancestral beast was very weak, it still could not be hidden from him. The two rushed into the valley. The valley was very quiet and there was nothing unusual. Lin Moyu suddenly frowned and punched forward. Qi and blood roared, and his fist turned into a qi and blood dragon, moving forward. A large net emerged in the void, and the qi and blood dragon hit the net, making the net bulge. The large net was very strong, and it was not smashed by the qi and blood dragon, but wrapped the qi and blood dragon. No matter how the qi and blood dragon struggled in the net, it could not break free. And there was a strange power in the large net, which was constantly absorbing the power of the qi and blood dragon, making the qi and blood dragon weaker and weaker. Xiao Wu covered his mouth. This is a soul-catching net, specially used to hunt us. Lin Moyu nodded. The soul-catching net is very special. It can suppress the soul and absorb power. It was very useful to deal with the spirit ancestors. But it also depends on the realm. This soul-catching net can only deal with the soul beasts below the 5th realm of Daozuan. It should not be able to deal with Xiao Wu's clan leader. The soul-catching net was originally hidden in the void, but it could not hide from Lin Moyu, and was forced out by a punch. Then Lin Moyu punched out several more times, turning into blood dragons, and blasting in all directions. The space was broken like glass, and the true situation in the valley was immediately revealed. In the valley that should have been beautiful, only ruins were left. This place had obviously experienced a war, and most of the valley was cut off. "Who are you?" An angry shout sounded. Lin Moyu looked up and saw the people coming, 2 demon clan Daozuns. Both were demon clan Daozuns of the 4th realm, wearing red clothes and transformed into human form. Wu Duan looked no different from the human race, but he had long red hair on his limbs, and the characteristics of the demon race were still obvious. The two had sharp eyes and scanned Lin Moyu and Xiao Wu. "Tell me, why did you two come here?" They did not see Xiao Wu's true body clearly, and thought they were 2 human beings. However, they could see that Lin Moyu and Xiao Wu's realms, one was at the 3rd realm of Daozun, and the other was at the 2nd realm of Daozun, were both weaker than them, so they spoke with a bit of arrogance. Lin Moyu looked at the two and found out which clan they were from in his memory. "Are you from the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan?" The two snorted arrogantly. "Yes, I'm asking you, what are you doing here?" Lin Moyu said, "This is not the territory of your Red Flame Divine Eagle. Do you have any right to care if we come here?" One of them sneered, "This is North 017 continent, the territory of our demon clan. You humans should be obedient when you come here." At this time, Xiao Wu said in Lin Moyu's ear, "Father, I found it." Lin Moyu nodded and said to the two, "I'll give you 3 seconds, get out of here immediately, otherwise I'll kill you." 3. Needless to say, these 2 people are here, and they are still operating the soul-catching net, which means they are here to hunt the soul spirit ancestor beast. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste time with them, so he gave them 3 seconds. Although he said he would give them 3 seconds, Lin Moyu was actually ready to take action, because he knew very well that the two would definitely not be able to stop. The 2 Daozuns of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan laughed at the same time, their eyes full of disdain. "He is actually a lunatic." Lin Moyu continued to shout, "2. The Red Flame Divine Eagle laughed wildly. "Do you think this is in Nanzhou? A mere Daozun of the 3rd realm dares to talk to us like this. I want to see, how are you going to kill us?" Lin Moyu's countdown ended, and he pointed at the 2 people lightly. The space twisted, and the skeleton land descended. Countless hellish evil spirits flew out and fluttered towards the two. The 2 people's faces changed drastically, and they instinctively wanted to escape. Suddenly, the Eye of Hell opened, and an extremely powerful soul shock descended. The 2 screamed and fell into the magma, and were quickly surrounded and swallowed by the evil spirits of hell. Then the skeleton hell instantly enlarged, and even the soul-catching net was not spared, and it was swallowed together. Lin Moyu said to Xiao Wu, "Go find someone." The Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is not a royal family among the demons. However, their clan is also strong, and is known as one of the races closest to the royal family. The clan leader is also a strong man of the 8th realm of Dao Zun. Once their clan leader can be promoted to the 9th realm of Dao Zun, the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan can be promoted and become a royal family. However, Lin Moyu did not take them seriously. Even if you are a royal family, so what? Lin Moyu has a trump card. If he gets angry, even if you are a 9th realm of Dao Zun, he will kill you. Moreover, he has the Demon King flower in his hand. If anyone in the entire demon clan dares to attack him, it is a great disrespect to the Demon King and will be exterminated. Lin Moyu forcefully killed 2 4th realm Dao Zun of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, and immediately asked Xiao Wu to find the whereabouts of his clan members. He realized that something was wrong, and there were definitely more than just the 2 of them who came to hunt the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Relying on 2 4th realm Dao Zun alone, let alone hunting, it would be almost like sending yourself to death. Now Xiao Wu's clan members have fled, and they are still here, which means that a group of people have already chased them. Xiao Wu's tribesmen may be caught up at any time, and it is far from safe now. Xiao Wu led Lin Moyu along the direction of the tribesmen's escape. At the same time, Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Even he could not sense the breath left by the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, so how could the other party catch up? Unless they were chasing closely and searching with the naked eye. Even if they left a mark, the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast is good at manipulating souls. As long as the mark is discovered, it will be easily erased. Unless there is a 7th realm ancestor among the people who made the move, the mark of the 7th realm ancestor is not easy to erase. In other words, the worst result is that the patriarch of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan made a move. If this is true, without using the trump card and the Demon King flower, Lin Moyu is not its opponent. Of course, this is the worst result, but Lin Moyu doesn't think it will happen. If it is really the 8th realm Dao Zun who made the move, the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast should not have a chance to escape. Even if the 7th realm Dao Zun made the move, there is no guarantee that there will be a chance to escape. Even if they can escape, most likely only the leader of Xiao Wu will have a chance, and the others have little chance. Xiao Wu, besides your tribe members, is there any magic weapon that can track your breath? Lin Moyu pondered in his heart and asked questions at the same time. Xiao Wu thought for a while. I seem to have heard of such a magic weapon, but I'm not sure. But the clan leader said that the fate of our clan is very pitiful. No matter where we go, we will be remembered by others. Lin Moyu said, then you were so bold to come to me at that time. Xiao Wu said, but I really miss my father, and I have also established the fruit, so I am not afraid. For Xiao Wu's simplicity, Lin Moyu could only sigh lightly. In the information he knew, the soul ancestors seemed to be quite simple. This is an extremely simple race, not fighting with the world, but because they have the blood of the cause and effect, they are remembered by the world. They just want to live a good life, but the result is often not a good end. The 2 followed the breath all the way, constantly changing direction. Xiao Wu's people fled far, but they could not escape the pursuit of the Red Flame Eagle clan. Lin Moyu could not sense the breath of the Soul Spirit Beast, but could sense the breath of the Red Flame Eagle clan. The breath left by the Red Flame Eagle clan was almost the same as the direction of the Soul Spirit Beast's escape. At the same time, Lin Moyu also felt a strange breath, which should come from a magic weapon. He guessed that it was this magic weapon that allowed the people of the Red Flame Eagle clan to track the Soul Spirit Beast all the way. Xiao Wu murmured, Father, I feel a little uneasy. Lin Moyu said, don't worry, nothing will happen. The 2 continued to chase, and chased for about half an hour, turning around and around, and didn't know how far they flew. Sometimes they would turn around, and sometimes they would turn back. Obviously, the Soul Spirit Beast also spent a lot of effort to avoid being chased. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the Red Flame Eagle. The breath in front was getting stronger and stronger, and Lin Moyu was getting closer. Soon, a terrible battle aftermath came. Dao Zun Qi Realm. From the aftermath, Lin Moyu judged that this was the power of Dao Zun Qi Realm. The Red Flame Eagle clan, indeed, had a Dao Zun Qi Realm strongman take action. But strangely, there was also a Dao Zun Qi Realm on the side of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Affected by the aftermath of Dao Zun Qi Realm, Xiao Wu's face suddenly turned pale, and it was obvious that he was not feeling well. But Xiao Wu had already sensed his own clansmen, and all four of them were still alive. "Father, they are all still alive, save them." Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, they will be fine, Xiao Wu will go back first." After that, he sent Xiao Wu back to the world of rules. With the presence of the seventh realm of Dao Zun, Lin Moyu was not sure that he could protect Xiao Wu, so it was better to send him back to the world of rules first just in case. Xiao Wu was also very obedient, knowing that he would only cause trouble, and went back. She believed in Lin Moyu. As long as Lin Moyu promised, he would definitely do it. The wings of time vibrated and distorted time, and Lin Moyu's speed suddenly increased and rushed to the battlefield. He crossed thousands of miles and appeared on the battlefield like teleportation. The Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was confronting several soul ancestors. The sudden appearance of Lin Moyu made both sides stunned. Lin Moyu swept his eyes and saw four soul beasts. The leader of them was indeed in the Dao Zun realm. But obviously, he had just been promoted to the Dao Zun Realm 7, and his foundation was not stable. In this case, he should have closed himself off for decades to stabilize his foundation, so that he could exert the full combat power of the Dao Zun Realm 7. But obviously, the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan would not give him the opportunity to close himself off. On the side of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, the leader was also in the Dao Zun Realm 7, and behind him, there were 5 Dao Zun, and their cultivation was also in the Dao Zun Realm 6. 1 Dao Zun Realm 7, plus 5 Dao Zun Realm 6, devoured several soul beasts. If it weren't for the fact that the soul beasts were in the same realm and their combat power was top-notch, Mo would not have been able to escape here. Lin Moyu saw that one of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan members in the Dao Zun Realm 6 was holding a magic weapon similar to the Bagua compass. There was a faint aura spreading from this magic weapon, like a very thin rope, and it was wrapped around several soul beasts at the same time. Lin Moyu saw at a glance that this breath involved the Avenue of Destiny. So even if several soul beasts, the powerful ones, found this breath, they could not cut it off. From the moment the magic weapon locked them, they were destined to have nowhere to escape. Who are you? Why are you here? Human race, this is not the place for you humans to come. Several Dao Zuns of the Red Flame Divine Eagle shouted at the same time, looking at Lin Moyu with vigilance. The seventh realm ancestor who led the Red Flame Divine Eagle, today's matter must not be leaked. Yin Fei, you go and kill him. I obey. Among the Red Flame Divine Eagles, a Dao Zun 6th realm strongman named Yin Fei flew out and killed Lin Moyu. They must not let outsiders know about their pursuit of soul beasts. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Especially those royal families, they might come to ask for soul beasts, and then they dare not give them? So, Lin Moyu came here and must die here. Lin Moyu chuckled, tapped his fingers, space twisted, and the skeleton held descended. Lin Moyu sneered, with a hint of disdain, which also showed that he was in a good mood at the moment. Xiao Wu's clansmen were safe and sound, and he was happy for Xiao Wu. At the same time, facing the Red Flame Eagle clan, he did not need to find a reason to attack. After all, it was the Red Flame Eagle clan that started the fight, so if that was the case, just kill them directly. As for the 2 killed before, that was another matter. The space was distorted, and the Red Flame Eagle clan Daozuan named Yin Fei, who rushed over, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and could not move forward. Endless magma attacked from all directions, and in the magma, one Hell Zone spirit flew over. What is that? Yin Fei shouted angrily, and red flames burst out all over his body. The Red Flame Eagle clan, their blood talent is the Great Tao of Fire. At this moment, the blood is activated, the Great Tao of Fire emerges, and a shocking flame breaks out. Although they are both flames, their flames are essentially different from the Hellfire. The Hellfire does not come from the Great Tao of Fire. Magma and flames are just their forms of existence. Their true essence is a special power in Hell. It can be said that Hell is a separate entity. It seems to be fire, but it has nothing to do with the cause of fire. Lin Moyu knows this, but others don't. The flames collided with the magma, and a huge wave of shocking waters exploded. Yin Fei sneered, "You are playing with fire in front of my people, you are far from it." Before he finished speaking, the magma had already broken through the flames and covered the sky. Yin Fei's face suddenly changed, and he didn't even have time to finish his words, and he quickly retreated. At this time, the Eye of Hell was staring at him, and an invisible soul shock descended. Yin Fei's soul was in great pain, and he groaned, and for a moment he lost control of his body. The magma took advantage of the situation and fell, dragging him into the magma fire river. The Hell Evil Spirits also pounced on him and opened their mouths to bite. Although the Hell Evil Spirits were only at the 4th level of Dao Zun, they were also extremely ferocious when biting. They ate everything. Even if Yin Fei was at the 6th level of Dao Zun, they would still bite him. It's just that the biting was slower and more difficult, but it was not impossible. As long as there was enough time, they could eat Yin Fei without leaving any bones. Yin Fei was crazy in the magma fire river. He struggled wildly, but the lava river of fire brought a suction force that made it difficult for him to break free for a while. His Great Tao of Fire was quickly absorbed in the lava river of fire, and its effect was greatly reduced. The skeleton hell is like this, swallowing everything. There is nothing it can't eat. Especially after the fusion of the second fragment of hell, this characteristic became more obvious. Seeing this scene, the 7th Realm Ancestor headed by the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan frowned slightly. He could never have imagined that a human race who was only at the 3rd realm of Dao Zun could control Yin Fei in a blink of an eye. The gap between Dao Zun is not ordinary. Not to mention that the two people are 3 realms apart. Even if there is only 1 realm difference, it is an insurmountable gap. With such a heaven-defying combat power, he can fight across 3 realms. The human race in front of him made him alert. The 7th Realm Ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, and then looked at Lin Moyu. He seemed to be considering whether to let Lin Moyu go, as Lin Moyu was not easy to deal with. But he was more worried that the things here would be leaked out. If other clans knew about it, his clan would be in big trouble. He looked at Lin Moyu. "Dao Yu from the human race, I am Yin Fun, an elder of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. If you can make a great oath, I will let you go." His tone was quite strong, seemingly a compromise, but in fact more of a threat. Lin Moyu chuckled, "No need, I don't plan to leave, and I don't plan to let you go." He said it lightly, but everyone heard the murderous intent in it. A person in the 3rd realm of Taoism actually threatened to kill the ancestor of the 7th realm. This sounded ridiculous, but Hui Yanfen couldn't laugh. What he heard from Lin Moyu's words was not a threat, but a natural narration, as if he and his friends were already dead in the eyes of the other party. At this time, Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and the space began to distort on a large scale. Not good. Yanfen's heart skipped a beat, but it was too late to reply. Lin Moyu either didn't do it, or once he did it, he would not give the enemy a chance. The skeleton hell expanded instantly, covering 1,000 miles, covering everyone present, including the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. The sky and the earth changed, and everyone was in hell, surrounded by terrifying magma, and countless hellish evil spirits rushed out of the magma. Yanfen shouted angrily, "Smash it!" With the ability of the 7th Realm Ancestor, the skeleton hell can indeed be broken, but it will take some effort. After the fusion of the second piece of hell fragment, the toughness of the skeleton hell increased significantly, so Lin Moyu dared to do so. At this time, the sound of Buddha burst out, and the Buddhist Lich appeared in the skeleton hell. 6 halos shone at the same time, and the solemn and compassionate appearance of the Buddha Kingdom Lich formed a sharp contrast with the terrible and hideous hell. Spell, conversion. The Buddha's voice was loud, and the invisible power fell on several members of the Red Flame Eagle tribe, and in an instant they fell into a state of unconsciousness. Even a 7th-level ancestor like Yin Fun could not avoid being affected. As for the rest of the people, they were affected even more. The 4 soul ancestors were also trapped in hell, and they instinctively wanted to take action at first. But when they saw countless magma flying past them and the evil spirits of hell treated them as nothing, they were stunned for a while. At this time, they heard Lin Muiyu's voice. "Don't panic, Xiao Wu asked me to save you." Hearing Xiao Wu's name, the 4 soul ancestors suddenly felt at ease. Their clan leaders seemed to have guessed Lin Muiyu's identity. "Are you Xiao Wu's father?" Lin Muiyu's voice sounded, "Yes, the specific things, let Xiao Wu tell you after I deal with them." Boom! The magma blasted away, and Yin Fei, who was trapped in the skeleton hell at the beginning, suddenly turned into his true form and became a 100-meter-long divine eagle. He spread his wings and flew high, rushing out of the magma fire river. He was covered with hellish evil spirits, and the hellish evil spirits didn't care what he turned into, they would bite him anyway. The flames soared into the sky, and the huge force shook the hellish evil spirits away. But before he could rush out of the skeleton hell, a dragon roar sounded, and the sky above his head suddenly became extremely dark. The netherworld black dragon rushed out fiercely, came to his head at an astonishing speed, and bit him. Crack! The sound of broken bones sounded, and Xian Fei screamed. The netherworld black dragon was much stronger than the hellish evil spirits. When it bit down, Yin Fei's body was mostly broken, and he was directly injured and fell from the air. At this time, the skeleton hell shook violently, and Yin Fun, the 7th Realm Patriarch, rushed out of the magma with a sword in his hand. The 7th Realm Patriarch was indeed powerful, and the conversion of the Buddhist Lich could only affect him for a moment, not even half a second. He evolved the true body of the Great Tao, transformed into a 1,000-meter eagle, holding a sword in his claws, which was also more than 1,000 meters long, and slashed down like the creation of the world. A huge force poured down, and the great Tao of fire fell into an endless rain of fire, as if to smash the skeleton hell to pieces. The space around Lin Muiyu was slightly distorted, and the 5-element sword demon appeared with the great Tao of sword. With the blessing of the great Tao of sword, 5 sharp swords of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appeared behind the 5-element sword demon. 5 swords came out together, a sea of 5-element swords. With the blessing of the great Tao of sword, the 5-element sword demon was instantly promoted to the 7th realm of Dao Zun, which was no weaker than Yin Fun. The 5-element sword sea erupted, and countless sharp swords poured down, covering a large area of space. Lin Muiyu's heart moved, and the skeleton hell disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. He put away the skeleton hell, otherwise the skeleton hell would have been destroyed by the 5-element sword sea. The sudden disappearance of the skeleton hell did not make the Dao Zun of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan breathe a sigh of relief. Billions of sharp swords, with different 5-elements attributes, have fallen densely. The space was blocked in the place covered by the 5-element sword sea, leaving no chance to dodge. The 5 elements are mutually generated and restrained. In the sword sea, the 5 attributes erupted wantonly, collided with each other, and erupted into a huge wave, tearing the entire space into pieces. "Be careful!" Yin Fun roared, and the sword was on the 5-element sword regret. The sword became bigger and bigger, evolving into a shield, protecting his fellow Dao Zun under the sword. Only Yin Fei, the unlucky guy, was exposed in the sea of swords. Screams rang out, and Yin Fei, who was already seriously injured, was directly chopped into pieces by the sea of swords. Seeing his fellow tribesmen die, Yin Fun roared repeatedly, "Damn human race, I must kill you." Lin Muiyu chuckled, "Let's talk about it after you can survive." The true body of the Avenue of Luck emerged, and Lin Muiyu condensed the Sword of Luck and instantly pierced into Yin Fun's body. Yin Fen suddenly felt as if he was missing something, and then he found that his power was no longer as smooth as before. The old injury that he had received at some point seemed to show signs of re-eruption. For a time, his strength was greatly weakened, and he continued to collapse under the continuous bombardment of the Sea of Swords. How could this happen? My injury has obviously healed. Yin Fen had long forgotten how long ago he was injured, and he had obviously recovered a long time ago. Why was there a sign of re-eruption now? He didn't even think about Lin Moyu, and he didn't know that his luck was weakened, and he began to have bad luck. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded from behind, and hot and wet blood splashed from behind, followed by a strong smell of blood. Looking back, a tribe member behind him had been blown to pieces, dead and gone. What happened? Yen Lu was shocked. He had no idea how his tribe members died. A powerful man of the sixth realm of Dao Zun died just like that? Evidently, all the attacks were blocked by him. At this time, he saw Lin Moyu raising his finger and pointing behind him. Boom! Ah! The explosion sounded, mixed with screams. The breath of another tribe member disappeared. Yin Fen's soul was surging. He finally knew how his tribe member died. It was killed by Lin Moyu. But he still didn't know how Lin Moyu killed people. At this time, his face suddenly changed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. The old injury recurred, and the old injury that should have been healed long ago recurred at this time. The power of the sword weakened again, and it was almost unable to stop the Sea of Swords. How could I be so unlucky? Yin Fen was complaining in his heart. He had no idea that Lin Moyu had slashed at him twice more. His luck had already fallen to the bottom, and all kinds of bad luck would happen. Boom! The third explosion, mixed with screams. Another Dao Zun 6 Rome clan member died. For the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, it is not easy to cultivate a Dao Zun 6 Rome strongman. Both the resources and time invested are unimaginable. It is not easy to cultivate, but it is so easy to die. Including Yin Fei, for died in a blink of an eye. Yin Fen's eyes were about to burst. In addition to the murderous intent, there was also boundless anger in his eyes when he looked at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "Don't look at me like that." I said, "You should take care of yourself first." As he spoke, Lin Moyu raised his hand again and pointed lightly. Boom! Explosions and screams sounded together, and all 5 Daozo and 6 Rome clansmen he brought with him died, leaving no one behind. Lin Moyu whispered, "Next, it's your turn." At this time, Yin Fen suddenly thought of a legend, which said that people who troubled the soul ancestral beast often did not have a good end. Before the soul ancestral beast died, it would cast a curse on all those who wanted to persecute them. This curse came from the cause and effect, and was very terrifying. He used to sneer at it, but now, he suddenly believed it. Lin Moyu used Yin Fen's corpse to blast them one by one, killing all 5 Daozo and 6 Rome clansmen. It can be said that they killed each other, and now only Yin Fen is left. The 5-element sword sea has come to an end. Lin Moyu's mind moved, and the power of the 5-element sword demon burst out, and endless sword energy surged from his body. The 5-element sword sea underwent a qualitative change, and most of the power was concentrated and poured towards Yin Fen. Yin Fen hurriedly took out a pill and swallowed it, hoping to stabilize his injuries. At the same time, he used all his strength to fight back without retreating, and waved his sword against the 5-element sword sea. At this time, another sword of luck fell on him, and his luck, which was already at the bottom of the valley, fell again. Without luck, bad luck came one after another, and Yin Fen suddenly found that the pills he took had no effect. Asterisk 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 0. He was stunned for a moment. Why didn't the pill have any effect? This was impossible. But there was no time for him to think, and his body exploded at this time. Lin Moyu used the explosive luck technique to detonate Yin Fen's luck. Yin Fen spurted blood from his mouth, and for a moment, his injuries were compounded. The sword he had just swung was suppressed again. A drop of ancestral water appeared on Lin Moyu's fingertips, and the ancestral water dispersed and fell on the Tao pattern of the corpse exploding in his soul. At the same time, the power of faith burned fiercely and also blessed the Tao pattern. The Tao pattern shone brightly, and the next time the corpse exploded, the power would be greatly increased. Using the corpse of the 6th level of Dao Zun, plus the power of Zhu Shui and faith, the power of the corpse's explosion, even if it is not as high as the 7th level of Dao Zun, must be extremely close. Lin Moyu still felt it was not enough, and issued an order to the Buddhist Lich. In the eternal Buddhist kingdom of the Buddhist Lich, millions of believers completed the sacrifice at the same time. The Avenue of Destiny was activated, and the Buddhist Lich found Yin Fun in the Avenue of Destiny and punched the field. Yin Fun groaned, and he was shocked to find that he was attacked again. And he had no idea where the attack came from. At this time, he looked at Lin Moyu with fear in his eyes. Lin Moyu's methods were too amazing, and every method was hard to defend. At this time, he saw Lin Moyu raised his hand and pointed at him. Not good. Yin Fun realized the danger, and his whole body burst out with power, and the avenue of fire covered his whole body for defense. But the power of the corpse's explosion was difficult to defend. Boom! Yin Fun screamed, and most of his body was blown up in the explosion. Half of his body was gone, but the most troublesome thing was not the body, but the soul. The power of the corpse's explosion directly hit the soul, and the soul was also severely damaged. The 5-element sword C finally ended, and the space was no longer blocked. Yin Fun screamed and fled outside. Originally there was a 10,000-meter ancient mountain behind him, but now the mountain has been destroyed and turned into a smooth road. Lin Moyu whispered, as expected of the 7th realm ancestor, "It's really hard to kill. But you want to escape, it's a bit wishful thinking." The wings of the time curse spread out and vibrated violently. Time was stirred, and Lin Moyu simultaneously spread out the true body of the Space Avenue. Time and space completed the fusion. He rushed out like teleportation, and instantly surpassed Yin Fun. Space was distorted, and the skeleton hell came again. The 5-element sword demon also wore the sword avenue, and noodles will come later. Yin Fun was already seriously injured, and his combat power was only 1/10 of what it was. After being trapped in the skeleton hell, he had to face the 5-element sword demon. All his resistance was in vain. Moreover, there was a Lin Moyu outside, watching him covetously. Yin Fun had no hope of survival at all. After only holding on for a while, Yin Fun was killed. Most of his body became nutrients for the skeleton hell, and only a piece of flesh and blood fell into Lin Moyu's hands and became a weapon for the corpse to explode. The body of a Dao Zun in the 7th realm is a very good weapon. The whole battle ended in just a few minutes. The land had been completely plowed flat, several mountains were smashed, and one mountain was completely razed to the ground. It was unknown how many weak creatures died in the aftermath of this battle. Lin Moyu picked up the compass-shaped magic weapon, which Lin Moyu had left behind on purpose. Otherwise, this magic weapon would have become food for the evil spirits in hell. This magic weapon seems to be a little special. Master 05. Lin Moyu looked at the magic weapon and muttered to himself. The magic weapon is made of a special silver jade, very exquisite and very strong. It should be a magic weapon of the Dao Zun realm, but Lin Moyu couldn't tell which realm it was, and he didn't know the name of the magic. This magic weapon does not need to be refined. As long as it is injected with soul power, it can be used. Lin Moyu took the magic weapon and came to the 4 soul ancestors. He said to their clan leader, "You are the clan leader of Soul One." The clan leader of Soul One nodded. "You are the father that Xiao Wu said." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It has been confirmed just now. Why don't we change places? Someone should come here soon." The clan leader of Soul One nodded immediately. "Please follow me." He led the way and walked quickly. He was very familiar with this place. He led Lin Moyu through the dense forest, turned left and right, and soon disappeared in the ancient forest. The Soul One patriarch was very careful. He wiped out his breath while walking to ensure that no one could track him. Lin Moyu held the compass magic weapon in his hand. He found that the compass magic weapon had been locking the four people. It was this magic weapon that prevented them from escaping. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt the power of the Avenue of Destiny from the magic weapon. What a magical thing, Soul One Patriarch, do you know what it is? If you can't study it yourself, you might as well ask. The Soul One Patriarch said, I don't know either, but I know that this thing is very powerful and can track us. Originally, the four of us should have fled separately, but with this magic weapon, it would be useless for us to flee separately. This is indeed the case. Lin Moyu said, fortunately, you didn't flee separately, otherwise it would be troublesome. The Soul One Patriarch nodded, yes, we were originally desperate, but we didn't expect that the gentleman would come at the end, and we were not destined to die. Lin Moyu said, I should have come a long time ago, but I was delayed in Zihu City for a while. But fortunately I still made it in time, and nothing serious happened. The leader of the Soul One clan showed some concern at this time. Sir, you killed the elder Yin Fun of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, and there may be trouble in the future. Lin Moyu didn't care, it's okay, they can't do anything to me. Just 10 minutes after they left, someone came to the place where Lin Moyu killed people. The battle between the 7 realms of Daozun was too loud, and no one dared to approach during the fight. They came carefully after the fight, and there were quite a few people. The sky was full of flames, and a huge divine eagle came on fire. Yin Bei, Daozun 8 Realm, the clan leader of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Yin Bei transformed into a human form in the air. His whole body was surrounded by flames, standing in the air, with unparalleled power. In this land, Yin Bei is the local emperor, and no one dares to confront him. Several small tribes around it are even more dependent on the Scarlet Flame Divine Eagle tribe. Yin Bei said, who can tell me what happened here? His voice was deep and full of majesty, as if this sentence was an order. Someone immediately responded, to reply to the words of the Yin Bei clan leader, there were people in the 7th realm of Daozun fighting here just now. We just watched from a distance and did not dare to get close. We don't know what happened specifically. Yin Bei whispered, what did you see? Someone else said, I saw fire and many, many swords. There are still remnants of the 5 elements sword Qi and the breath of the heavenly Tao here. Yin Bei asked a few people, but did not get any useful answers. Then his eyes condensed slightly, and in a piece of scorched earth, he saw a feather, a red feather. It's from my tribe. He reached into his back, gritted his teeth, and pulled out a feather. The root of the feather was still dripping with fresh blood, and he had pulled it out by force. The tail feathers of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan are all red or bright red. But the feather in Yin Bei's hand is silver. The silver feather exudes a strange breath. Yin Bei put the feather on his forehead and injected soul power into it. The feather suddenly shone with silver light, covering a large area. A series of projections appeared in everyone's sight, showing the situation of the battle just now. There was no sound, only pictures. The projection was very clear, and the process of Lin Moyu killing Yin Fun and the other 6 was presented very clearly. At the same time, in the corner of the projection, there were 4 soul ancestor beasts. Yin Bei saw Lin when Moyu killed someone, his pupils shrank suddenly, his eagle eyes became narrow and long, and he was full of murderous intent. When he saw the soul spirit ancestor beast, he already knew why. Some people looked at the projection and whispered, someone actually killed the elder of the infant tribe. That human race is desperate. He is really brave. I don't know what realm the human race is in, and why he wants to kill people. It is said that the leader of the Yin Bei tribe, in addition to having the blood of the great Tao of fire, also had an adventure and comprehended the great Tao of time. I thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. The great Tao of time, this is the time travel in the great Tao of time, it looks really useful. Amid the discussion of the crowd, the projection disappeared. The leader of the Yin Bei tribe already knew why the elder of the infant tribe died, and he also remembered Lin Moyu's appearance deeply. The next second, the terrifying flames enveloped the world. The terrifying aura of the 8 realms of Dao Zun was released without reservation, and the area within 100 miles turned into a sea of fire. None of these spectators who came over was spared, and they were all swallowed by the flames. Those people who were just eating melons never thought that eating melons would cost them their lives. Yin Bei whispered, "The information of the soul spirit ancestor beast cannot be leaked." I didn't expect that the elder of the Yinfen clan really found the soul spirit ancestor beast. What kind of people are those 2.2 human races? They must have some means to kill the elder of the Yinfen clan. In such a short time, they should not be able to go far. This is the territory of our clan. Don't even think about escaping. He turned into a stream of flames and flew away. The leader of the Soul One clan took Lin Moyu and ran thousands of miles. They stopped after entering a valley. The valley was arranged with formations. The leader of the Soul One clan was relieved after activating the formations. On the way here, Wei Clanfeng had told Lin Moyu the whole story. He didn't know how Yanfen found him, but fortunately he had just broken through to the 7th level of Dao Zun at that time, so he could escape, otherwise he would have been killed by Yanfen. But it was also because Yanfen wanted to catch him alive that he had the opportunity. Unexpectedly, Yanfen eventually died in Lin and Moyu's hands. One can only say that he was destined to have this disaster. Although the soul ancestral beast is good, not everyone can bear it. Xiao Wu was extremely happy to see his tribe members again. Lin Moyu also released Xiao Wu, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Niu, letting them accompany Xiao Wu and get familiar with several soul beasts. Lin Moyu had an idea in his mind. He wanted to take all these soul beasts back. Of course, he couldn't dissect the soul beasts or study the blood of the soul beasts like others. He wanted to take the soul beasts back to his Yudao city and make them a member of Yudao city. As for the cause and effect, Lin Moyu also had his own ideas. It's good to have it, but it doesn't matter if you don't have it. I'm lucky if I get it, and I'm dead if I lose it. I won't force it. Xiao Wu has been regarded as his family by him, and those soul beasts are also his own people. Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the distance, and he felt the terrible breath of the 8th realm of Dao Zun from afar. The leader of the Soul One clan also felt it and whispered, "This is the breath of the leader of the Yinbei clan of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan." Lin Moyu nodded. The 8th level of Dao Zun is indeed very strong, but it's strange. Why is there the breath of the great Tao of time mixed in it? The leader of the Soul One clan said, "It is said that in addition to possessing the great Tao of blood, the leader of Yinbei had an adventure when he was young and realized the great Tao of time." 14. Lin Moyu suddenly realized, it seems that he already knows that I killed Yanfen and others. If you have the great Tao of time, you can use time to go back, and it is normal to know that you killed someone. But if you know, and Lu Moyu doesn't care. It's just the 8th level of Dao Zun. As long as you use your trump card, it will take only a few minutes to kill him. Instead of worrying about Yinbei, you might as well worry about when Master Ku Rong will come to trouble you. Lin Moyu said, "Leader of the Soul One clan, I see that you are all injured. How about letting me treat your injuries?" The leader of the Soul One clan sighed, "The injuries of our soul ancestor beasts are not easy to treat, because they involve the soul." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "When Xiao Wu came to me, he was also injured, but now he is well. Don't worry, I don't have any other abilities, but I still have some means to heal injuries. Minor injuries can be treated with vitality, and major injuries can be treated with spiritual flowers. As long as there is still a breath, there is no need to worry." The 4 soul ancestors were all injured. Except for the leader of the Soul One clan, the injuries were not serious and could be healed with vitality. Only the leader of the Soul One clan, although he did not say it, was actually the most seriously injured. The soul has been severely damaged, and the realm may fall at any time, and it will be difficult to advance in the future. However, the leader of the Soul One clan is very generous. As long as his clan members are safe, he does not care much about cultivation. It is this mentality that allows them to advance to the 7th realm of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu took out a spiritual flower and used his soul to heal the leader of the Soul One clan. While healing, the brocade lich flew out silently, ignoring the formation and flying towards the distance. Since the leader of the Yanbei clan already knew that he was the one who killed someone, there would definitely be some action next. It was necessary to use the brocade lich to investigate. The brocade lich was only a low-level Tianzuan, and it was completely unreliable in terms of fighting, but it was still useful in terms of investigation. The spiritual flower wrapped around the leader of the Soul One clan, and the breath of the leader of the Soul One clan gradually stabilized. Xiao Wu and several of his clansmen came to Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu smiled and said, "How is it? Are you relieved now?" Xiao Wu smiled like a flower. "Thank you, father." Lin Moyu touched her head. "We are a family, no need to thank me." Xiao Wu said, "I have to thank you. They said that my father was also in danger just now, and the ancestor who was facing me was out of the realm." Lin Moyu smiled. "It's just the 7th realm of Daozuan, it's nothing, this is not a smooth kill. I have killed many people in the Dao realm, so the 7th Dao Master realm is really nothing." Xiao Wu didn't need to thank him, but several of his clansmen still insisted on thanking Lin Moyu. They thanked Lin Moyu with the etiquette of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, and Lin Moyu accepted it calmly. Half an hour later, the spirit flower disappeared, and the Soul One clan leader had fully recovered, and his breath reached the peak. The Soul One clan leader exclaimed, "Sir, you are really good. Not only did my injury heal, but even my foundation was solid." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Sir, I want to discuss something with you." The Soul One clan leader said, "Sir, please tell me what I can do." Lin Moyu said, "Yanbei has the Time Avenue. I believe he not only knows that I killed someone, but also knows your existence, so he will definitely take action later. I'm not afraid. Leaving here is not a problem, but you will be in trouble. This is their territory, and it is difficult for you to hide." What Lin Moyu said makes sense, and the Soul One clan leader also knows that this is true, but he doesn't know how to deal with it. Lin Moyu continued, "I have an idea. I want to invite the Soul One clan leader to live in my powerful minister's doctor." The Soul One clan leader was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Moyu. "Sir, do you have your own power? Is it in Nanzhou?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No, it's in Dongzhou. Nanzhou is no longer suitable for new forces, so I established a power in Dongzhou. The power was established a few hundred years ago, and the scale is not large, and the power is not strong, but it is stable. In Dongzhou, I have a good relationship with several top figures, and no one will come to trouble me. If the clan leader goes there, I guarantee that your clan can live a stable life, and no one will come to hunt you down." The Soul One clan leader looked thoughtful. What Moyu said was very tempting to him. No matter where the soul beasts are, they are hunted down. Whether it is the human race, the demon race, or other races, even some intelligent spirit beasts, they will hunt them down. The reason is that the cause and effect is too attractive. So for countless years, the soul beasts have lived in instability. If there is a stable place for them to live in peace, it would be great. But he also knows that everything has two sides, and it is impossible to have only gains without paying a price. The head of the Soul Clan asked, "Then what do we need to pay?" Lin Moyu said, "When you have time, talk to those little guys about the truth, and you don't have to be deliberate. There is no hard and fast requirement. How much those little guys can understand depends on themselves." The leader of the Soul One clan couldn't believe it. Lin Moyu's request was so simple. He asked with doubt, "Is it that simple?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's that simple. I believe that it's better to rely on oneself than on others. The little guys in the city mainly rely on their own practice. I won't pave too much road for them. I believe in a saying that the master leads you to the door, and the practice is up to you. You can consider it. Everything Lin said is true, and I will never deceive you." The leader of the Soul One clan knew very well that with Lin Moyu's strength, if he really wanted to get them, he would have various means. Killing, capturing alive, and controlling were not difficult for Lin Moyu. Now that he could talk to me so nicely, he had already done his best. It was probably partly because of Xiao Wu. He could see that Lin Moyu was very afraid of Xiao Wu. Although Soul One was the clan leader, he did not have the final say. He still discussed with several clan members and finally agreed. Knowing that they were willing to go to Yudao City, Xiao Wu was the highest 10. Xiao Wu and Xiao Yu were also very happy. In just half a day, the two of them had become familiar with several people of the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, just like friends who had not seen each other for many years. The Soul Spirit Ancestor Beasts were actually very simple and were the same kind of people as them. The Brocade Lich returned through the formation and also brought back information from the outside world. Only Lin Moyu can receive the information brought back by the Brocade Lich. After knowing the situation outside, Lin Moyu frowned slightly, and his eyes were more serious than before. Lin Moyu came to Han Yi. Chief Han Yi, do you know the 100,000 Volcanoes formation? Han Yi said, yes, the Tian Wanshan formation is the formation of the Red Flame God Eagle clan. Lin Moyu said, please tell me in detail. Han Yi looked thoughtfully and searched for the information from his memory. I have lived in this area for many years and have only seen the 100,000 Volcanoes formation once. At that time, there were two clans on this land. One was the Red Flame God Eagle clan, and the other was the Ice Demon Lizard clan. These two races, one fire and one ice, are incompatible, hostile to each other, and have fought for many years. Later, they discovered a 7th-level origin spirit vein at the same time. As long as they can occupy this origin spirit vein, they have a great hope of becoming a royal family. So, for this origin spiritual vein, they fought even harder, but the strength of the two tribes was almost the same, and neither could do anything to the other. Until the last generation of the Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe leader was born, his bloodline was very powerful, and he cultivated to the 8th level of Dao Zone in a very short time and became the tribe leader. At that time, he had a strange encounter and awakened a formation from his bloodline, which was to restore the 100,000 Volcanoes formation. He used that formation to surround the Ice Demon Lizard tribe. After that battle, the Ice Demon Lizard tribe suffered heavy losses, and only 1 in 10 strong men survived. Bao Ning was defeated and fled, and the 7th-level origin spiritual vein was eventually occupied by the Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe. Listening to the history told by Han Yi, Lin Moyu had some understanding of the 100,000 Volcanoes formation. This formation was very powerful, and the coverage area was also very wide. The Ice Demon Lizard tribe was at least a huge clan close to the royal family, with at least 1 million people in the clan, and the area occupied was also very large. As a result, they were surrounded by the 100,000 Volcanoes array, and in the end, only a few of the entire tribe could survive. There were many strong people in the Ice Demon Lizard clan, and the strongest of them, the clan leader, who had the cultivation of the 8th realm of Dao Zone, also died in the 100,000 Volcanoes array. However, the clan leader of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan at that time was also seriously injured by the backlash of the formation, and died not many years after that battle. Later, the 100,000 Volcanoes array was never used again. From then on, the 100,000 Volcanoes array became the clan-suppressing formation of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, and it would not be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Moyu guessed that the cost of the 100,000 Volcanoes array was so high that if they dared to use it, they must have made some modifications to the formation. Moreover, over the years, the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan would definitely not be so precious that they would not keep such a good formation unused. Maybe, this formation has been secretly arranged on their territory. Now that they want to use this formation, they must have been fully confident, at least the current clan leader would not do something stupid that would cost him his life. Han Yi asked, why did Mr. Lin suddenly mention the 100,000 Volcanoes formation? Lin Moyu said, according to the information I got, the Red Flame God Eagle clan may use the 100,000 Volcanoes formation to deal with us. Han Yi's face suddenly changed. Not really, are they making such a fuss for us? And the backlash of the 100,000 Volcanoes formation is so severe, is Yin Bei going to die? Lin Moyu said, "It is very likely that they have already found a way to deal with the backlash of the formation." Honey immediately said, "Then let's go quickly, while the formation has not been opened, otherwise it will be difficult to get out." Lin Moyu suddenly looked into the distance. Through the broken mountain, he saw that the distant place had turned red. Immediately afterwards, a strong breath flew over from afar, and countless fire lines appeared in the sky. A road wrapped in flames covered the sky. Hun Yi's face became extremely ugly, and he cried out in surprise, "The 100,000 volcanoes formation, they really used this formation." Lin Moyu didn't seem to be in a hurry at this time. Although the 100,000 volcanoes formation was very terrifying in Hun Yi's eyes, it was only a formation no matter how strong it was. As long as it was a formation, he believed that he could find a flaw in it. Moreover, now that the formation had been opened, there was no point in him being anxious. Lin Moyu looked at Hun Yi, who looked ashen, and said, "I'm curious, how did you know those things back then? And you knew them so clearly." Hun Yi said, "When our soul spirit ancestor beast is promoted to the 4th realm of Dao Zone, the bloodline will have a leap, and some abilities will be used through the bloodline. My ability is to travel the world with my mind, understand cause and effect, and know right and wrong." Hun Yi talked about his ability without hiding anything. In fact, it is to use the cause and effect to know the cause and effect of things within a certain range around. It is also because of this that he knew the root cause of the fight between the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan and the Ice Demon Lizard clan. He also saw the 100,000 volcanoes array from afar that year, and his memory of the power of the array is still fresh. After so many years, it is hard to forget. The power of the 100,000 volcanoes array had left an indelible mark in his heart at that time. Now, seeing the 100,000 volcanoes array again, the fear in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Hun Yi murmured, "The 100,000 volcanoes array has been activated, and everything in the array will be destroyed. We are finished." At this moment, Hun Yi's eyes were ashen, as if death was inevitable. It can be seen how terrifying the 100,000 volcanoes array is to make a person who has lived for countless years and is a Dao Zun 7th realm become like this. Lin Moyu said, "Don't worry, this is just a big array, it's not enough to trap me to death." Lin Moyu's words made Hun Yi's eyes flash, as if he rekindled his vitality. But it was only for a moment. Hun Yi murmured, "It's not that I don't believe Mr. Lin, it's just that this 100,000 volcanoes array." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You and Xiaowu go back to my rule world to rest for a while. How about you come out after I get out of the formation?" Hun Yi thought about it. They were dead here anyway. The only hope now is Lin Moyu. Only when Lin Moyu breaks out of the formation can they live. Otherwise, it doesn't matter where they die. At least dying in Lin Moyu's rule world will not be a bargain for the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Among those present, only Han Yi knew the horror of the 100,000 volcanoes formation. Zhao's good, but he didn't say it. He pretended to be indifferent, and agreed with several tribesmen to enter Lin Moyu's rule world together. In the Broken Valley, only Lin Mo was left. Lin Moyu looked at the flames rising from afar. The brilliant avenue of fire covered the sky, and the sky had been dyed red. In the distance, volcanoes appeared in the flames. The volcanoes erupted endless magma, connecting the sky and the earth, and a large part of the world turned into a lava world. Then, the avenue of fire sprinkled endless flames, hitting the earth like a meteor, and the whole earth roared. Lin Moyu could feel that a large number of creatures were burned to death, including wild beasts, spirit beasts, and demon cultivators. The range covered by this formation was too wide, covering at least more than 100,000 kilometers. All creatures within a range of 100,000 kilometers will be killed by the formation. More and more creatures died, and Lin Moyu felt a sense of resentment. This formation is a little shallow. There are many types of arrays, and they are endless. Moreover, arrays are independent and have a great way, which is the array of the Great Way. Some terrible arrays are extremely powerful and have a large range, and can even cover the entire world. However, it is also very difficult to set up such arrays. There will be many restrictions and even a huge price to pay. The 100,000 volcanoes array is such an array. The array is powerful enough to trap and kill the 8th realm of the Taoist master, but it is also difficult to set up. Moreover, in the process of driving the array, the person who sets up the array will be backlashed by the array. The previous patriarch of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, who was the one who inherited the 100,000 volcanoes array, was backlashed by the array. After killing the enemy, he was also severely injured by the backlash and died in Dao Shao a few years later. When listening to Han Yi's story, Lin Moyu thought it was because the array was too powerful and exceeded his ability. Now it seems that this is not the case. The array is indeed powerful, but if it is the 8th realm of the Taoist master, it can completely withstand the backlash. What really hurt him, besides the formation, was the resentment of the living beings and the backlash of the great Tao of fire. The backlash of the formation, the resentment of the living beings, and the backlash of the great Tao of fire each accounted for 1/3, and when combined together, they formed a damage that even the 8th realm Dao Zone could not bear. Lin Moyu was proficient in the formation and had some understanding of the great Tao of the formation. He used the formation to draw the power of the great Tao of fire, and while killing the enemy, he also killed too many innocent living beings. These living beings were strong and weak, and their resentment was concentrated together, affecting the formation and the great Tao of fire. In the end, the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, who practiced the great Tao of fire, was abandoned by the great Tao of fire. This was the fundamental reason why he suffered the backlash and eventually died. Thinking deeper, it was that guy who only knew how to set up the formation, but had no knowledge of the great Tao of the formation. It was like a child who took a powerful weapon to kill people, but accidentally got killed by his own martial body. The more powerful the formation is, the more powerful the formation master is needed to set it up. Repair many defects in the formation and eventually form a more powerful formation. In that kind of large-scale killing formation, there must be a link to dissolve some resentment. Lin Moyu slowly flew up, looked at the formation from a distance, and muttered to himself. If the resentment is not removed, it will affect the formation. The more people are killed, the greater the impact. Finally, the resentment gathers in the formation, and through the great way of the formation, it affects the heavenly way of fire. Resentment can be dissipated, but it should not be gathered here and gathered into a sea. The person who arranged this formation really knows the result, but not the reason. Lin Moyu shook his head lightly, revealing a trace of disdain. It is unknown which ancestor of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan got this formation and put it into his blood. But he did not know that this formation was incomplete and had many defects. No one in the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was proficient in formations, so naturally they could not understand these. Seeing later, Lin Moyu showed a look of surprise. It is a bit novel to use this method. Although the current chief of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is not proficient in formations, he is a smart guy. Lin Moyu saw through the veins of the formation that the eye of the formation was no longer a member of the Red Flame Divine Eagle, but the Origin Spirit Vein. The existing clan leader used the 7th level Origin Spirit Vein to drive the 100,000 volcanoes formation. And he also used the high-grade fire attribute Origin Crystal to attract the great Tao of destruction. In this way, all backlash will fall into the Origin Spirit Vein and will no longer harm him. He will not be abandoned by the great Tao of fire, and the danger of this formation will no longer exist. But in this way, the formation can only be arranged in the area where the Origin Spirit Vein exists, and cannot exceed this area. At the same time, because there is no great Tao of fire itself, the power of the formation is greatly weakened. Whether he can still trap and kill Tao Zun 8 realms is still to be determined. There are gains and losses. Lin Moyu thinks that the patriarch of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is indeed a smart man. Then a light rose in his eyes, used the formation and the crystal of the origin of fire to attract the great Tao of fire. In other words, the flames in the formation have no personal will. This is the power that erupts from the interaction of the two great ways. It is pure and powerful. Maybe it can be used. Lin Moyu feels that he may be able to use the 100,000 volcanoes formation to cultivate his body. But he is not completely sure, so he can only try it. The power of the 100,000 flames formation is very strong. He must be careful in every step, otherwise he will die. The volcano formation has been fully formed, and everything in front of him has turned into red flames. One volcano after another emerged from the formation, and the volcanoes were endless. No one knows whether there are 100,000 volcanoes. Endless magma gushed out from the volcano, colliding with the flaming meteors falling from the sky, erupting into huge waves of flames. The area of 100,000 miles gradually turned into a sea of fire, and the scope was gradually shrinking. The living space of the creatures was being rapidly compressed. Lin Moyu could feel the riot of the creatures. Many practitioners flew out and tried to attack the formation, but they all returned in vain. What awaited them was only death. Lin Moyu did not mean to save them. What did the life and death of others have to do with him? Not only did he not save them, he even wanted to use them. With a thought, the Buddha's voice burst out, and the Buddha Kingdom responded. 6 light wheels flashed behind the Buddha Kingdom Lich, and a large area of Buddha's light fell. The Buddha Kingdom Lich flew out and spread the Buddha's light to every corner of the formation. Every wisp of resentment was a living being. After they died, they returned to heaven and earth, or were completely destroyed. But the defects in the formation caused these resentments to have nowhere to go, and they kept accumulating in the formation, becoming brighter and brighter. Now under the shining of the Buddha's light, these resentments suddenly have a place to go. The resentment entered the eternal Buddha Kingdom and turned into believers. No matter how powerful they were in life, they would be the same after death, becoming one of the 50 million believers of the Buddha Kingdom Lich and becoming the foundation of the Buddha Kingdom Lich. From another perspective, although they died, they seemed to have survived in another way. Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile when he saw his thoughts come true. Before, he was still wondering where to get so many believers, but now someone took the initiative to deliver them to the door. Without killing people personally, you can get so many believers. Where can you find such a good thing? The Buddha Kingdom Lich is constantly collecting believers. There are countless creatures of all sizes in the vast world of 100,000 miles. Even if 50 million believers cannot fill them all, at least they can fill most of them. Lin Moyu no longer cares about the Buddha Kingdom Lich and starts to arrange the formation. His left hand is like lightning, and pieces of origin crystals fly out and fall to the designated position. His right hand begins to draw runes. He wants to arrange a formation that combines runes and instruments. The formation has reached the 7th level, and the 2 formations are combined into one, so it is quite powerful. However, this formation is not a killing formation, nor does it emphasize power. As his cultivation level improves, Lin Moyu's understanding of the formation is getting deeper and deeper. He is no longer bound by the existing formations, and has begun to create his own formations according to his own needs. The formation was originally created by the sages. If others can do it, he can do it too. Lin Moyu's technique of arranging the formation became more and more sophisticated, and his speed became faster and faster. In just 5 minutes, the formation was already arranged. Lin Moyu stomped his feet lightly. The formation is activated. A formation started to work, covering a 1,000-meter radius, and Lin Moyu was shrouded in it. The formation was exquisite and powerful. Although the aura it exuded was not as good as the 100,000 volcanoes formation, it contained a more profound realm. The formation arranged by Lin Moyu was almost perfect, unlike the 100,000 volcanoes formation, which was strong but weak. The formation was in operation, generating a suction force, directly sucking down the flames from the flaming meteors in the sky. The flames entered the formation and turned into a 100-meter sea of fire. Lin Moyu's blood roared at the same time, and he stepped into the sea of fire. Although it only attracted a trace of flame power, it belonged to the great Tao of fire after all, pure and powerful. Moreover, the great Tao of fire triggered by the 100,000 volcanoes formation was of extremely high level, enough to trap and kill a powerful person in the seventh realm of Dao Zun. With Lin Moyu's current state, he could die if he was touched by a little bit of it. Lin Moyu used the avenue of power to stimulate his blood and qi, while feeling the damage caused by the flames. The damage was temporarily shared by the undead, and Lin Moyu himself was not hurt. These injuries were not only shared, but also weakened a lot by the immunity spell. After standing in the sea of fire and feeling it for a while, Lin Moyu felt that he should be able to bear it. He gritted his teeth, and the immunity spell was terminated. At the same time, the power of life spread throughout his body, and the power of death was placed outside his body. The power of death weakened the power of the avenue of fire, and the power of life cooperated with the avenue of power. While stimulating the self-healing of blood and qi, the power of life can also speed up the recovery of the body. Lin Moyu stood at the edge of the sea of fire, and gradually adapted to the calendar of the heavenly way in the sea of fire. After a trial, the brilliance in his eyes became brighter and brighter, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. His body began to improve again. Although the improvement speed was not fast, it was a good thing to be able to improve. The power of the avenue in the sea of fire was very pure as the flames in the ice and fire secrets. Lin Moyu felt that while his body was improving, he was also adapting to the sea of fire at an astonishing speed. The speed of adaptation was faster than the speed of his body improving. Judging from the current situation, before his body could be promoted to the 6th level of Dao Zun, he had completely adapted to the sea of fire. Lin Moyu thought about it and knew why. The stronger the body, the higher the requirements, and the faster it will be immune to the power of various attributes. And I have been baptized by the great Tao of fire in the ice and fire secret treasure. Although the attributes are slightly different, the essence has not changed. So my body has already had a certain adaptability to the great Tao of fire. If I use the great Tao of fire to cultivate, the effect will be much worse. It seems that I have to find other attributes of power to cultivate my body in the future. It is really difficult to cultivate my body, and it will become more and more difficult as time goes by. Lin Moyu already knew what he should do. He needed change, new power to hone his body. The formation was running, attracting more firepower. Lin Moyu's body was still improving at a steady rate, but the speed of his body's adaptation was getting faster and faster, far exceeding the speed of improvement. The formation attracted more and more flames, and later the entire formation had turned into a sea of fire. Lin Moyu stood in the sea of fire and no longer used the immortal way. Even the strength was no longer fully promoted. The body had basically adapted. Even if the power was not used, the sea of fire would not hurt him at all. Lin Moyu laughed secretly that he was still too cautious. In fact, if he faced the fire way at the beginning, there would be no danger. He thought that his idea was wrong. It's not wrong to be careful on the road of cultivation. Removing the formation, Lin Moyu walked on the fire and really faced the formation of 100,000 volcanoes. The 100,000-mile land had been burned by the formation. Countless creatures died in it, and some survivors kept retreating away from the flames. Screams continued to resound through the world and reached the eardrums. Many creatures contaminated by the flames died tragically in the flames and were burned to ashes. The remaining survivors all looked ashen, and their eyes were full of fear. They knew they were dead and could not escape at all. Red Flame Divine Eagle Clan, as long as I don't die today, I will fight you to the death. Yin Bei, you be ********************* D, you killed so many of your fellow monsters, and the Sister Queen will definitely punish you. I curse you, and curse all the people of the Red Flame Divine Eagle Clan to die a bad death, and the race will be exterminated. The survivors of the Monster Clan expressed their final anger with shouting and cursing. The flames of the formation continued to expand, the volcano continued to erupt, and the avenue of destruction in the sky also sprinkled endless stars. The living space is getting smaller and smaller, and it will soon completely swallow up the 100,000 Li area. Lin Moyu knew that the 100,000 volcanoes array was fully capable of completely engulfing the 100,000 miles of heaven and earth in an instant. But Yin Bei obviously didn't want to do that. He wanted to force the soul spirit ancestral beast out. He wanted to capture the soul spirit ancestral beast alive. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. That's why the spread of the formation is so slow. Lin Moyu easily understood this simple idea. He walked slowly on the magma. It's a pity that the soul spirit beast is not something you can get. When everyone was away from the magma sea of fire, Lin Moyu walked casually in the magma, as if he was walking in his own garden. Some survivors were stunned, and they called out to Lin Moyu at the same time. Human Taoist friend, please take us out. As long as you take us out, you will be rewarded. Human Taoist friend, I am a direct descendant of the Qingyo tribe. As long as you can save me, I will definitely reward you. Human Taoist friend, as long as you can save me, I can promise you anything. One by one, the practitioners shouted very loudly, and the conditions they offered were better than the other, just asking Lin Moyu to save himself. In front of life, treasures, dignity, nothing else matters. Lin Moyu chuckled and did not respond, but walked into the depths of the magma and disappeared. He did not want any promises. Compared with promises, it would be more practical to let them become believers of the Buddha Kingdom Lich. Humans and demons have different paths. There are not many demons like Lei Hao. And he did not want to get too involved with these unlucky guys, which would affect his chi method. Facing a life and death crisis here means that these guys have bad luck, so it is better for him to stay away. The Buddha Kingdom Lich has collected more than 30 million believers at this time and is still collecting. In the eternal Buddha Kingdom, countless believers recite Buddhist scriptures with great piety. They may have been cultivators or insignificant little beasts in their lifetime. But now, they have all become believers, believers who are ready to sacrifice for the Buddha Kingdom Lich at any time. Under the light of Buddha, the resentment in the formation almost disappeared, and the backlash was greatly reduced. These are no longer important to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu followed the Buddha Kingdom Lich to play freely, and he walked step by step towards the outside of the formation. Walking on the fire, the blood and chi no longer roared. Lin Moyu completely adapted to the sea of fire. Lin Moyu walked tens of thousands of miles in the magma, and suddenly looked up. On the Sky Dome Fire Avenue, a powerful being covered in flames was staring at him. Yinbei. Lin Moyu whispered his name. Yinbei was surprised to see that Lin Moyu was safe and sound in the sea of fire, but a murderous intent rose up. Yinbei looked at Lin Moyu with murderous intent and surprise. You are only at the 3rd level of Dao Zun. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. Why? Are you surprised? Yinbei sneered. Indeed, a mere 3rd level of Dao Zun can actually kill the elder of the Yinfen clan, which really surprised this clan leader. You must have a big secret. Tell me your secret, and I can give you a quick death. Lin Moyu smiled. Are you mentally ill? You should say that if I can tell you the secret, you will let me go. Otherwise, you will die anyway. Why should I tell you the secret? Yinbei was stunned for a moment. It seemed that what Lin Moyu said made more sense, but he would not admit it. Letting you die quickly is the greatest gift of our tribe to you. Otherwise, I will put your soul on the fire and roast it for 10,000 years, and let you suffer. Lin Moyu looked at him like an idiot. Roasting the soul for 10,000 years? What kind of fire is 207, this kind of fire? As he said, Lin Moyu reached out and held up a ball of flames from the magma. The flames burned in his hands, containing the great way of fire, but could not hurt Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu slapped him in the face with his actions, as if to say, you are such an idiot, I am not afraid of fire at all, and I still roast it for 10,000 years. Yinbei realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. He also found that in terms of speaking, he was far behind the human race. He shouted angrily, do you want to tell me or not? Lin Moyu said, in addition to my secret, do I have to tell you the whereabouts of the soul ancestral beast? Yinbei said, of course, but even if you don't tell me, I know that the soul ancestral beast is in your rule world. I will catch it myself when the time comes. Lin Moyu could hear that Xian Bei had a magic weapon to temporarily stabilize the rule world. This kind of magic weapon is not uncommon, and it is very useful for killing people and setting fires. Kill people, use magic weapons to stabilize the rule world so that it will not collapse immediately, and then get the things in the rule world out. The conversation between the two of them did not mean to hide anything. In Yin Bei's view, those guys in the formation were already dead, so let them know how the soul ancestral beast is. The dead can keep secrets. But in Lin and Moyu's eyes, it was the opposite. The dead are the easiest to leak secrets. With just one spell, the dead will tell everything. It was also because of the conversation between the two that the survivors finally knew why the Red Flame Eagle clan launched the 100,000 volcanoes array. It was to kill the human in front of them and the soul spirit ancestral beast. They were just the unlucky ones who were implicated. They did not beg Yin Bei for mercy. When they knew the existence of the soul spirit ancestral beast, they already knew that they could not escape and would die today. No matter Yin Bei or this weird human race, they would not let them go. The only difference is that they die sooner or later. Yin Bei shouted angrily, "This clan leader will count to 3. If you don't say it again, then there is no need to say it again." Lin Moyu smiled and said, 3, I'll count for you. You want to kill me, but unfortunately, you can't kill me. Yin Bei was enraged by Lin Moyu's presumptuousness. Lin Moyu didn't take him seriously at all. As a strong man in the 8th realm of Dao Zun, after becoming the head of a clan, everyone would look at him differently. Even the clan leaders and elders of the royal clan would be polite to him. Unlike Lin Moyu, he simply ignored him. In mid-air, Yin Bei turned into a 1,000-meter divine eagle and swooped down towards Lin Moyu. He didn't want Lin Moyu's secret. The divine eagle spread its wings, covered with flames, and its momentum was thrilling. Each of its feathers was much larger than Lin Moyu's. Each feather flashed with cold light and was extremely sharp, like a magic sword. In addition to being good at the great way of fire, the feathers on the bodies of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan are also weapons for killing enemies. Yin Bei, as the strongest of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, has the cultivation of the 8th realm of Dao Zun, so his combat power is terrifying. He is much stronger than Yin Fun, who was killed by Lin Moyu. Although the 8th realm of Dao Zun is only one level lower than the 7th realm, the combat power is at least several times greater. 10 7th realm Dao Zun cannot beat 1 8th realm Dao Zun. When Yin Bei saw Lin Moyu ignoring the magma and walking on the fire, he knew that Lin Moyu was not afraid of fire. So he did not use the great Dao of fire to attack, but directly killed Lin Moyu himself. Lin Moyu faced Yin Bei, who rushed towards him and did not flee or resist. Die! Yin Bei showed a cruel smile on his face, as if he had seen the scene of Lin Moyu being killed by himself. But suddenly, his face changed drastically. The rush turned into an abrupt stop, and he showed an expression of disbelief. "How do you have this thing?" Lin Moyu held a small Demon Emperor flower in his hand. This Demon Emperor flower was not a fresh Demon Emperor flower, but a refined Demon Emperor flower, more like a specimen. The Demon Emperor flower was only the size of a fist, but this small Demon Emperor flower exuded the breath of a gardener. This breath was extremely noble, and had already gone beyond the scope of the Dao Zun and reached another level. When Yin Bei faced this breath, he had the urge to bow down and submit. In his memory, he thought of the existence that he had the honor to meet many years ago. At that time, the Demon Emperor was high on the throne and summoned the clan leaders of various tribes, and he was also fortunate to be among them. The royal family was in front, and he was the existence second only to the royal family, so his position was also relatively forward. So he still remembered the breath of the Demon Emperor, that kind of nobility, that kind of magnificence, that kind of power, and he would never forget it. From that moment on, the Demon King had become his goal. He wanted to become the patriarch of the royal family, a strong man in the ninth realm of Dao Zun, and then cross the threshold of Dao Zun to become a strong man like the Demon King. Various scenes flashed through his mind like lightning, and he shouted again, "Why do you have the Demon King flower?" Lin Moyu smiled. The Demon King flower was naturally given to me by the Demon King. Could it be that I stole it? Yin Bei's eyes kept turning. Why did the Demon King give you the Demon King flower? Lin Moyu laughed. You have no business doing this. If you want to know why, you can ask the Demon King. As for whether he will tell you or slap you to death, I don't know. Now I just want to ask you one question. Do you still want to kill me now? Yin Bei's eyes showed hesitation. He looked at Lin Moyu and then at the Demon King flower. The Demon King flower, although not the Demon King himself, has a completely different meaning. If he takes action now, it would be disrespectful to the Demon King. Even if he killed Lin Moyu, the Demon King might come and kill him. Yin Bei had no doubt about the Demon King's ability. But he was very unwilling to let Lin Moyu go now, and let Lin Moyu leave with the Soul Ancestral Beast. Not only the Soul Ancestral Beast, but also Yin Fun. This elder of the Dao Zun 7th Realm, and 5 Dao Zun 6th Realm strongmen, were all killed by Lin Moyu. For the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, this loss has already hurt their bones. But the Demon King flower. Yin Bei really didn't dare to do it. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Moyu chuckled. Since you don't dare to do it, then I'll leave. Lin Moyu held the Demon King flower in his hand and walked out of the 100,000 volcanoes formation step by step. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave to Yin Bei. A few waves were like slaps in the face, heavily inserted into Yin Bei's body. The 100,000 volcanoes formation is a pure killing formation, without any effect of trapping the enemy. As long as you can reach the edge, you can leave. Watching Lin Moyu walk out of the formation, Yin Bei's eyes were about to burst into fire. Especially when Lin Moyu waved his hand when he left, Yin Bei felt that his face was slapped dozens of times, and the pain and shame came out from the depths of his soul. He roared violently, and the 100,000 volcanoes formation exploded, instantly engulfing the remaining area. All the people inside were burned to ashes on the spot, and they were really annihilated, with no hair left. The Buddha Kingdom Lich appeared beside Lin Moyu, and bursts of Buddhist voices came. It was illuminated by the Buddha's light. In the Eternal Buddha Kingdom, more than 30 million believers chanted Buddhist scriptures at the same time. In the eyes of these believers, the Buddha Kingdom Lich is the only true Buddha. When all these believers are sacrificed, Lin Moyu doesn't know what kind of power the Buddha Kingdom Lich can burst out. Combined with the power of ancestral water and faith, it should be able to reach the 7th level of Taoism. Although the believers are not all here, we have collected 60% to 70% of them. Not bad. I will find another chance next time. Lin Moyu put away the Buddhist Lich and turned to look at the 100,000 volcanoes array in the distance. 14. He seemed to be able to sense Yin Bei's anger in the array. Lin Moyu had a feeling that this matter was not over yet. The wings of time spread out, and Lin Moyu flew towards the distance, quickly moving away from the 100,000 volcanoes array. Lin Moyu flew nonstop, and the wings of time constantly vibrated and distorted time. Lin Moyu's speed was extremely fast, even faster than the Origin shuttle. Lin Moyu flew 1,000,000 miles all the way, and only stopped after flying away from the territory of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. He chose a valley, and with a slight breath, the beasts in the valley immediately fled without a trace, as if they had encountered the most terrible enemy. Hundreds of runes flew out, covering the valley, forming a simple array, isolating the valley from the outside world. After releasing Hani from the world of rules, Hani looked around the valley with an expression of disbelief. Did we really escape? Lin Moyu smiled and said, I can't say I escaped. To be precise, Yin Bei didn't dare to kill me, and the 100,000 volcano formation couldn't kill me either. Hani didn't quite understand the first half of the sentence. He didn't know why Yin Bei didn't dare to kill Lin Moyu. But he understood the second half. Lin Moyu was not afraid of the 100,000 volcano formation, so Lin Moyu was very calm at the time and didn't panic at all. I, a guy in the 7th realm of Dao Zone, was not as good as Lin Moyu, a little guy in the 3rd realm of Dao Zone, in terms of concentration. Thinking of this, Honey felt a little ashamed. Lin Moyu said, "We have left the territory of the Red Flame Eagle clan, but I feel that Yen Bei will not let us go easily, and he may come to our door." Honey said in surprise, "Didn't you say that Yen Bei dare not kill you?" Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. It was a different time. It happened suddenly, and he was not prepared. When he is ready, he may not dare to kill me. This time, the Red Flame Eagle clan can be said to have lost both his wife and his soldiers, and suffered heavy losses, and even suffered serious injuries. He will definitely not give up easily. The 100,000 volcanoes array made too much noise, so this kind of thing could not be concealed. Others may not know the existence of the soul spirit ancestor beast, but many demon tribes will know that some of their tribesmen died at the hands of the Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe. There are too many tribes within the demon tribe, and some of those killed by the 100,000 volcanoes array were not of low status. Those tribes would definitely ask the Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe for an explanation, and they might even become enemies with them. So the troubles of the Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe have only just begun, and the losses may not continue to expand. After spending so much effort and suffering such a huge loss, but without any gains, how could Yen Bei be willing to accept this? Hun said, "What are you going to do?" Lin Moyu said, "There are 2 ways now. One is that I leave Beizhou. As long as I act fast enough, Yen Bei can't do anything to me. Even if he wants to kill me, he can't come to Dongzhou to kill me. The second is to find a way to kill him, and then destroy the entire Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. In this way, we can completely avoid future troubles." When saying this, Lin Moyu had a murderous aura surging on his body. Honey was shocked. He never thought that Lin Moyu would be so bold and actually wanted to kill Yen Bei. He whispered, "Mr. Lin, Yen Bei's strength is not comparable to Yen Fun. As the clan leader, the magic weapon resources he controls are far superior to Yen Fun." Lin Moyu understood what Honey meant. "I understand what you mean. It is indeed not easy to kill Yen Bei, but as long as I am fully prepared, it is not impossible. I am at least 70% sure that I can kill him. 70% sure, not low. But there is still a 30% chance of failure." Honey could hear that Lin Moyu had already made up his mind. From the moment Lin Moyu started killing, it was clear that Su Moyu was definitely not the kind of person who liked to retreat. The aura emanating from his body was like an indomitable arrow, only moving forward, never looking back. Lin Moyu said, "I want to place you and your people here. If I am killed by Yen Bei, you will not be implicated." Honey immediately shook his head like a rattle. "Mr. Lin, you look down on me too much. Although I am average in strength, I am never a beast that fears death. You saved my people first, and you got into trouble because of it. How could we leave you? If Yen Bei comes, I will face it with you and do my best." Honey said it firmly, his eyes full of determination. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's enough that you have this intention, but you are still in Lin's rule world. If there is a need, Lin will call you out at any time." Honey nodded and said, "Okay, when you need me, Mr. Lin will call me at any time, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation." 093 He is very smart. Lin Moyu just said that if he wants to kill Yen Bei, he must make a lot of arrangements. He will only get in the way here, so it is better to wait in the rule world. At the same time, he has made his attitude clear and decided to advance and retreat together with Lin Moyu, which is also a way to tell Lin Moyu that he is reliable. As soon as his soul returned to the rule world, Lin Moyu's eyes flashed and looked in the direction of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Although the distance is very far, he can probably still sense where Yen Bei is. When confronting Yen Bei before, he completed the Great Dao locking enemy in silence, and Yen Bei had no feeling about it. Lin Moyu could sense that Yen Bei was moving quickly and had no intention of stopping. At the same time, in the brief communication with Yen Bei, Lin Moyu also judged that Yen Bei was not a master who was willing to suffer losses. Therefore, Lin Moyu judged that Yen Beiji might come to find him again. Perhaps Yen Bei has a way to hide it from the Demon King. As long as there is no evidence, the Demon King will not come to question him. There are thousands of secret treasures in the world, and the Demon King is not omnipotent, not to mention it is just a Demon King flower. In this case, let's see who will win. Lin Moyu had a hint of murderous intent in his eyes, and his mouth corners slightly raised. The Avenue of Luck emerged, and Lin Moyu's eyes penetrated the valley, and with the help of the Avenue of Luck, he looked into the distance. Let me pick a feng shui treasure land for you. On the Avenue of Luck, an eyeless eye slowly opened. Eye of the Avenue of Luck, Lin Moyu used this ability for the first time. When he comprehended the Avenue of Luck, Lin Moyu had already mastered this ability, but he had never used it. Xiao Wu had used it before. When Xiao Wu was in Shizhou, he saw a blessed land in Dongzhou. The so-called blessed land is the place where the luck is at its peak. Such a place is very likely to have an origin spiritual vein. Later, facts also proved that there is indeed an origin spiritual vein. Using the Avenue of Luck to find the origin spiritual vein may not be accurate, but at least it can increase the probability. Compared with the sky-swallowing rat like Xiao San, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Lin Moyu also used this ability at this moment to find a blessed land through the Avenue of Luck. Under the eye of the Avenue of Luck, the luck of each area was presented in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu first looked at the luck of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. If the luck of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is very strong, it means that it will be very difficult for him to kill Yen Bei. On the contrary, it would be much easier for him to kill Yen Bei. In the Eye of Luck, he saw a group of luck rising into the sky, covering a large area of the world. As an existence second only to the royal family, the luck of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is indeed not weak. The strong luck means that the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan has produced many strong people in recent years and has developed smoothly. However, when Lin Moyu looked carefully, he found that there was a black light in the luck of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Misfortune is coming. In the Avenue of Luck, the black light is called the luck of disaster. It is also a kind of luck, representing another extreme luck. The stronger the luck, the luckier and the smoother things will be. Once disaster appears, it means that the luck begins to move to another extreme. It is not a decline, but a direct turn to another extreme. Disaster often means danger and a matter of life and death. But disaster is not entirely a bad thing. Once you can get through it and eliminate the disaster, you can greatly increase your luck. When disaster strikes, it is hard to predict. If you can't get through it, you will die. If you get through it, you will have a new world. The Red Flame Eagle clan has always hoped to become a royal family. To become a royal family, Yen Bei must reach the 9th level of Dao Zun. Now there is a disaster in the fate of the race. If they can get through it, the Red Flame Eagle clan is likely to soar to the sky and become a royal family. But disasters are not so easy to get through. 9 out of 10 disasters are difficult to get through, and 8 out of 10 are impossible to get through. Lin Moyu smiled a little. Seeing the disaster, I feel relieved. He knew where the disaster came from. It started to appear after Yen Bei made up his mind to kill him. If Yen Bei succeeded and successfully concealed it from the Demon King, the disaster would become a great fortune and help the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan become a royal family. If he failed, Yen Bei would not only die, but also the entire Red Flame Divine Eagle clan might perish. At this moment, Lin Moyu was 99% sure that Yen Bei would definitely come to kill him. He slowly moved his eyes away and looked at other places. He was not looking far away, no more than 1,000,000 miles away. After a search, he finally found a decent divine land. In the eyes of the great Tao of Fortune, there was an area with fortune like fog 100,000 miles away from him. Although it was not very strong, it was the strongest among all the areas. At this time, Lin Moyu suddenly sensed that Yin Bei had left the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan and flew away. The direction was exactly the opposite of his own, and he was very fast, quickly pulling away. As the distance got farther and farther, the induction of the Great Tao locking the enemy became weaker and weaker. Lin Moyu frowned. Could it be that I made a wrong judgment? Then Lin Moyu immediately shook his head. If the previous guess was wrong, the fate of disaster would not be wrong. If Yin Bei did not come to kill me, there would be no disaster in the fate. The Red Flame Eagle clan was the overlord nearby, and no clan could threaten them. Only himself, the group was the only variable. Lin Moyu firmly believed that his guess would not be wrong, and the wings of time vibrated, heading towards the blessed land he had chosen. Along the way, he did not conceal his breath, and flew over openly, leaving his own traces between heaven and earth. He knew that as long as Yin Bei was willing, he would definitely find him. So he did not need to do anything deliberately, neither hide nor leave information deliberately. Everything would be fine naturally. After flying over the land, Lin Moyu came to the Feng Shui treasure land he had chosen for Yin Bei. His keen spiritual perception told him that there was indeed an original spiritual vein here. It's just that this origin spiritual vein is too weak, only the second level. The second level origin spiritual vein is not valuable, but it is an origin spiritual vein after all, and it also contains powerful power. If it can be activated at one time, it is also quite terrifying. After Lin Moyu came here, he immediately took out pieces of origin crystals and began to arrange the formation. Using the origin spiritual vein as the formation eye, the power of the formation is additionally enhanced. The power of the second-level origin spiritual vein has an upper limit, and if it is activated step by step, it will not be of much use. Lin Moyu naturally understood that he had to detonate all the power of the second-level origin spiritual vein at one time, and then use the formation to amplify it, so that he could threaten Yin Bei. Yin Bei is a strong man in the 8th realm of Dao Zun, and ordinary formations cannot deal with him, so some improvements must be made. The best way is naturally to arrange the 8th level formation. The 8th level formation can completely deal with the 8th level of Dao Zun. Especially the top 8 well formation, which can even kill the 9th level of Dao Zun. The 100,000 volcanoes formation is an 8th level formation, and it is not even perfect. It once trapped and killed the Taoist 8th realm clan leader of the Ice Demon Lizard clan. But Lin Moyu's current realm of cultivation, laying out an 8th level formation, is still a bit difficult. The most important thing is that he does not have enough materials on hand. What he uses now are all exquisite 7th level origin crystals, which are very suitable for arranging a 7th level formation, but a little worse for arranging an 8th level formation. So Lin Moyu can only find another way and use other methods to enhance the power of the formation. Pieces of exquisite 7th level origin crystals flew out and fell to the designated position, and the formation gradually took shape. At the same time, Lin Moyu's right hand kept drawing runes, combining the instrument and rune formations into one, further enhancing the power of the formation. The formation arranged this time is the same as the formation arranged in the Ice and Fire Secret Treasure, Nuo Qian's, both of which are skybreaking killing formations. However, as Lin Moyu's understanding of the way of formations deepened, the power of this formation was even greater. At that time, he used the sky-splitting killing formation to kill the insect mother, which was really a sledgehammer. This time, he wanted to use the sky-splitting killing formation to kill Yin Bei, who was at the 8th level of Dao Zun. As for whether it would succeed, Lin Moyu was not completely sure. As he said, he was 70% sure. It took a whole day to set up the sky-splitting killing formation before. This time, it was completed in just half a day. At the moment when the formation was formed, the space was violently distorted, the wind was howling, and a large number of cracks appeared in the space. After a while, everything returned to calm, the cracks disappeared, and the sky-splitting killing formation was completely hidden. This is one of the advantages of space-based formations. It can be hidden in space and is not easy to be discovered when the formation is not activated. After arranging the sky-splitting killing formation, Lin Moyu began to arrange another formation, the Doom formation. The first time Lin Moyu came into contact with the Doom array was from the Wendao sect. At that time, the Wendao sect set up the Doom array to weaken their own luck. However, no one in the Wendao sect mastered the Great Tao of Luck, and they just used some special means to set up the array. Now that Lin Moyu has comprehended the Great Tao of Luck, and if he sets up the Doom array again, the effect will be completely different. Lin Moyu did not simply want to weaken Yin Bei's luck when setting up the Doom array. If it was just to weaken the luck, it would not be so troublesome. The Sword of Luck would only need a few swords to weaken his luck. Or using the Poisonous Sword of Luck can also do the same. The purpose of the Doom array is to use him as a trigger to trigger the bad luck in the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Taking the bad luck as the basis, it will backfire on Yin Bei's luck, and at the same time affect the luck of the entire Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. It can be said that Lin Moyu's move is more vicious than that of the Wendao sect. Either don't do it, or do it to the end. Lin Moyu didn't intend to let Yin Bei go, and he didn't even intend to let the Red Flame Eagle tribe go. He hadn't done the massacre of the clan for a long time, and this time he planned to do it again. When he saw the luck of the Red Flame Eagle tribe just now, Lin Moyu had already noticed that this clan was very murderous. Their luck showed a bloody color. From the luck, it can be distinguished that the members of the Red Flame Eagle tribe are almost all murderers. This kind of murder has been soaked into the blood and soul, and has been carried since birth. It is precisely because of this that they can launch the 100,000 volcanoes formation with peace of mind. The first time, the entire Ice Demon Lizard clan was wiped out, killing countless people. The second time, all the creatures within a radius of 100,000 miles were wiped out, and countless people were also killed, including a large number of demons. Otherwise, everyone is a demon. Although the subdivided clans are different, they are not enemies. How can they do such a thing? This shows how vicious the Trapped Flame Eagle tribe is. Lin Moyu felt at ease when he started killing such a race. The Doom array was not a very strong array. It was only level 5. Its effect was not to kill the enemy, but to weaken the luck. The Doom array was an illusory array. It was more secretive than the sky-splitting killing array and would not be discovered at all. Its existence was the same as its function, with no trace to be found. After the two arrays were arranged, Lin Moyu was ready. But Yin Bei was still far away and had not arrived yet. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry and just waited quietly there. He took out the Bagua compass, a trophy obtained from Yin Fun, which was a very strange magic weapon. Lin Moyu tried to brand his soul on it and found that it had no effect. This magic weapon could not recognize its owner, nor did it need to recognize its owner. Anyone could use it. The method of using it was also very simple. Use your own soul power to activate it, and then lock the target. The method of locking was very special. It was not breath locking or soul locking, but locking through the Avenue of Destiny. Everyone has a place in the Avenue of Destiny, which contains the future and transcends time. So this lock cannot be cut off. Unless you can comprehend the Avenue of Destiny and erase yourself from the Avenue of Destiny. So it is speculated that the grade of this magic weapon in the shape of the 8 diagrams compass should not be low. I wonder if it can be summoned into an elemental lich. Although the 8 diagrams compass is powerful, its effect is single, and it is not for Lin Moyu. The biggest function of the 8 diagrams compass is to track the enemy, and he does not need this ability. He knows the Great Tao to lock the enemy, and it is enough to have the Great Tao to lock the enemy. Just like now, although it is very far away from Yin Bei, it is almost impossible to sense it. But if he wants to launch an attack, the corpse can still attack Yin Bei regardless of the spatial distance, and even kill him. It's just that he can't bear to part with the corpse of the 9th realm of Daozuan. After thinking about it, he decided to try to summon the elemental monster with the Bagua compass. If it succeeds, it will be the best. If it fails, it doesn't matter. The Bagua compass can be sold to the 3rd ancestor in exchange for some good things. Do it as you think of it, and flames will rise on Lin Moyu's palm. Origin level magic, summon elemental lich. The hazy and charming flames wrapped around the Bagua compass, and the flames burned fiercely. At first, the Bagua compass was motionless in the flames, but Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. After being burned by the flames for more than 10 seconds, the Bagua compass began to change. It began to melt and turn into liquid, as if returning to its original state. Lin Moyu felt the breath of the Great Tao of Destiny, which was exactly the same as when the Buddhist Lich cast the Great Tao of Destiny. Then a little light flashed out from the melted magic weapon, and Lin Moyu saw a very small crystal. This crystal was only as big as a fingernail, full of cracks, as if it would break at any time. The breath of the Great Tao of Destiny came from this broken crystal. The crystal exuded a charming light, and it was hard to tell what color this light was, but it made people feel extremely beautiful. This is something from the Great Tao of Destiny. Lin Moyu squinted his eyes and admired this broken but extremely beautiful little thing. He knew that this was the core of the entire magic weapon. It should have been very powerful, just like the ice and fire Tao stone from the Great Tao. It can even be said that it came from the illusory Great Tao of Destiny, and its essence is better than the ice and fire Tao stone. Unfortunately, it was broken, the grade dropped, and it was greatly weakened. In the end, it was obtained by someone and refined into the Bagua compass. The crystal gradually deformed in the flames, and finally melted completely like the Bagua compass. The entire Bagua compass turned into a ball of liquid only the size of a baby's fist. All impurities were removed, leaving only the essence. The liquid kept changing in the flames, and finally gradually turned into a small elemental lich. Among all the elemental liches of Lin Moyu, the new guy in front of him was the smallest one. He was only as big as a baby's fist, several times smaller than the Buddha lich, and could even sit on the shoulder of the Buddha lich. It looked like a delicate and small doll. The first time Lin Moyu saw it, he felt that Xiao Wu and the others would definitely like it very much. The little doll lowered its head and stopped in front of Lin Moyu respectfully. The aura emanating from it was illusory and hazy, and even Lin Moyu, the owner, could not judge its true realm for a while. Destiny Lich. Realm, Dao Zun 8 realms. Rank, perfect. Growth limit, none. Spells, Destiny Guidance, Destiny Deprivation. Destiny Guidance, lock the enemy, find the enemy's weaknesses in the Destiny Avenue, provide guidance for other liches, and attack the weaknesses. Destiny Deprivation, use the power of the Destiny Avenue to temporarily deprive the enemy of the traces of existence. The enemy deprived of fate will be rejected by the Avenue. The effect is better for enemies of the same realm, and the effect is average for enemies of the same realm. It has no effect on enemies of a higher realm than itself. It can be used 3 times a day. Looking at the attributes of the Destiny Lich, Lin Moyu was shocked for a moment. Although the Fate Lich has no attack ability, its ability is more terrifying than its attack ability. This is Lin Moyu's first 8-level Lich, and it is also an absolutely powerful Lich. It has no attack power itself, but its existence will double the combat power of other liches. Its purpose is to cooperate with other liches. For example, the strongest ability of the Buddha Lich is to find the weakest point of the enemy in the Avenue of Destiny, launch an attack in the Avenue of Destiny, and severely damage the enemy in the Avenue of Destiny. All damage will be transferred back to reality through the Avenue of Destiny. This is only the ability of the Buddha Lich itself, and it can only be used 3 times a day. Sometimes facing a powerful enemy, 3 attacks are not enough. But now there is a Destiny Lich, and its Destiny Guidance has no such limitation. Through its guidance, every attack of other liches will be aimed at the weakest point in the Avenue of Destiny. In this way, the attack power is greatly increased, and it also means that the enemy cannot dodge. Destiny Guidance also has an ability similar to the Avenue locking enemy. It's a pity that only liches can cooperate with it, and the Undead Legion cannot enjoy this benefit. The second ability is Destiny Deprivation. The existence of the instant enemy will be temporarily deprived from the Avenue of Destiny. The Avenue of Destiny is one of the fundamental avenues. In the Origin continent, everyone exists in the Avenue of Destiny. There are only two possibilities that do not exist in the Avenue of Destiny. One is the dead. There are no dead people among all the living beings in the Avenue of Destiny. The second is the extraterritorial gods. Extraterritorial gods do not exist in the Avenue of Destiny in the Origin continent. Once they are separated from the Avenue of Destiny, they will be excluded. During that period, all the magics related to the Avenue cannot be used, and they can only rely on their own strength. Once the Dao Zun loses the power of the Avenue, the history will be at least weakened by dozens or hundreds of times. In this case, the defense will be greatly reduced, and in contrast, the damage on Lin Moyu's side will be greatly increased. Therefore, this magic is the magic that cooperates with the Undead Legion. The two auxiliary magics directly improved Lin Moyu's combat power. Although he has not tried it yet, Lin Moyu also knows that the effect will be amazing. With the Fate Lich, the chance of fighting Yin Bei can be increased by another 10%. Now I have 80% chance I can kill him. 80% chance is not a small amount, but Lin Moyu still feels that it is not enough. In addition to the formation and the Fate Lich, Lin Moyu has many other means. Zushui, the power of faith, and the ice and fire Dao Stone. If it really doesn't work, there is still a corpse of the 9th level of the Dao Master. That is Lin Moyu's biggest trump card. Once it is used, Yin Bei will definitely die. But Lin Moyu doesn't want to use it too much. Yin Bei is not worthy of this trump card. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, the feeling of the great Dao locking the enemy suddenly became clear. Yin Bei returned, and the distance between him and himself was shortening rapidly. Very fast. Lin Moyu could sense that Yin Bei's movement speed was very fast. The speed of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was originally amazing enough, and with his cultivation of the 8th level of the Dao Master, his speed was even faster than that of the Demon clan of the same level. After Yin Bei flew a distance, he stopped for a while, and then continued to move forward. Every time he stopped, he was sensing the direction of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu did not hide his breath along the way. As long as he was determined, he could still find the trace. Just like Gu Hanyu could find himself back then, he always had his own way. What's more, Yin Bei also has the ability to go back in time, so it is effortless to find people. Lin Moyu slowly stood up and sent a voice message to Hunyi in the Rule World. Chief Hunyi, Yin Bei is coming. If I need you, I will call you. Hunyi had already made preparations in the Rule World. I will go in and wait for the call from the Master. Lin Moyu thought to himself, under normal circumstances, I will not call you. Dao Zun 8th Realm, then let me see what you have. Facing the Dao Zun 8 realms for the first time, Lin Moyu also had an impulse to try. Yin Bei flew and stopped, adjusting the direction again and again, getting closer and closer to Lin Moyu. After only half a day, the distance between the two sides was less than 10,000 miles. Here, Yin Bei could already clearly sense Lin Moyu's position. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw a ball of flame shooting from the sky like a meteor. In the flames, there was a 1,000-meter-long eagle. Yin Bei evolved his body, with overwhelming momentum. Lin Moyu felt a little strange. He came here with such a big fanfare. Was he afraid that others would not see it? If someone came, if he took out the Demon King flower in public, Yin Bei would not be shocked. But then, Lin Moyu knew that he had thought too much. Since Yin Bei dared to do this, he naturally had his way to deal with it. When there was still 1,000 miles away, Yin Bei's figure suddenly disappeared from the air. Disappeared? Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Yin Bei's disappearance was beyond his expectation. Not only could he not see, but his aura had completely disappeared. Not only that, even the great Dao locking enemy had lost its sense of Yin Bei. The great Dao was not wrong. The great Dao locking enemy still existed, but it just lost its sense, which meant that Yin Bei had gone to a very far place in an instant. With Lin Moyu's current sensing ability, Yin Bei must be at least 1,000,000 miles away from him for this to happen. The next second, Lin Moyu realized that something was wrong. It wasn't him or anything else that was wrong, but the space around him. The space he was in, a space of thousands of miles in radius, was moving very fast. Lin Moyu comprehended the great Tao of space and sensed the changes in space at the first time. He immediately knew what method Yin Bei was going to use to deceive the Demon King. It turned out to be this method. It's a bit of an idea, and it does work. Lin Moyu knew that the space he was in had been cut off by some powerful force and then placed in an independent space similar to a secret treasure. Moreover, the structure of this independent space similar to a secret treasure was very complicated, and the space was even more irregular. The overlapping spaces made the distance between the two people extremely far, so the great Tao-locking enemy would lose its sense. Similarly, in such overlapping spaces, it was difficult for the Demon King to sense what was happening here. Even if Lin Moyu used the Demon King flower, he could not contact the Demon King. It must be said that Yin Bei did think of a good way. Sure enough, how could someone who can cultivate to the 8th level of Dao Zun be a stupid person? Lin Moyu muttered to himself that there were 10 more small jade cards in Fengzhou. Activate the jade cards and carry them with you. The space he was in was moving at an astonishing speed. Lin Moyu saw the space turbulence thousands of miles away. The space turbulence was very violent and full of powerful destructive power. As he thought, the area he was in had been completely cut off and turned into a piece of space debris. Fortunately, the formation he arranged was not affected. Soon, he saw Yin Bei. Yin Bei was still covered in flames, but he had put away his true body. At this moment, he turned into a human form and hid a huge sword. The sword looked extremely sharp and exuded a terrifying aura. This sword was at least a magical weapon of the 7th level of Dao Zun, and was no weaker than the 5 elements sword. As the head of a clan, it was normal for him to have a magical weapon. And Lin Moyu thought that he might have more than one magical weapon. Lin Moyu took out the Demon King flower and said calmly, "Chief Yin Bei, I have the Demon King flower in my hand. Do you really want to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the Demon King will slaughter your entire clan?" Yin Bei sneered on his feathered face, and his eyes were full of teasing. His voice was a little shrill. "I'm afraid. How can I not be afraid? I originally thought that if you left, this clan leader would tolerate this matter. You are a human, I can't run to Shizhou to kill you, and you have the Demon King flower, some things should be tolerated. But I didn't expect that you didn't leave. It's not enough to slap this clan leader in the face once, don't you want to slap him again? Then this clan leader will fulfill your wish." There was anger in the shrill voice. Lin Moyu then understood Yin Bei's mental journey. Although the result was the same as he guessed, there was still some way out of the process. People's hearts are unpredictable, even Lin Moyu can't completely figure out other people's minds. Yin Bei's expression was a little complicated, with hatred, murderous intent, and a hint of hesitation. He hated Lin Moyu, who not only killed his 073 clan members, but also slapped himself in the face. He wanted to kill Lin Moyu, but at the same time, because of the existence of the Demon King flower, he was a little scared, afraid that the Demon King would come to him. After all, the one who could get the Demon King flower must be the one favored by the Demon King, and killing him would be like slapping the Demon King in the face. He was going to swallow this breath, but Lin Moyu didn't leave, which was like slapping him in the face again. This made him determined to kill Lin Moyu and get the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. Lin Moyu didn't look panicked at all. "I'm curious, how did you come up with this method? Are you sure that you can hide it from the Demon King by doing this?" Yin Bei is also a decisive person. Whether it can be done or not, we will know after killing you. If the Demon King finds out, the chief of this clan can only die to apologize. Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. "You don't know the temper of the Demon King. It is definitely not enough for you to die alone. 9 out of 10 times, your entire clan will be buried with him. In the history of the Demon Clan in the future, your name will definitely be mentioned. What a big name, naturally it won't be a good reputation. If what Lin Moyu said came true, Yin Bei would be the one who led the Red Flame Eagle clan to destruction. Hearing Lin Moyu say this, Yin Bei's fear in his eyes became even greater, but his murderous intent also increased. Lin Moyu's words did not make him give up the idea of killing, but instead strengthened his idea. Yin Bei murmured in a low voice, "They are right. If the Demon King knows, it is far from enough to kill me. However, there is infinite space here. As long as this clan leader does it cleanly enough, the Demon King will not know. Even if it is him, you have to talk about evidence." Lin Moyu's eyes moved slightly, and the information he wanted was revealed a little bit. Why did he say so much nonsense with Yin Bei here, just to get some extra information from Yin Bei? Before, Yin Bei left, and he didn't know where he went. After returning, he came directly to find himself. At this time, Yin Bei had the means to hide from the Demon King. Yin Bei didn't have the means to hide from the Demon King before, but after going out for a trip, he had it. This shows that, in addition to Yin Bei, there are people hiding in the dark. And the existence hidden in the dark is against the Demon King. The Demon King is in the demon race, covering the sky with one hand, and no one dares to resist him. He is the real king. But there will always be some rebels. This situation is normal in any era and any race. The existence hidden in the dark may be one person or a group of people. Lin Moyu guessed this, so he deliberately talked so much nonsense with Yin Bei, trying to get some information from him. Now Yin Bei's inadvertent words have proved that his guess is correct. Lin Moyu said, "It's a pity that you don't know how terrible the Demon King is. You don't know how powerful that realm is." Yin Bei shook his head. "The Demon King is indeed powerful, but he is not omniscient. This clan leader has made up his mind to kill you, so you don't need to threaten the Sister Emperor anymore. Since you are a genius of the human race, this clan leader still gives you two choices. One is to hand over the Soul Ancestor Beast, and this clan leader will give you a quick death. Second, this clan leader will imprison and suppress your soul for 10,000 years, and torture it for 10,000 years. Lin Moyu laughed. "I have talked about this topic before, and the clan leader of Xianbei is still brainless." Seeing that he could not get anything out of him, Lin Moyu stopped talking and directly used words to stimulate Yin Bei. The brainless words made Yin Bei angry. He waved his sword and hoped that Lin Moyu would swing it. The fierce flames seemed to tear the sky and the earth apart and bombarded Lin Moyu with overwhelming force. Lin Moyu spread his wings of time, and the wings of time vibrated violently, taking him back thousands of meters as if teleporting. Yin Bei's sword missed, and there was no surprise on his face. "You can't escape." A flame mark suddenly appeared on Lin Moyu's body, and Yin Bei locked Lin Moyu with his soul. Under the lock, his attack was no longer dodgeable. At this time, Yin Bei slashed the second sword, which was more fierce than the first one. He still did not use the Great Tao of Fire. He knew very well that his Great Tao of Fire would not work well on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu, who was in the third realm of Dao Zun, seemed weak, but very strange. Soul Lock? Lin Moyu looked disdainful and unhurried. The wings of time shook slightly, and the soul lock was cut off instantly. Then Lin Moyu did not retreat but advanced, avoiding the second sword again. The power of the second sword exploded behind Lin Moyu, and the entire space was distorted, as if it would collapse at any time. The soul lock was cut off, which was completely beyond Yin Bei's imagination. How could you cut off the soul lock of this clan leader? He was in the 8th realm of Dao Zun, and Lin Moyu was only in the 3rd realm of Dao Zun. The difference between the two was a full 5 realms. How could he break the soul lock? Lin Moyu naturally wouldn't tell him that he was so unreasonable. After the former wings of the dead were sublimated into the wings of the curse of time, the ability to cut off the soul lock was also inherited. This ability, regardless of realm, can cut off any soul lock. Even the soul lock of the Demon King can be cut off, not to mention Yin Bei's. Yin Bei didn't believe that his soul lock would fail, and locked Lin Moyu again, waving the sword in his hand, and slashing out one by one. The wings of time vibrated, and Lin Moyu cut off the soul lock again and again, avoiding countless blades. The time belonging to Lin Moyu became extremely fast, giving Lin Moyu enough reaction time. Lin Moyu freely shuttled through the attacks without any pressure. Countless attacks all missed, bombarded outside the space, and exploded countless space turbulence. Under Yin Bei's unbelievable eyes, Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Chief Yin Bei, do you have any other means at 4.6? The tone was full of sarcasm and disdain, as if to say that your great Tao of fire is not good, and your long-range attack is also not good. You are just a waste, and you are a waste of the 8th realm of Daozuan." Yin Bei felt hurt in his heart and felt that he was slapped in the face again. He shouted angrily, "Go to hell." The sword in his hand flew out, and the sword became extremely huge, and then exploded. One sword turned into tens of millions in an instant. The swords rained down at Lin Moyu. At the same time, Yin Bei evolved his true body and activated the Great Tao body. His true body is a 1,000-meter divine eagle. After using the Great Tao true body, his body is even larger, more than 3,000 meters. The huge divine eagle followed the rain of swords and killed him. Lin Moyu retreated quickly, without any panic, but raised his mouth slightly, finally here. The swords poured down like a violent storm. Since he couldn't lock on, he simply didn't lock on. Yin Bei fired a map cannon directly. The sword was a magic weapon of the 7th realm of Daozun, and it was extremely powerful. If Lin Moyu was hit, he would definitely die. In Yin Bei's eyes, although Lin Moyu was weird and could ignore his great Tao of fire, he was only at the 3rd realm of Daozun after all, and no matter how weird he was, he couldn't stop his attack. And Yin Bei also followed the swords to kill. Even if the rain of swords couldn't kill Lin Moyu, it could at least seriously injure Lin Moyu, and he would personally make up the blow. But when he saw Lin Moyu's eyes through the gaps in the sword rain, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Lin Moyu's eyes were too calm, not only calm, but also with a hint of teasing. "No, there's a trick." He realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The space suddenly began to distort, and the entire space became sticky and heavy. He seemed to have entered an extremely thick swamp, and his speed dropped sharply. Not only him, but also the speed of the sword was dropping sharply. A huge net appeared between heaven and earth, covering himself and the rain of swords. Formation. Yin Bei recognized it as a formation at a glance. He also often fought with the 100,000 volcanoes array. Although he was not proficient in formations, he was not unfamiliar with them. He never thought that Lin Moyu had arranged the formation here in advance, just waiting for him to come in. Yin Bei thought to himself, he is not a formation master. Lin Moyu is not only a formation master, but also a very high-level formation master. Being able to use formations to affect himself, the level of this formation will not be low. He felt uneasy and waved his hand to retract his sword. The flames on his body burned fiercely and turned into flame armor. At the same time, he continued to move towards Lin Moyu rushed forward. Although his speed was much slower, with his strength, it would only take him a few seconds to break out of the formation. Bang! The space in front of him exploded, and dozens of space blades swept over. The space blades came too suddenly, and Yin Bei had no time to react. The sword became bigger and turned into a shield in front of him. The space blades hit the sword, and the huge force shocked Yin Bei to retreat continuously. He was still evolving the true body of the Great Tao at this time. His body was huge, and the sword could not completely protect him. Several space blades passed over the sword and slashed him. The flame armor on his body was cut open, and the space blade brought out bloodlines. Yin Bei groaned, and retreated quickly with a little noise. Bang, bang, bang. As he retreated, the space continued to explode, and thousands of space blades flew out, bombarding from all directions, leaving no chance for Yin Bei to dodge. Yin Bei withdrew his true body, and his body shrank rapidly. The war sword was divided into 8 parts, and Yin Bei was surrounded by the waist. The space blades bombarded the war sword like a rainstorm, making a fierce roar. The war sword shook violently. If it was not a magic weapon of the seventh realm of Dao Zone, it would have been smashed to pieces by the space blades. What a powerful formation! Yin Bei found that he still underestimated Lin Moyu, who could actually arrange such a powerful formation. Lin Moyu stood outside the formation with a smile on his face. "Welcome to my formation." Yin Bei saw Lin Moyu's hateful smile. "When I get out, I will tear you into pieces." Lin Moyu smiled. "Then we'll talk about it when you come out, but I have to say, this is really a good place. If the space here is not deep enough, my formation may not be so powerful." The sky-splitting killing formation is constantly absorbing the power from the space, forming a space knife. In this space, similar to a secret treasure, the space is not as stable as the origin continent, and the space is deep enough, which further enhances the power of the space-breaking killing array. The space-breaking killing array, which originally combined the two arrays of the talisman, had a power close to that of the 8th level array. Now, it is closer to the 8th level array and can be comparable to some of the 8th level arrays. Yin Bei seemed to realize this, and his face became extremely ugly. By chance, he actually helped Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu knew very well that part of the reason for this was because of the great Tao of Qi. His luck was strong enough, and Yin Bei's luck was far inferior to his, so many things would become favorable to him. The influence of the great Tao of Qi is often produced silently, sometimes immediately, and sometimes it will explode at a certain time point. Lin Moyu flicked out a rune with his finger, and Chen Fei disappeared into the void. The array of doom was running, and the great Tao of Qi emerged faintly. At this time, Yin Bei was constantly being bombarded by the sky-splitting killing array, and did not notice the originally weak doom array. However, he suddenly felt a palpitation, as if something bad was happening repeatedly. A strong man like him was very sensitive to danger. He knew that something must have happened, and it was most likely done by Lin Moyu, but he did not find the source of the danger. The Doom Array used the power of the great Tao of Luck to fall on Yin Bei. Then, through Yin Bei's luck, it was connected to the luck of the entire Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, enhancing the bad luck in the luck of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. The bad luck expanded rapidly, quickly affecting the luck of the entire race, and then through the luck of the race, it affected Yin Bei's luck. The whole process, although it sounds a bit complicated, is actually very simple and very fast. For the entire race, the luck of the race is composed of many aspects, including the origin of the spiritual vein, the master, and countless clansmen. Many things will affect the luck of the race, among which the luck of the master is very critical. On the other hand, the luck of the race will also affect the luck of every member of the race, and the leader is also one of the members of the race. Therefore, Yin Bei's luck was also affected and declined rapidly. Although the effect is not as immediate as the Sword of Luck, it is more durable. As long as the bad luck formation is still running and Yin Bei is still in the bad luck formation, his luck will be difficult to reverse. Even, the luck of the entire race will be greatly weakened, and the entire race will become unlucky. Yin Bei's palpitations became stronger and stronger, and he shouted angrily, "What did you do?" Lin Moyu smiled slightly, "Guess." While speaking, Lin Moyu's body was illusory and hazy, and the true body of the Road of Luck emerged, and the Sword of Luck was condensed at the same time. The true body of the Road of Luck has an amplifying effect on the Sword of Luck and the bad luck formation. The Sword of Luck, the poisonous Sword of Luck, the two swords were condensed at the same time and newly produced at the same time. Yin Bei's luck is very strong, and behind Yin Bei is the entire race, so Lin Moyu decided to use 3 methods to weaken his luck to the limit. Being hit by the Sword of Luck, Yin Bei felt as if he had lost something, but he couldn't tell what he had lost. Suddenly, Yin Bei felt that his strength seemed to have weakened a little. The magic sword in his hand seemed to be alienated from himself, and it was no longer so smooth. Then his pupils shrank suddenly, and he saw that there were cracks on the sword. How could this happen? Suddenly he thought of something. This sword was passed down by the previous patriarch. When the Ice Demon Lizard clan was strangled, this sword also made great contributions, but it was also severely damaged at that time. Afterwards, the previous patriarch was also seriously injured and died, and this sword fell into his hands. When the sword fell into his hands, it had already recovered. At that time, he thought that it was the previous patriarch who repaired it, but now it seems that it is not that simple. This sword has not been fully restored. Yin Bei realized that the sword might not be completely repaired. Perhaps it was only restored on the surface, but there was still damage inside. But thinking about it, it felt wrong. He had clearly refined the sword. If there was any damage, he should have discovered it. And over the years, this sword has accompanied him through dozens of battles, big and small, and this has never happened. He was puzzled, so he naturally aimed at Lin Moyu and shouted, "What did you do?" Lin Moyu also felt a little strange at this time. He saw the cracks on the sword, but what did it have to do with him? "It's your own magic weapon that is too bad. It's none of my business." He said this, but he also felt strange in his heart. He knew the power of the sky-splitting killing formation very well. Now the power of the sky-splitting killing formation has not been fully unleashed, and it should not be able to break the magic weapon of the seventh realm of Dao Zun. Moreover, the shattering process of this sword did not seem to be broken by the formation, but broke from the inside. Lin Moyu felt a little alert in his heart, and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. He naturally retreated a distance. Facing the unknown, Lin Moyu's first reaction was to ensure his own safety. The sky-splitting killing formation did not change, and continued to bombard Yin Bei without stopping. The sound of impact, like hammering iron, was endless, and all attacks fell on the sword. The sword had to withstand thousands of attacks every second. The cracks on the sword became more and more, and it was about to break completely. Yin Bei finally realized that something was wrong. Although the power of the sky-splitting killing formation was strong, it was indeed not enough to smash his magic weapon. This sword was not smashed by the sky-splitting killing formation, but for other reasons. Although the sword was not a treasure of the clan, it was also a rare treasure. It was obtained by the previous clan leader from a secret treasure at the risk of his life. It was not worth it to break it like this. He gritted his teeth, and a round shield appeared in the civilian. This round shield was covered with thorns. Although it looked like a shield, it was more like a sharp weapon. The round shield suddenly grew larger, replacing the position of the sword to resist the space blade. At the same time as the round shield was activated, the spikes on it also changed violently. Huge spikes were densely distributed on the surface of the round shield. A large number of space blades hit the spikes, and the spikes were quickly flattened. But the next moment, the spikes grew back to their original state. With the spikes blocking the first wave, the round shield itself had to withstand less attacks. With this round shield blocking, Yin Bei immediately wanted to retract the sword. But he suddenly found that the sword could not be retracted. At this moment, the connection between him and the sword was broken. It seemed that it was not broken, but the sword did not obey his command at all. Almost instinctively, Yin Bei wanted to cut off the connection between himself and the sword so that the sword would become ownerless again. Then his face changed drastically. He couldn't cut off the connection with the sword. And without the attack of the space blade, the sword was still breaking rapidly and was about to completely collapse. At this moment, Yin Bei completely realized that something was wrong and immediately threw the sword out. But the sword seemed to be stuck to his hand, and he couldn't even throw it away. Outside the formation, Lin Moyu witnessed all this with his own eyes. With a thought in his mind, the Eye of the Dead opened. Two bright souls appeared in his sight. Lin Moyu was shocked. There is a soul in the sword, and it is a Dao Zun 9 realms. No matter how powerful his ability to speculate is, he could never have imagined that there was a Dao Zun 9 realms soul hidden in the sword. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu almost took out the melon seeds. He felt that there would be something interesting to watch next. Because the soul in the war knife has the same origin as Yin Bei, and is also from the Red Flame Eagle clan. The Red Flame Eagle clan has never had a strong man of the 9th level of the Dao Zun. The one who is closest to the 9th level of the Dao Zun is the previous clan leader, Yin Dao. After the Red Flame Eagle clan destroyed the Ice Demon Lizard clan, it was also the moment when people felt that it was most likely to become the new royal family. Unfortunately, Yin Dao was later killed by the backlash of the formation, which brought their steps to the royal family to an abrupt halt. Fortunately, Yin Bei had grown up at this time, but as a Dao Zun 8th level, Yin Bei's strength was not as good as Yin Dao. And this war knife is the magic weapon left by the head. Needless to say, the soul hiding in the war knife is the soul of the previous clan leader, Yin Dao. Yin Dao did not die, he was faking his death. He fooled everyone, but his soul actually hid in the war knife. Moreover, he hid very cleverly, and even Yin Bei, who had refined the war knife, did not notice it. At this time, the war knife was broken, and Yin Dao's soul had been promoted to the 9th level of Dao Zun. What would happen next would indeed be a good show. Lin Moyu almost guessed the whole process. He knew that Yin Dao was hiding inside and must have some purpose. Now Yin Bei is the patriarch of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. After Yin Dao came out, would he not listen to Yin Bei's orders? Or did Yin Bei give up the position of patriarch and obey Yin Dao's orders? A former patriarch's 9th level soul and a current patriarch's 8th level cultivation, if the two really fight, the winner is unpredictable. As an outsider, Lin Moyu is naturally watching the show, watching a big show. Boom! The war knife completely shattered, and a large number of fragments whistled around like a storm. Yin Bei was blown away, but even so, he still held half of the broken knife in his hand and could not get rid of it at all. A soul covered in flames slowly walked out from the fragments of the sword, the soul exuding a powerful aura. The soul pressure of the 9th level of the Taoist master swept across the entire space. Yin Bei saw the soul and screamed, "That you are not dead." Yin Dao's soul showed a cold smile, "I am not dead, are you disappointed?" Yin Bei said, "Not disappointed, but surprised that you hid in the sword and hid it from me." Yin Dao shook his head, "Not only that, I was promoted to the 9th level of Dao Zun." Yin Bei also saw that his face was not good, but his mouth was still very hard. "You are just a soul promoted to the 9th level of Dao Zun. You don't even have a physical body now. How can you fight with me? What's the difference between having the 9th level of Dao Zun and not having it?" Yin Dao's laughter became louder and more gloomy. "You don't understand. You are not as powerful as the 9th level of Tai Shou Zun. The 9th level of Dao Zun, even without a physical body, it is not difficult to kill you. What's more, your physical body is not bad." A ball of fire flew out of Yin Dao's soul. "Okay, Zhao." Yin Bei's face changed, and he wanted to retreat, but found that he couldn't retreat. The half-broken knife in his hand suddenly transmitted a powerful force, and Yin Dao was struck by lightning and lost his ability to move for a while. He stared at the flame flying into his body and into his soul. In an instant, the sound of a circle resounded throughout the space. 000. Crack! Crack! Lin Moyu on the side held melon seeds in his hand and slowly cracked them, completely turning into a melon-eating crowd. Unexpectedly, I could still watch such a good show. The former clan leader actually wanted to kill the current clan leader and take over his body to replace him. The most important thing is that the current clan leader was obviously plotted against and had no resistance. Under Yin Dao's calculation, the possession of the body would be successful in 9 out of 10 cases. Lin Moyu has already seen that Yin Dao, the former clan leader, has been plotting against the current clan leader of Yin Bei for many years, not overnight. If nothing unexpected happens, Yin Bei is dead. Lin Moyu felt that Yin Bei was doomed, of course, on the premise that he would not intervene. He would not intervene. This was a struggle within the family. What qualifications did he, an outsider, have to intervene? Even if he wanted to intervene, it was not now. It would not be too late for him to intervene after the two of them finished fighting. Yin Bei screamed miserably, but he did not give up resistance. He felt that he could still be saved, and struggled frantically. Bang! Blood spurted. Yin Bei cut off one of his arms, and finally cut the half of the broken knife. At the same time, Yin Bei let out a miserable cry. Not only the hand was broken, but also the soul. Only by abandoning this part of the soul can the broken knife be truly thrown away. This knife was refined by him, and he had to pay some price to force it to give up now. It must be said that Yin Bei was very decisive. After the arm was broken, Yin Bei's breath dropped sharply. The soul was severely damaged, and his realm almost fell out of the 8th realm of Dao Zun. When facing the flame soul of the 9th realm of Dao Zun, Yin Bei was already completely at a disadvantage. Yin Bei quickly took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. His breath quickly recovered, his soul recovered quickly, and his broken arm regenerated at the same time. Dao Tongso pill. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Yin Bei actually had such a pill. This pill 420 was extremely precious even in the eyes of the 3 ancestors. How could Yin Bei have it? Yin Dao laughed and said, "Not bad, you even have the Dao Tongso pill. It seems that you have a lot of opportunities. But all these opportunities of yours will eventually become the leader of this clan. You can die in peace. This clan leader will lead the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan to become a royal family, which can be regarded as fulfilling your wish." He said that he spewed out endless flames, and a dazzling avenue of fire enveloped him. Yin Bei quickly retreated, and at the same time waved his hand to bring the round thorn shield in front of him to resist the blade of space. In this way, Xian was exposed to the blade of space. The dazzling avenue of fire enveloped Yin Dao, blocking the blade of space for Yin Dao. His understanding of the avenue of fire is far beyond Yin Bei. Yin Bei needs to rely on magic weapons to resist the blade of space. Blade, while Yin Dao only relied on the way of destruction to block the blade of space. The fighting power of Dao Zun Jiujing is indeed terrible. This also shows that in the Great Dao of Fire, the two are not comparable at all. If Yin Bei wants to use the Great Dao of Fire to fight Yin Dao, he can't win. Yin Bei saw the scene and also had a bitter look on his face. The flame rushed over and hit the thorn shield. The thorn shield that can resist the blade of space was quickly ignited and slowly melted in the flame. Yin Bei's face became extremely ugly. He never thought that the gap between himself and Yin Dao would be so big. You know, Yin Dao only has soul. Yin Dao laughed in a low voice. "Don't waste your strength to resist. You don't know how fishy the realm of Dao Zun is. There is an essential difference between us. Just like this great Dao, in front of me, your great Dao cannot be used. What's more, do you think I have been calculating for so many years, and you can get rid of it by hurting your soul?" Yin raised his hand, and the flame energy helped to burn. The flame turned into a flame rune and flew into the Great Dao of Fire. Boom! The Great Dao of Fire also appeared beside Yin Bei. This was the Great Dao of Fire that belonged to Yin Bei, and it was obtained through his hard practice. But now, this Great Dao appeared automatically and uncontrollably. Then a blazing flame rose automatically in the Great Dao, covering Yin Bei. It was not that Yin Bei performed any magic, and all this was not controlled by him. Yin Bei screamed in the flames, his body and soul were burned at the same time. Even if he practiced the Great Dao of Fire, he could not bear the flames. Yin Dao laughed softly. "How is it? How does it feel to be burned by your own Great Dao? For so many years, when you practiced, I would release a trace of consciousness and merge into your Great Dao. Although it looks like this is still your Great Dao, it actually no longer belongs to you. What's funny is that you didn't find it for so many years. If you could have found it thousands of years earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this. With your ability, what qualifications do you have to lead my clan to become a royal family?" Yin Bei gritted his teeth and endured the burning of the flames. "What a good trick. Why did you fake your death back then? Isn't your own body good? Why do you parasitize in a magic weapon?" Yin Dao smiled and said, "Since you asked, I will be merciful and tell you, so that you can die with a clear mind. After all, we are from the same flag. 1. This clan leader did die that year, but it was only his body that died. Lin Moyu had finished eating the melon seeds in his hand. He held half a big watermelon and ate it slowly, while listening to Yin Dao's story about the root of the whole thing with his ears perked up. He was very disgusted by this drama. Yin Dao was indeed attacked by the formation that year, and both his soul and body were severely injured. However, he once got a secret method that could transfer all the injuries of the soul to the body. The price was that his body could no longer be used. But in order to save his life, he used this secret method to survive in the form of a soul. But he knew that if he survived purely in the form of a soul, he would definitely be remembered by others. The soul of the 8th level of Dao Zun is a top-grade alchemy material. Even if outsiders don't miss it, there are still people from his own tribe. The Flame Dao not only had to guard against outsiders, but also against its own people. So he faked his death and his soul became the servant of the sword. He did not tell anyone that he had once obtained a secret method of cultivating the soul. But this secret method has many conditions, one of the first being to give up the physical body. Now it happened that he could use this secret to practice. Later, Yin Bei took over as the patriarch and refined the sword. When refining, the Flame Dao made some moves. The Flame Dao probed into Yin Bei's soul and plotted against Yin Bei. Every time Yin Bei practiced, he would also make some moves in Yin Bei's Fire Avenue, and a part of Yin Bei's practice would belong to him. Originally, he was very close to the 9th realm of the Dao Zun. Finally, 1,000 years ago, he cultivated his soul to the 9th realm of the Dao Zun. Next, as long as he could get a suitable physical body, he could be resurrected. The road to the 9th realm of the Dao Zun has been opened, and the new physical body can be cultivated quickly. Everything was in his plan. Until this time, he finally made trouble. The real reason for his trouble was the soul spirit beast. Not only did he want to take over Yin Bei's body, he also wanted to kill Lin Moyu and obtain the soul spirit beast. Yin Dao sneered, "Now you understand, you can die in peace. Don't think about self-destruction, your body will be in my hands from now on. Your soul, your avenue, have long been controlled by me, you don't have any chance." Clap, clap, clap. The applause sounded. Lin Moyu clapped on the side. "What a good plan, Chief Yin Dao. As a demon clan, your wisdom can be ranked among the top scholars." Yin Dao laughed. "Since you are so good at talking, I will let you die quickly later." Lin Moyu ate watermelon. "My business is not urgent. You should deal with the clan affairs first. I feel that Chief Yin Bei seems to be saved." Yin Dao said with disdain, "He is dead and will not come back." At this time, Yin Bei's voice sounded, "I don't think so. If you don't come out, I will really die." As soon as the voice fell, a gust of wind whistled out from Yin Bei's body, blowing out the flames on Yin Bei's body. A faint light flashed in the wind, and a man in black appeared beside Yin Bei. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, "It's getting more and more lively." A man in black suddenly appeared beside Yin Bei. The black clothes worn by the man in black were a magic weapon of extremely high grade, emitting a strong black light, making it difficult to see his true appearance, and even unable to distinguish his gender. He stood in the red flame, and the black light drove the flame away. The great way of fire of Yin Dao could not hurt him. "This guy is very strong." This was Lin Moyu's first reaction. The precious clothes on the man in black blocked his breath, making it impossible to accurately judge his realm. But just by looking at him being able to ignore the flames of Yin Dao, we know that his strength will not be weak. And it can be judged that his strength will definitely be stronger than Yin Bei, otherwise Yin Bei would not ask him for help. The precious clothes blocked his breath, but it was not very useful to Lin Moyu. Under the eyes of the dead, the soul level of the man in black was clear at a glance. His soul was stronger than Yin Bei, but weaker than Yin Dao. With Lin judging from Moyu's experience, it should be the peak of the 8th realm of Daozuan, and it is still a little short of the 9th realm. Although it is only a little short, there is a huge gap in strength. As Yin Dao said, the strength of the 9th realm of Daozuan is not what Daozuan 8th realm can imagine. Because from the 9th realm of Daozuan, they have to integrate into the Great Dao. The ninth realm of Daozuan is the last stop to the Great Dao realm. In this realm, the Dao will begin to merge with itself. The eighth realm of Daozuan is still relying on the power of the Great Dao. In fact, they and the Great Dao are independent of each other. Only when entering the ninth realm of Daozuan, the Great Dao begins to slowly integrate into itself, preparing for the higher Great Dao realm. After the power of the Great Dao is integrated into itself, the substantial improvement is not comparable to the borrowing of the Dao. This is why the Daozuan 9 realms are much stronger than the 8 realms. This is the essential difference. Even if Yin Dao only has a soul now, he is also a Daozuan 9 realms, and he should have been better than Yin Bei. And for so many years, he has been calculating Yin Bei and doing a lot of tricks on Yin Bei. In this way, Yin Bei has no resistance when facing Yin Dao. The black-clothed man who suddenly appeared now is only a little bit away from the Daozuan 9 realms, and in terms of strength, he is still not as good as Yin Dao. But Yin Dao couldn't do anything to him, and Yin Dao only has a soul, and the other party has a powerful magic weapon. In this way, the gap seems to be leveled a lot, and it is hard to say who will win. Lin Moyu was enjoying the show. He was a man who enjoyed watching the excitement. The precious clothes on the black-clothed man shone, the black light became stronger, and the flames of Yin Dao spread all over the area. The black light enveloped Yin Bei, and the flames on Yin Bei's body also went out. Yin Bei, who had been scorched by the flames, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Bei looked at Yin Dao with cold eyes. "Are you sure?" The hoarse voice of the black-clothed man came out. "Don't worry." Although there were only 2 words, they revealed firm confidence, as if he had already eaten Yin Dao. Yin Dao was also surprised by the appearance of the black-clothed man. "I didn't expect that you also had a backup plan." "When did you find out?" Yin Bei would prepare a backup plan, so he must have discovered Yin Dao. But Yin Dao was very strange. When did he find out? Although he didn't monitor Yin Bei all the time, he knew most of the things. Yin Bei laughed softly. "Of course you don't know." "Shut up." The man in black suddenly interrupted Yin Bei. No need to explain to him. Yin Bei was very obedient and shut up immediately. Lin Moyu found that when Yin Bei looked at the man in black, there was a hint of respect in his eyes, and a hint of fear in his respect. Both of them were in the 8th realm of Daozuan, but it was obvious that there was a gap between their status, identity, and strength. The man in black looked at Yin and said, "The soul of the 9th realm of Daozuan should be delicious. After I enjoy your soul, I can enter the 9th realm of Daozuan." The flames on Yin Dao's body jumped sharply. "You want to devour the soul of the clan leader?" The man in black said, "Yes, your soul will become the ladder for my promotion. You should feel honored to be my food." The man in black spoke calmly, as if he was telling a fact, but it made Yin Dao feel creepy. Lin Moyu, as a third party, heard these words. He felt that this man in black seemed to have eaten Yin Dao. Yin Dao said coldly, "Then I will see what you have." The great Dao of fire exploded, and the flames fell all over the sky. When he dealt with Yin Bei just now, he only used a small part of his strength, because Yin Bei was calculated by him and it was not worth using his full strength. Now, he finally got serious. The great Dao of fire emerged and circled around the soul. It can be seen that part of the great Dao of fire has merged with the soul. The man in black shook his head gently. No, the precious robe on his body burst into a strong black light, blocking the flames in the sky. At the same time, the man in black raised a hand, aimed at Yin Dao's soul, and gently squeezed it. With a loud bang, the entire secret space shook. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ah! Yin Dao screamed, and the space he was in suddenly exploded. When the space exploded, it exploded with amazing power, injuring Yin Dao's soul. Yin Dao retreated violently, and finally a trace of fear appeared on his face, and the previous confidence disappeared without a trace. Lin Moyu saw it and murmured to himself, "Detonate the independent space, use the power of the space explosion, and attack the soul." It seems that he should be the owner of this secret treasure. There are a lot of independent spaces in the secret treasure, which are all his weapons. It seems that I have to be careful. Having said that, Lin Moyu was not very worried. He comprehended the avenue of space, and the explosion of space did not hurt him. Lin Moyu had already seen clearly that the man in black should be the owner of this secret treasure, and the large number of independent spaces in the secret treasure were his weapons. 0.00. Using the huge power generated at the moment of the explosion of the independent space, he attacked Yin Dao. This kind of attack could not be avoided. So, Yin Dao would be miserable here. However, independent spaces are strong and weak. To deal with a strong man like Yin Dao, who is in the 9th realm of Dao Zun, the most powerful independent spaces must be detonated. And the number of those independent spaces is not large, less than Tianzua. As long as Yin Dao can survive 10 attacks, it will be much better. And Lin Moyu believes that Yin Dao will not have no backup. When he calculated Yin Bei, he must have thought about what to do if he failed. With Yin Dao's cautious character, it is impossible not to consider the possibility of failure. Sure enough, just as Lin Moyu was thinking, the flames on Yin Dao's body burst again, more intense than before. In the blazing flames, Yin Dao's soul put on a piece of armor. The armor was very exquisite, completely wrapping Yin Dao. Lin Moyu watched the show and said to himself, "Soul magic weapon, and it is a very high-grade soul magic weapon." It is said that Yin Dao's favorite thing to do was to explore. At least half of his time in cultivation was to explore outside the clan, and he was seriously injured several times. It seems that he really found some good things. These old guys are more sinister than each other. This soul armor is not only exquisite and powerful, but also exudes an ancient atmosphere, obviously with a long history. The next moment, the soul armor burst into brilliant light, the flames rose, and a giant flame walked out of the flames. Yin Dao said coldly, "You are still far from killing this clan leader." The flame giant was 100 meters tall, with flames all over its body, all of which were the fire of the Great Dao. It was not an ordinary giant, but came from the Great Dao of Fire, also known as the Great Dao Battle Spirit. The Great Dao Battle Spirit was condensed from the essence of the power of the Great Dao and possessed amazing combat power. This was also a representative of a few top Dao Zun 9-realm powerhouses. Only a very few Dao Zun 9-realm powerhouses who had truly reached the peak could summon the Great Dao Battle Spirit. Yin Dao was obviously not qualified, but he relied on the flame armor on his body to summon the Great Dao Battle Spirit. At the same time as the Great Dao Battle Spirit appeared, Yin Dao's cold voice sounded, "You are still far away." At this time, Yin Bei's face became extremely ugly. He naturally knew the Great Dao Battle Spirit and what the Great Dao Battle Spirit meant. But he could never have imagined that Yin Dao could actually summon the Great Dao Battle Spirit. "What should I do?" Yin Bei said with a little panic in his tone. The man in black, who was covered by black light, whispered, "Don't panic, he is just a Dao War Spirit summoned by magic weapon, and it won't last long." "And, don't you control the Dao of Time? Use your Dao of Time to interfere with him." Yin Bei's face became even uglier. "My Dao of Time may not be powerful enough." The man in black said, "Whether it is enough or not, you have to try it. If it doesn't work, isn't it me who doesn't know me?" At this point, it seems that there is no other way. The Dao War Spirit has roared and rushed over. With its speed, it will arrive in an instant. Yin Bei stretched out his hand and plucked a handful of feathers from his back. The moment the feathers were plucked, Yin Bei's expression was extremely painful, even a little hideous. Normally, the pain in the flesh is not so severe. The pain that can make Yin Bei, a Dao Zun 8-level strongman, so painful means that this pain comes from the soul. These feathers are very special, and they are different from the feathers on other parts of Yin Bei's body. Lin Moyu felt the power of the Dao of Time from the feathers. He suddenly had some guesses. Yin Bei did not master the Avenue of Time, but because of some special reasons, he has the ability to borrow part of the Avenue of Time. This ability is in his feathers. Without these feathers, he has no Avenue of Time. In Lin Moyu's guess, these special feathers are like a magic weapon of the Avenue of Time. Yin Bei must use them to borrow the power of the Avenue of Time. The feathers in Yin Bei's hand were activated and then turned into ashes. The Avenue of Time emerged from the ashes, but it was a little weak. The power of time was swayed and fell on the Avenue of Time War Spirit. Time slows down. The time belonging to the Avenue of Time War Spirit suddenly slowed down, and the speed of the Avenue of Time War Spirit also dropped sharply. The Avenue of Time War Spirit began to perform in slow motion, and the speed was at least dozens of times slower than before. What could be done in 0.1 seconds now takes several seconds. Although the speed of the Avenue of Time War Spirit has slowed down, its demand for power has not diminished. Yin Dao still continues to supply huge power to maintain the existence of the Avenue of Time War Spirit. He was not a top-level Dao Zun 9 realms, and he only had a soul, which could not provide power for a long time. The man in black raised his hand again and clenched his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Several independent spaces exploded at the same time. The huge force generated by the explosion of space all fell on Yin Dao. Yin Dao groaned and was shaken by the explosion, but the flame armor on his body was very powerful and blocked the attack. It seemed that the attack of the man in black was useless. Lin Moyu saw through the eye of the dead that the attack of the man in black did have some effect, consuming a lot of souls. This flame armor is an extremely powerful soul-type magic weapon, but it requires huge power to drive it. If Yin Dao had a physical body and a cultivation realm to support it, he could use it for a long time. But now, he only has a soul, relying on soul power to drive, and he has to maintain the great Dao battle spirit. The soul power is being consumed rapidly, and it is indeed too long. Yin Dao shouted angrily, and the soul power burst out crazily. The great Dao battle spirit affected by the great Dao of time began to accelerate again. Yin Bei said anxiously, "Think of a way quickly, I can't hold on for too long." He used the great Dao of time to affect the great Dao battle spirit, which also consumed a lot of power and could not maintain too much. The great Dao battle spirit is accelerating, and the effect of the great Dao of time is weakening. It won't take a while for the great Dao battle spirit to get out of trouble. The man in black said silently and clenched his fist towards Yin Dao again. Several independent spaces burst again, and powerful forces bombarded Yin Dao. Yin Dao used all his strength to activate the armor on his body to resist the attack. Lin Moyu could feel that Yin Dao's soul power was rapidly decreasing, but with his strength, he could still hold on for a while. The great Dao battle spirit finally broke through the limit of the great Dao of time, and Yin Bei spurted blood. His face was as pale as gold paper. In just a few seconds, he exhausted his soul power. Not only did he exhaust his soul power, but he even suffered a little backlash and was injured. The great Dao battle spirit was powerful, and it was rare for him to be able to affect it for a few seconds with only the body of the 8th realm of Dao Zun. He did not really master the great Dao of time, but because of some special reasons, he had a part of the ability to use the great Dao of time. It was impossible to trap the great Dao battle spirit with this. Yin Bei's voice became hoarse. "I'm at my limit." As he spoke, the great Dao battle spirit came in front of the two and punched down. Facing the great Dao battle spirit, dodging is useless. The great Dao battle spirit has the great Dao to lock the enemy. Once locked, it is impossible to avoid unless the great Dao can be cut off. The man in black and Yin Bei obviously didn't know how to do it. The man in black also punched out at the Dao war spirit. In an instant, black light shot up into the sky, and the entire secret space was roaring. The man in black mobilized the power of the entire secret space, and more than 10 spaces of varying sizes exploded in an instant, with all the power concentrated on his punch. A black hole suddenly appeared above the Dao war spirit's fist, and the terrifying power in the black hole surged out, colliding head-on with the Dao war spirit. A simple collision, a pure contest of power. Boom! The man in black and Yin Bei were both blown away at the same time, because the Dao war spirit won the battle. However, the man in black also used this to consume part of the Tao War Spirit's power and was only blown away, but not injured. The aftermath of the battle spread outward, and the secret space twisted, and the entire space was like a wave, with countless ripples. Seeing this, Lin Moyu, who was eating melons, also began to twist his body, becoming half empty and half fat. He used the Space 5.9 Avenue True Body, like a fish, twisting with the waves caused by the distortion of space. The changes in space had no effect on it. Even the sky-splitting killing formation had no effect. The sky-splitting killing formation was originally a space-type formation and would not be affected. The Doom formation was an illusory formation. Although it was affected to some extent, it was not broken. It can be said that this collision had no effect on Lin Moyu. The Avenue Battle Spirit roared, and a ball of fierce flames burst out towards the man in black. The man in black raised his hand, first clenched it towards the flame Tao, and then took out a magic weapon with his other hand and threw it out. The magic weapon was shaped like a snowflake. After being thrown out, the snowflake quickly grew larger, and the air suddenly became extremely cold. Then a large lizard with a pale blue body flew out of the snowflake and rushed towards the Avenue Battle Spirit. Wherever the lizard passed, the space was frozen, the sky-splitting killing formation stopped working, and even the Avenue fire was frozen. The terrifying chill spread in the space. This ice lizard was extremely terrifying. Lin Moyu immediately thought of the Ice Demon Lizard clan that was destroyed by the Red Flame God Eagle clan. The ice lizard in front of him was so similar to the Ice Demon Lizard clan. But it didn't make sense to think about it. If the Ice Demon Lizard clan had such a magic weapon, how could it be destroyed? With it, the 100,000 volcanoes array was completely destroyed. Yin Dao couldn't help but exclaim at this time, "Ice Demon Lizard Ancestor Spirit, how could this thing be in your hands? You are a member of the Ice Demon Lizard clan." The man in black remained silent and did not give Yin any answer. The Ice Demon Lizard Ancestor Spirit rushed towards the Great Tao Battle Spirit, and the flames sprayed by the Great Tao Battle Spirit were frozen the moment they touched the Ice Demon Lizard Ancestor Spirit. Groups of frozen flames appeared in the air, and the scene was spectacular. The Ice Demon Lizard Ancestor Spirit broke through the flames, came to the Great Tao Battle Spirit, and crashed into it. Boom! The power of fire and ice collided, causing a terrifying aftermath. This time, Lin Moyu, a bystander, was also affected, and the dike wave was blown away. The fierce confrontation between ice and fire almost destroyed the entire secret space. Lin Moyu could see that both Yen 19 Dao and the man in black were very nervous at the moment. The Ice Demon Lizard Ancestor Spirit was very strong, but it was hard to say whether it could defeat the Great Tao Battle Spirit. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to ask Han Yi in the World of Rules, "Chief Han Yi, do you know the ancestor spirit of the Ice Demon Lizard?" Han Yi said, "Yes, it is said that the ancestor of the Ice Demon Lizard tribe died for some reason, and he left behind an ancestor spirit of the Ice Demon Lizard. It is said that this ancestor spirit is extremely powerful and invincible in the 9 realms of the Great Tao. Unfortunately, for some reason, this ancestor spirit disappeared later, and no one knows where it went. If this ancestor spirit was still there, the Ice Demon Lizard tribe would probably not be strangled by the Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe, and it should be the Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe that died. An old man in the family is like a treasure. The leader of the Soul Clan, who has lived for many years, knows a lot of things very well. In front of him, the Ice Demon Lizard Ancestral Spirit is fighting against the Great Tao War Spirit. Judging from the situation, the two sides seem to be evenly matched. The Great Tao War Spirit summoned by Yin Dao needs Yin Dao to maintain it with his soul power, and it can't last too long. And the power of the Ice Demon Lizard Ancestral Spirit seems to have a limit. The two sides are deadlocked, and the biggest possibility is that both sides will suffer losses. Yin Dao constantly urges his soul power to provide power for the Great Tao War Spirit. The Great Tao War Spirit's flames continue to erupt, fighting against the Ice Demon Lizard Ancestral Spirit. A terrible ice and fire impact swept in all directions. Lin Moyu watched from a distance and felt that it was not interesting. Compared with the confrontation in the Ice and Fire Secret Treasure, the Tao War Spirit and the Ice Demon Lizard Ancestral Spirit in front of him were a bit inferior. The Ice and Fire Tao Stone was a true Tao Realm treasure. The power it generated was far from comparable to the Ice Demon Ancestral Spirit and the Tao War Spirit. Having seen stronger ones, looking at them again, it felt that there was not much meaning. Boom! In a vigorous explosion, the battle between the Tao War Spirit and the Ice Demon Lizard Ancestral Spirit finally came to a conclusion. As Moyu thought, both sides were defeated. The Great War Spirit dissipated unwillingly, and the Ice Demon Lizard Ancestor Spirit also ran out of power, turning into a snowflake again and falling back into the hands of the man in black. The Great War Spirit dissipated, which meant that the soul of Yin Dao was almost exhausted. At this time, the man in black suddenly moved, and he clenched his fist towards Yin Dao again. There were less than half of the spaces left in the secret collection, most of which were weak independent spaces, and only a few were still strong. This time, the man in black detonated almost all the spaces and launched the strongest attack on Yin Dao. The remaining dozens of independent spaces exploded at the same time, and all the power gathered together, and then exploded on Yin Dao. Yin Dao used all his strength to activate the armor, but this time, he did not completely block it. After the last brilliant light burst out, the armor disappeared in an instant. Yin Dao's soul power was almost exhausted in this battle, and he could no longer maintain the armor. Without soul power, even if Yin Dao was still in the 9th realm of Dao Zun, he was no longer a threat. The man in black whispered, "Your power is exhausted, and you should prepare to die next." Although Yin Dao's breath was exhausted and his breath was weak, his momentum was not weak at all. The space here is also used up. You are only in the 8th realm of Dao Zun. You are far from being able to kill this clan leader. The man in black snorted, "Indeed, with my own strength, it is indeed a bit troublesome to kill you, but..." As he said that, a flame appeared in the hand of the man in black. The flame was very strange, without temperature, and thick gray. Yin Dao was slightly stunned, and then laughed. "This clan leader entered the Dao with fire, and you actually want to use fire to kill this clan leader. Are you crazy?" The man in black sneered, "You will know if you try." The flame suddenly disappeared in his hand, and the next moment it came to Yin Dao. He is the owner of this secret treasure, and can control the space in the secret treasure, and can hit wherever he points. Yin Dao, who was originally indifferent, screamed fiercely the moment he touched the flame. The flame burned its soul, bringing no pain. Yin Dao screamed, "What kind of fire is this? Why can it burn this clan leader?" The man in black did not answer. He would not tell Yin Dao the answer. Lin Moyu said the answer in his heart, "The fire that burns the world. No, it should be called the destruction of heavenly punishment. But this flame is a little weak, not as pure as my world-burning fire, and full of impurities. Even if it is the fire of heavenly punishment, it can't be so mixed. It should be a strong man who used the fire of heavenly punishment to refine it, and it only contains some of the characteristics of the fire of heavenly punishment. Although it only has some of the characteristics of the fire of heavenly punishment, it is also the best attack method against the soul." Yin Dao screamed in pain under the burning of the fire of heavenly punishment, and the little remaining soul power was also being refined by the fire of heavenly punishment. Seeing that Yin Dao had no power to resist, the man in black seemed to relax a little. The happiest person was Yin Bei. Only Yin Dao died, he can live. Just as the black-clothed man relaxed a little, Yin Dao disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the black-clothed man. At this time, Yin Dao used his Dao true body and turned into a 100-meter eagle. He had no physical body, and his Dao true body evolved from his soul, so his body was only 100 meters long. Otherwise, with his realm, his Dao true body should be several thousand meters, or even tens of thousands of meters. Before the black-clothed man could react, the Dao true body transformed by Yin Dao exploded. He exploded his Dao true body. How terrifying would the Dao true body of the 9th realm of Dao Zun explode? The powerful force completely tore the secret treasure apart. When the explosion ended, Lin Moyu had returned to the origin continent. The valley where he was originally located had been torn into pieces. This time, the sky-splitting array and the doom array were not spared. The secret treasure was torn into pieces, the space collapsed, and the two formations he arranged were destroyed at the same time. Alas, watching a show also has a price. Fortunately, I can still afford this price. It was just two big formations. Lin Moyu didn't feel bad at all. He flew into the air and looked into the distance. The man in black and Yin Bei fell to the ground. Yin Bei was unconscious, not dead, but only had one breath left. The man in black was a little better, but he was also seriously injured. The black light could only cover him, not Yin Bei. If there was no black light to protect him, he probably wouldn't be much better. Yin Dao just blew himself up like this? Lin Moyu thought it was impossible. The eye of the undead opened, looked into the distance, and couldn't help but smile. How could a powerful person of the ninth realm of Dao Zun be willing to die easily? After planning for many years, he was naturally reluctant to die. Self-detonation was an escape, and escaping was real. It seemed like self-detonation, but in fact it was to tear the secret space apart. If the secret space could not be torn apart, he could not escape. At the same time, he had to prevent the black-clothed man and Yin Bei from chasing him, and at the same time, he had to hide it from them and let them think he was dead. In this way, Yin Dao would have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Until the last moment, Deng's thoughts were still very clear. He succeeded, not only injuring the black-clothed man and Yin Bei, but also hiding it from them. Otherwise, the black-clothed man would definitely chase him, and now the black-clothed man might have thought Yin Dao was dead. Unfortunately, Yin Dao did not pass Lin Yu. Under the eye of the undead, a soul fire was burning underground not far away. The soul fire was very weak, exhausted, and almost no breath. And Yin Dao used some special methods to hide his breath and hid himself 100 meters underground. If it weren't for the soul eye, Lin Moyu wouldn't be able to sense it. In this way, the man in black and Yin Bei would definitely think that Yin Dao was dead. Even if there is doubt, if you can't find him, you can only think so. In the eyes of the dead, Yin Dao's soul was seriously injured, but his injuries are slowly recovering. Obviously, as long as he can escape, Yin Dao can recover completely in less than 1,000 years. If he goes to trouble Yin Bei again, Yin Bei will most likely not survive. However, Lin Moyu will not give Yin Dao a chance. Lin Moyu flew towards the man in black and Yin Bei. He wanted to kill Yin Bei. At this moment, Yin Bei fell into a coma, which was the best time for him to kill him. Lin Moyu is not a pedantic person who will take advantage of his illness to kill him. Lin Moyu is not polite at all. As soon as he approached, the black light on the black-clothed man suddenly rose, and a deep voice sounded, "What are you going to do?" Lin Moyu smiled, "You are asking even though you know the answer." "Of course, I want to kill him." The black-clothed man said, "You can't kill him." Lin Moyu smiled, "Are you going to stop me?" The black-clothed man didn't say much, and the black light on his body rose. He slowly stood up and stood between Lin Moyu and Yin Bei, which was considered an answer. Lin Moyu said, "You and I have no grudges or hatred. Even if you lent the magic weapon to Yin Bei, I never thought of being your enemy. But if you want to stop me, then I can only kill you together. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about whether you want to be my enemy." The black light boiled rapidly, as if expressing the black-clothed man's emotions at the moment. His heart was extremely uneasy, as if he was really considering Lin Moyu's words. Lin Moyu, a little guy who was only in the third realm of Dao Zun, his words should not be taken seriously by the black-clothed man. But now, the man in black was thinking seriously about Lin Moyu's words. This scene was very strange. 3 seconds passed in a flash, and the man in black still did not move away. "I have no intention of being your enemy, but I can't let you kill him." Lin Moyu sighed, "In that case, I can only kill you too." As soon as the voice fell, the sound of Buddha rose. The Buddha Kingdom Lich appeared behind Lin Moyu, and 6 rings of light flashed and floated behind him. 6-wheeled Ancient Buddha, you are a member of the Buddha clan. The man in black finally showed a look of surprise. Lin Moyu actually showed the secret method of the Buddha clan, which was completely beyond his expectation. Lin Moyu smiled and said, there are thousands of secret methods in the world. No one stipulates that the secret methods of the Buddha clan must be used by the Buddha clan. As he spoke, the 5-element sword demon also appeared beside him, and the sword energy rushed into the sky. The great Tao of swords surrounded him, and the breath of the 5-element sword demon reached the 7th realm of Dao Zun. The Fate Lich was the last to appear. The little Fate Lich sat on Lin Moyu's shoulder, which was extremely cute. The farmer was obviously moved when the 3 liches appeared. Lin Moyu's methods were completely different from those of the practitioners he had seen before. However, Lin Moyu was only at the 3rd level of Dao Zun. Even if the guys he summoned were at the 6th to 7th levels of Dao Zun, it would not be enough to scare him. He said coldly, you want to kill me with these guys. Lin Moyu chuckled, use them first, and then talk about it if they are not enough. Since he decided to take action, Lin Moyu would not be polite. The Fate Lich was the first to take action and instantly activated the Fate Guidance. The Fate Guidance fell silently on the man in black and Yin Bei, and then the Avenue of Destiny emerged. The Fate Lich quickly locked the man in black and Yin Bei in the Avenue of Destiny at the weakest time in the future. The future is changeable. As long as Yin Bei is not dead now, even if he will die in the next second, when he is still alive, Yin Bei's future can be found in the Avenue of Destiny. Yin Bei in the future is very weak, and his injury may not heal for a while. The man in black is also very weak in the next period of time, recovering from his injury. If they are killed by Lin Moyu today, they will completely disappear from the road of destiny. The guidance of destiny is completed almost instantly, and destiny shares its locked target with the Buddha Kingdom and the 5-element sword demon. In the eternal Buddha Kingdom of the Buddha Kingdom Lich, millions of believers sacrificed at the same time. The Buddha Kingdom Lich's breath surged and punched out. The 5-element sword demon also slashed out with a sword at the same time. The 2 liches punched and slashed at the void at the same time. The man in black seemed a little strange, what Lin Moyu's lich was attacking. But in a second, he groaned, 10 balls of flowers exploded from his chest. 0121102219 Felu 0104500010. The man in black was shocked. He was actually attacked. The most important thing is that he has no idea how he was attacked, let alone where the attack came from. Not only him, but also Yin Bei, who was in a coma, was attacked like him, and a ball of flowers exploded from his body. The man in black's face changed, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. The unknown is the biggest source of fear. He shouted angrily and attacked Lin Moyu. The aura of the 8th realm of Dao Zun broke out completely. He wanted to kill Lin Moyu instantly. As long as he killed Lin Moyu, then everything is over. The Buddhist Lich chanted a Buddhist name, and once again millions of believers offered sacrifices. The Buddhist Lich followed the guidance of fate and punched out. Although the power was not strong, the attack of fate was irresistible, and the black light of the man in black was useless. The man in black was repelled abruptly. If he was in his prime, the Buddhist Lich might not be able to repel him, but now, it was completely impossible. Lin Moyu shook his head gently, and 10 drops of ancestral water flashed between his fingers and fell on the 5-element sword demon. Nourished by the ancestral water, the breath of the 5-element sword demon rose again, well. Ancestral water. The man in black exclaimed, and his calmness seemed to disappear in front of the ancestral water. Lin Moyu smiled and said, good eyesight. Not only Zushui, but tens of millions of faith powers also began to burn, increasing the power of the 5-element sword monster again. The man in black realized that the next sword of the 5-element sword monster would be extremely terrifying. He was covered with black light, temporarily suppressing his injuries, and attacked Lin Moyu again. At this moment, he still did not give up Yin Bei. Lin Moyu condensed the Sword of Luck in his hand, and with 3 consecutive swords, he silently cut off part of the luck of the man in black. The Buddhist Lich punched again, and the man in black shouted angrily, resisted the attack from the Avenue of Destiny, and rushed to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu spread the wings of time, and at the same time the Avenue of Space was running, and the whole person disappeared like teleportation. At this time, 5 swords with different attributes flew out of the Avenue of Swords, and the 5 elements sword monster pointed at the man in black, and the sword light was strong. Spell, 5 elements sword see kill. 10 drops of ancestral water, tens of millions of faith powers, and the great Tao of Swords raised the combat power of the 5 elements sword demon, who was only at the 6th level of Dao Zun, to a whole new level. The power of the 5 elements sword C has reached the peak of the 7th level of Dao Zun, and is infinitely close to the 8th level of Dao Zun. In the great Tao of Swords, countless sharp swords flew over, covering the man in black and Yin Bei. This sword not only killed the man in black, but also Yin Bei. The man in black realized what Lin Moyu was going to do, and immediately retreated to Yin Bei to protect him. The sword sea arrived, and countless sharp swords came down like a tsunami, hitting the black light. The black light suddenly became distorted, and the 3 forces dropped sharply. If the man in black was in peak condition, he could easily block the sword. But now, it is hard to say. Lin Moyu appeared 10,000 meters away, and the Sword of Luck quickly condensed, slashing at the man in black one by one. The luck of the man in black was constantly weakened. As his luck decreased, his strength also weakened. At the same time, he became more and more unlucky, and misfortune came. The injury that had just been suppressed suddenly broke out, and the man in black spit out a mouthful of old blood. This time alone, he was more seriously injured than before, and his soul was already injured. If it was a little more serious, it would damage his foundation. At that time, 350 would be thankful even if he could keep the 8th level of Dao Zun, let alone being promoted to the 9th level of Dao Zun. The black light of the man in black was getting smaller and smaller, and it was difficult to maintain. The man in black knew that if he persisted, not only Yin Bei would die, but he would also die here. He glanced at Yin Bei, and then looked at Lin Moyu fiercely, revealing a pair of angry scarlet blood eyes in the black light. Lin Moyu ignored this and ignored him. The man in black grabbed Yin Bei and was about to escape. In the end, he still did not give up Yin Bei. Maybe Yin Bei was useful to him, or maybe it was because Yin Bei was in the same group with him. Lin Moyu shook his head. You can't save him. The explosive movement technique was launched with a bang, and the man in black screamed, his body exploded, and a large amount of blood burst out of his body. The hand holding Yin Bei was blown off on the spot, and Yin Bei fell to the ground again. The man in black was more seriously injured than before, and the black light could only barely cover him, and he could no longer care about Yin Bei. Yin Bei, who was in a coma, was almost swallowed up by the sea of swords in an instant, and his body was like mud on the spot, and he couldn't die anymore. Seeing Yin Bei's death, the man in black shouted angrily, "You deserve to die." As soon as the voice fell, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and the black light rose up again, as fast as lightning, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Lin Moyu did not chase him. Although the man in black was seriously injured now, it was still not easy to kill him. Just now, he wanted to use Yin Bei's body to kill him, but his spiritual sense sent a warning. He realized that the man in black should still have desperate means. In that case, forget it. Someone else will naturally have a headache with this group. The 5 elements sword sea converged, and Lin Moyu waved his hand to collect a few pieces of Yin Bei's remaining flesh. The flesh and blood of the 8th realm of Dao Zun, this is a good thing. Unfortunately, Yin Bei didn't have any magic weapons on him. The things he put in the world of rules had collapsed with him and disappeared. Looking not far away, next, it's your turn. The direction he was looking at was exactly where Yin Dao was hiding. Lin Moyu took a few steps and came to the location of Yin Dao. Yin Dao's soul was hidden thousands of meters underground. Under the eyes of the dead, it was useless for Yin Dao to hide well. Yin Dao restrained all his breath, put himself in a semi-sleeping state, and closed all perceptions of the outside world. Only in this way can he pass others. So he didn't know that Lin Moyu had come to his head. In the eyes of the undead, Yin Dao's soul is slowly recovering, and the speed is very slow. It will take at least 1,000 years to fully recover. The previous self-explosion was too serious. If it were an ordinary Dao Zun, he would have died long ago. Yin Dao's means of saving his life are indeed extraordinary. A ball of gray flame appeared at the fingertips of Lin Moyu. The gray flame was extremely pure, without any impurities, and had a strange beauty. Lin Moyu has two kinds of flames. One is the immortal flame, which is his life fire and the foundation of the undead army and the Jiang Duo magic. The other is the fire of burning the world, BJBD, that he got later. The fire of burning the world seems to have no temperature, but it can refine the whole world and is the nemesis of the soul. Not long ago, Lin Moyu used the fire of burning the world in the soul world to refine a giant beast from the soul void. That giant beast is the 7th realm of Dao Zun. And in front of him, Yin Dao is the 9th realm of Dao Zun, a full 2 realms short. However, Lin Moyu believed that his world-burning fire would definitely refine it. The world-burning fire flew out from his palm, fell to the ground silently, and then merged into the earth, heading towards the location of the flame Dao. The solid earth of the origin continent could not stop the world-burning fire. In less than half a minute, the world-burning fire had already reached the location of the flame Dao soul. The flame Dao soul was still sleeping and did not feel any danger. The world-burning fire exploded, instantly surrounded and engulfed the flame Dao soul, and the sleeping flame Dao soul suddenly woke up. Screams came from underground, and the flame Dao soul struggled frantically, trying to escape. The world-burning fire turned into a fireball that wrapped around the flame Dao soul, and it was violently deformed under its continuous impact, as if it would break at any time. After all, it was the soul of the 9th realm of Dao Zun. Even if only the last breath was left, the power would not be too weak. Don't struggle, you can't escape. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the 3 avenues of luck, time, and space emerged at the same time, and his body became hazy. This time, he used 3 avenues of truth at the same time. The use of 3 avenues of truth at the same time brought great pressure to Lin Moyu, which could not last long and could only last for a short while. Multitasking, Lin Moyu condensed the sword of luck in his left hand and pointed out with his right hand at the same time. The avenue of time and the avenue of space mixed and blended together to form the power of time and space, which fell on the soul of Yin Dao. Yin Dao's soul instantly fell into a state of time and space chaos. If it were normal, when he was in his prime, Lin Moyu's power of time and space could not affect him at all. But now, his soul was severely damaged, his strength was greatly reduced, and he could no longer resist Lin Moyu's power of time and space. At the same time as the power of time and space descended, the sword of luck followed. There was no pain when his luck was cut, but it made Yin Dao's power drop rapidly, and bad luck also came with it. Yin Dao screamed continuously, one after another. No matter how he broke through, it was ultimately useless. After several minutes of screaming, it finally became weak. Lin Moyu witnessed the whole process with the eye of the dead, and saw with his own eyes that the soul flame of Yin Dao quickly shrank, extinguished, and finally disappeared. Yin Dao's soul was refined by the fire of the world, and turned into a pure and flawless soul crystal. The soul crystal of Dao Zun Jiujie contains the purest soul power. The soul power of Yin Dao has the attribute of fire and has traces of the great Dao of fire. This soul crystal is simply a supreme treasure for the practitioners of the great Dao of fire. If you sell it, you can get a lot of good things in exchange. Lin Moyu didn't even think about selling it, and the immortal flame rose in his hand. He tried to use the resurrection of the dead to revive Yin Dao. If it works, a Dao Zun Jiujie will become his strongest fighter. The soul crystal was motionless in the immortal flame, without any movement. After half a minute, Lin Moyu put away the immortal flame. It seems that I thought too well. After becoming a soul crystal, I can no longer become a resurrected person. There is really no such good thing in the world. There are gains and losses. You can't have everything. Lin Moyu laughed at himself and smiled. The resurrection of the dead had no effect, but Lin Moyu was not disappointed. He received the soul crystal into the soul world, and then said to the 10-colored dragon soul crystal, "Do you want this thing?" The 10-colored dragon soul crystal seemed to have smelled the best delicacy. It was originally dozing, and it flew over and circled around Lin Moyu's soul. It looked like a puppy asking its owner for food. Lin Moyu knew that it really liked the soul crystal, so he didn't tease it and threw the soul crystal to it directly. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal ate the soul crystal in one bite, returned to the world tree with satisfaction, and began to digest the soul crystal. The soul crystal of the 9th realm of Dao Zun contains powerful power. The 10-colored dragon soul crystal exudes charming colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, white, and gray, and each color is extremely bright. It's like wearing a halo of 10 different colors. Compared with before, the colors are much brighter, which also means that the power of the 10-colored dragon soul crystal has also increased significantly. Lin Moyu looked at this scene and murmured, "Will there be an 11th color, or even a 12th color?" For the Dragon Clan, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal is the limit, and Tian Kai is a legend. But since there can be 10 colors, there may be 11th and 12th colors. Consciousness returned to reality. Lin Moyu looked in the direction of the Red Flame God Eagle clan and whispered, "It's time to eradicate them." At this moment, his killing intent rose. The Red Pink God Eagle clan is very bloodthirsty and is an extremely warlike race, and their methods are also relatively cruel. In addition, they are also very vengeful, and they will take revenge for any small matter. Over the years, they have wiped out several small tribes and countless lives. For such a race, Lin Moyu did not intend to keep them. If they are kept, they will be a disaster sooner or later, so it is better to kill them all and really eradicate them. Mo Moyu is very familiar with things like slaughtering clans and exterminating clans. Take out a piece of blood and flesh belonging to Yin Bei, and the undead flame rises again. Magic, resurrection of the dead. This time, the resurrection of the dead did not fail. Yin Bei was soon reborn in the undead flame, his soul was reorganized, and his body was quickly regenerated. Just a few minutes later, Yin Bei had become a resurrected person, kneeling in front of Lin Moyu with great respect. In front of Lin Moyu. After becoming a resurrected person, Yin Bei is stronger than when he was alive, and is also in the forefront of the 8 realms of Dao. Lin Moyu threw him a blank jade card and whispered, "Record the arrangement method of the 100,000 volcanoes array in it." The resurrected Yin Bei was very obedient and immediately recorded all the detailed information of the array into the jade card. After Lin Moyu read it, he knew that the 100,000 volcanoes array was indeed incomplete, and finally knew the true origin of the Tianfang volcanoes array. It is said in the outside world that the 100,000 volcanoes array was obtained from the bloodline when the Yin Dao bloodline was revived. But in fact, it is not the case. The 100,000 volcanoes array was obtained by Yin Dao during an expedition. The method of arranging the array was integrated into Yin Dao's bloodline at that time. This situation is called bloodline fusion by the Demon Clan, and it is not uncommon. The reason for doing this is that Yin Dao is not familiar with the array, so only this method can be used to integrate the 100,000 volcanoes array. Yin Dao then passed on the 100,000 volcanoes array to the blood of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan through blood tracing back. From then on, as long as the members of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan reached the 8th level of Dao Zun, they would naturally be able to obtain the method of setting up the 100,000 mountains array. This is how Yin Bei obtained the method of setting up the array, but Yin Bei was very smart and knew that the array had flaws and did not want to repeat the mistakes of Yin Dao. So he spent a lot of money to hire a formation master and made some changes to the formation. He hired a 6th level formation master of the human race. The 6th level Formation Master had limited ability and could not make up for the flaws of Kaiwan. However, he also took a different approach, using the Origin Spirit Vein as the eye of the array, so that the backlash of the array was avoided. Later, Yin Bei killed the 6th level Formation Master and did not let him go back alive. The Formation Master wanted to make money from Yin Bei, but Yin Bei wanted his life. The 100,000 Volcanoes Formation is a top-notch 8th order formation. After incorporating the blood of the Red Flame God Eagle clan, it needs to be arranged and driven by the blood wild bird of the Red Flame God Eagle clan. But this problem is not difficult for Lin Moyu. It is indeed a bit troublesome for Lin Moyu to arrange the 8th order formation, but it does not mean that it cannot be arranged. As long as there is enough time and materials, Lin Moyu can also arrange the 8th order formation. Now he only needs to transform the 100,000 Volcanoes formation into a formation suitable for his own arrangement, and then modify it again, so that the 100,000 Volcanoes formation can reappear. And the 100,000 Volcanoes formation modified by him will only be stronger. But this matter is not urgent, it can be done slowly. What he has to do now is to cut the grass and root it out. Lin Moyu looked at Yin Bei, who was kneeling on the ground. I'll give you a task. After a few seconds, Yin Bei took the order and left. Lin Moyu summoned Honey from the Rule World. Honey thought he wanted him to come out to fight, and looked alert. As a result, there was nothing around. The air was still filled with the smell of war, and it was obvious that a battle had just taken place here. The valley in the distance had been completely broken, and a piece of land had obviously sunk. The area of hundreds of miles seemed to have been plowed, and no grass grew. Honey said, "Mr. Lin, is Yin Bei gone?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This is a long story, I will tell you later." As he said that, Lin Moyu flew in the direction of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Honey looked strange, but did not ask much, just followed Lin Moyu. Honey was very familiar with this land, and he found that the direction he was going was the direction of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. He couldn't help asking, "Mr. Lin, where are we going?" Lin Moyu nodded, "To see a good show, let me keep you in suspense." Honey chose to believe Lin Moyu, "Then let's see what good show there is." The two did not fly very fast. After flying for most of the day, they were still tens of millions of miles away from the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Suddenly, the sky in the distance was dyed red. The flames shot up to the sky, and a brilliant road emerged from the sky, with countless flames falling. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the Buddha Kingdom Lich responded, with dazzling Buddha light, rushing forward at the fastest speed. The Buddha Kingdom Lich of the six-wheeled ancient Buddha was very fast, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The red sky in the distance became more and more intense, and then volcanoes emerged and began to erupt. A large amount of magma and the flames falling from the sky merged into one, like the end of the world. Honey showed a look of shock, obviously startled, and said unsurely, "Is this the 100,000 Volcanoes formation?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, the 100,000 Volcanoes formation. I think you haven't looked at this formation seriously, you can take a good look this time." Honey was puzzled. "What is going on? Please enlighten me, sir." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "There is an old saying among our human race, that karma will come. It is not that there is no retribution, it is just that the time has not come yet. Now the time has come, and the retribution of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan has also come." Honey understood a little. "You mean, this 100,000 volcano formation is to deal with the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, do you think this is a good show?" Honey was speechless. No matter how hard he thought, he could not have thought that it would be like this. He had no idea how Lin Moyu did it. To him, it was simply a miracle. Although the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan comprehended and practiced the Great Tao of Destruction. But the Great Tao of Fire also has strong and weak points, and the Great Tao of Fire of the strong can also kill the weak. The 100,000 volcano formation was arranged by Yin Bei himself, and the power contained in it was not something that ordinary Red Flame Divine Eagle clan members could resist. As the Patriarch, Yin Bei controls the original spiritual vein of the 270 tribe of the Red Flame God Eagle. He can teleport at will within the range of the original spiritual vein, so the speed of setting up the formation is very fast. Following Lin Moyu's order, the resurrected Yin Bei opened the power of the 100,000 volcano formation to the maximum this time, covering a range of more than 300,000 kilometers. Except for some members of the Red Flame God Eagle tribe who went out, all the settlements, including several cities, were covered by the formation. When the 100,000 volcano formation began to be activated, Lin Moyu had already heard screams, followed by a thick resentment. The flaws of the 100,000 volcano formation are not small. One of the major flaws is that the formation will make the resentment of the creatures who died in the formation go nowhere. In the end, these resentments will be concentrated and will backfire on the person who set up the formation. But from another perspective, the resentment that cannot be dispersed is not impossible to use. The Buddhist kingdom Lich went over when the formation was activated. He will collect the resentment and turn it into a believer of the eternal Buddhist kingdom. This time, 50 million believers will definitely be fully gathered. The two approached and saw the charred corpses burned to ashes all over the ground, and countless burned houses. The 100,000 volcano formation is gradually shrinking, and a circle with a diameter of 300,000 miles has been formed. The Red Flame Eagle clan in the formation has no chance of survival. Honey murmured in a low voice, when the Red Flame Eagle clan used this formation to destroy the Ice Demon Lizard clan, they certainly didn't think that their clan would eventually die under this formation. Lin Moyu said, "This world is magical, and many causes and effects have been predetermined. You should know." Honey shook his head slightly. The cause and effect is too mysterious. Although there is a trace of the cause and effect in our blood, we don't actually understand much about the cause and effect. As far as I know, although the cause and effect are predetermined, everything in the future is constantly changing. Unless someone can forcibly manipulate the cause and effect, they can plant the fruit and return the cause. Otherwise, the cause and effect is really hard to say. Lin Moyu said, "Cause and effect are both predetermined and can be changed by external forces. It is indeed a very interesting path. Chief Hani, your soul ancestor has lived on the origin continent for countless years and has been passed down for countless generations. Is it possible that no one in the tribe has truly comprehended the cause and effect path?" Hani shook his head. According to the memory in the blood, no one has truly comprehended it. It should be said that except for our ancestor, no one in the tribe can comprehend the cause and effect path. Lin Moyu's eyes shone slightly, and he said softly, "The ancestor of the nobles should be at least a Dao Zun 9-level existence." Honey laughed softly. "Sir, you are talking about the Dao realm, right?" "Sir, there is no need to be shy. The information about the Dao realm is in my blood inheritance. The ancestor did enter the Dao realm, but unfortunately, the ancestor disappeared later. After the ancestor disappeared, our blood weakened significantly, and no one in the tribe could enter the Dao realm anymore. According to the inheritance in the blood, if the ancestor was still there, our blood would become stronger and stronger, and we would not be unable to comprehend the Dao of cause and effect. The ancestor of the soul beast, who mastered the Dao of cause and effect, actually disappeared. This was something Lin Moyu had never expected, as he was very clear about the inheritance of the blood of spirit beasts. For a spirit beast, the strongest blood must be the ancestor. After the ancestor, the bloodline will weaken from generation to generation, but as long as the ancestor is still there, after cultivation, the realm will be improved, and the bloodline will continue to strengthen. Although it is impossible to reach the level of the ancestor in the end, it can only be infinitely close, but at least it will not be much different. The ancestor is like a person walking at the highest point, holding a lamp and guiding his people. But when the ancestor disappears, the people will lose their direction, and the bloodline will be greatly weakened. Lin Moyu wondered if the disappearance of the ancestor of the soul beast was related to the battle of the gods outside the domain. The role that the controller of the cause and effect can play on the battlefield is unimaginable. It is normal to die in a battle of that level. Honey sighed. The ancestors should have fallen. Lin Moyu whispered, maybe, but it doesn't matter. There is always a way out. The blood of the soul beast still exists. Even if the ancestor is gone, as long as the blood can be continuously strengthened, maybe a second ancestor can be created. The blood of the spirit beast can return to its ancestor. When the ancestor falls, its blood will be dispersed in the blood of all the tribesmen and become seeds. If any tribesman can upgrade his blood to the strongest state and activate the seeds left in the blood by the ancestor, he can become the second ancestor. This kind of thing has happened many times in history. Hun Yi's eyes lit up. Sir, is it true? Lin Moyu nodded. It's true. I will try my best to help you. Xiao Wu calls me father. I will let her go very high and far. Hun Yi understood that if anyone in their tribe could become the second ancestor, it must be Xiao Wu. He knew very well that if he wanted to return his bloodline to its ancestral source, he must have external help. And this external force was not available to the soul spirit ancestor beast. Others would not help them, but would only think about studying and dissecting them. At present, the only one who was willing to help them was Lin Moyu. And the only person Lin Moyu was really willing to help with all his strength was Xiao Wu. The reason why they were treated like this by Lin Moyu was because of Xiao Wu. Han Yi did not understand Lin Moyu's methods, but he knew they were very scary. Just look at the fate of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. First, several people of Yin Fun, Dao Zun of the 7th Realm, were directly killed. Then Yin Bei, Dao Zun of the 8th Realm, came to kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was alive and well, and then the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was destroyed. What's funny is that the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was still destroyed by its own clan-suppressing formation. A loud cry sounded, followed by a roar that resounded through the sky. Patriarch, why do you want to destroy the entire tribe? Patriarch, are you crazy? Patriarch, stop it. One after another, the powerful Dao Zuns roared, and their roars were accompanied by the screams of countless Red Flame Divine Eagles. Hun Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw in the sky, on the avenue of fire, Xian Bei responded with flames in the air. Yin Bei whispered, according to the master's order, destroy the entire Red Flame Divine Eagle tribe. The flames fell faster and the formation quickly closed. The volcano continued to erupt, and wherever it passed, there was a mouth for life. Hun Yi was shocked and realized that the master Yin Bei was talking about was Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu controlled Yin Bei in some way and made him launch the 100,000 volcano formation to strangle his own race. At this moment, Hun Yi looked at Lin Moyu with awe. If Lin Moyu could kill Yin Bei, he would only be amazed at Lin Moyu's amazing fighting power, unprecedented and unparalleled. But now Lin Moyu can control Yin Bei and make him do things like strangling his entire clan, which is too terrifying. Lin Moyu noticed a change in Hun Yi's eyes. You don't have to be surprised. I have done a lot of things to destroy the clan. You don't know what Lin's life was like. To be honest, even if thousands of Red Flame Eagles were added together, they would not be as bloody as 1/10 of what Lin has stained on his hands. Hun Yi was shocked when he heard it, and hurriedly said, Sir, don't joke. Lin Moyu smiled. Lin is not joking, but it's useless to talk about the past. After saying that, Lin Moyu looked at Yin Bei and passed an order, you are too slow, go faster. Yin Bei immediately used all his strength to activate the 100,000 volcano formation, and the power of the formation increased again, and the speed of gathering was faster. For a time, the death rate of the Red Flame Eagle bannermen increased sharply. In the flames, there were also Buddha lights. Countless grievances were collected and became believers in the eternal Buddha kingdom of the Buddha Lich. Yin Bei's full use of the 100,000 volcano formation also came at a price. After he joined the Formation I, this formation full of 19 defects began to backfire. Even if there was no grievance involved, the powerful backfire was enough to hurt Yin Bei. If he was alive, Yin Bei might be afraid of backfire. But now, Yin Bei is not afraid of backfire at all. The resurrected are not afraid of death, so what is a mere backfire? Everything is based on executing Lin Moyu's orders. Hun Yi said, Sir, there is something I don't understand. Lin Moyu was polite to Hun Yi. Patriarch, don't be polite, just say what you want to say. Hun Yi said, in fact, it was Yin Bei who really provoked you. At this point, Hun Yi suddenly saw Lin Moyu frowning, and Hun Yi was subconsciously startled, and dared not say anything more. Lin Moyu is a little guy in the third realm of Dao Zun, and just frowning can scare a strong man like Hun Yi in the seventh realm of Dao Zun. No one would believe such a thing. Hun Yi felt that he might have said something wrong. In fact, if he thought about it, he shouldn't care about what Lin Moyu was going to do. After all, he and Lin Moyu had just met not long ago, and he didn't know what kind of person Lin Moyu was. Lin Moyu was polite to him, and he couldn't take politeness as a blessing. Hun Yi immediately reflected on himself, but at this time he saw Lin Moyu whispered, "The people from the enclosure are coming." As he spoke, Lin Moyu looked into the distance, and Hun Yi also looked along Lin Moyu's gaze, but found nothing. He knew that Lin Moyu would definitely not say anything nonsense. If someone is coming, then someone must be coming. In less than half a minute, a huge black shadow appeared in Qingsang. The black shadow quickly enlarged in the sight, and under the shining of the sun's origin, the black shadow reflected a golden and dazzling light. The golden hair was flying, extremely dazzling, and in the golden light, a huge golden lion was revealed. In the distance behind it, there was another golden city tribe following. Hun Yi said, "It's the Golden Lion tribe. The Golden Lion clan member who came here has already reached the 8th level of Dao Zun, and those who followed him are all above the 4th level of Dao Zun. The Golden Lion clan is a legitimate royal family, and their combat power is extremely strong among people of the same level. Among the monsters, there is an essential difference between the royal family and the non-royal family. In most cases, the combat power of the royal family members at the same level is higher than that of the non-royal family members. Especially the direct descendants of the royal family, whose bloodline is strong, are invincible in the same level. The 8th level of Dao Zun from the Golden Lion clan who came here this time, in terms of combat power alone, is naturally much better than Yin Bei." Lin Moyu whispered, "Chief Soul One, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you should go back to Lin's rule world first." Chief Soul One knew that if his identity was exposed, it would be a big trouble. He immediately returned to Lin Moyu's rule world. He believed that Lin Moyu could solve the problem here. The Golden Lion of Dao Zun 8th Realm rushed straight to Yin Bei. There was still 1,000 miles between them, and his soul transmission had arrived. "Stop!" The sound shook like thunder, and thousands of golden lights appeared in the sky thousands of miles away. Even the light of the sun's origin was covered. But Yin Bei didn't listen to him at all and continued to do his own thing. Yin Bei would only obey Lin Moyu's orders. As long as Lin Moyu didn't speak, it would be useless even if the sister emperor came. Seeing that Yin Bei was not moved at all, the Golden Lion roared again, "Yin Bei, I told you to stop, did you hear it?" Yin Bei was still unmoved and pretended not to hear it. The royal family closest to the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is the Golden Clan. According to the rules of the Demon Clan, the Red Flame Eagle clan is under the jurisdiction of the Golden Lion clan, unless one day the Red Flame Eagle clan can also become a royal clan. It can be on equal footing with the Golden Lion clan. At this time, there was a change in the Red Flame Eagle clan, and as a member of the Golden Lion clan, it was naturally obliged to come. But I never thought that it was the clan leader Yin Bei who was slaughtering his own people. The elder of the Golden Clan who came over was called Jin Yuan. He had met Yin Bei several times before, and Yin Bei was always very polite to him. But now, Yin Bei didn't listen to him at all. Jin Yuan was angry and suddenly accelerated over 1,000 miles, and the sun rushed into the 10,000 mountains array. He was confident in his own strength and did not take the 100,000 volcanoes array seriously. Jin Yuan evolved into the true body of the Great Tao, with golden light all over his body, turning into a 10,000-meter golden lion, running and roaring in the flames. He rushed to Yin Bei in an instant and yelled, "Yin Bei, Niz ordered you to stop immediately." Yin Bei still ignored him and didn't even look at him. Jin Yuan was completely furious and rushed to Yin Bei, yelling, "Are you deaf? I told you to stop." Lin Moyu's mind moved at this time and issued 10 new orders. Yin Bei, who originally didn't care about Jin Yuan, suddenly looked at Jin Yuan, and his eyes revealed a strong murderous intent. Boom! The great Tao of fire in the sky exploded, and a series of flaming meteors fell and hit Jin Yuan. At the same time, Yin Bei also evolved the great Tao's true body, transformed into a giant red flame eagle thousands of meters long, and rushed towards Jin Yuan. The two Daozuan 8th Realm strongmen collided in mid-air, erupting with terrifying power. The aftermath alone killed countless members of the Red Flame Eagle clan. Yin Bei made a full-strength attack, and every time he attacked, he fought desperately. There was no particularly gorgeous magic. He drove the great Tao of fire and swayed the power of the great Tao crazily. Jin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and he was actually at a disadvantage in a short period of time. He roared, "Yin Bei, are you crazy? You dare to fight even me? Aren't you afraid of causing the disaster of extermination of the clan?" Yin Bei was unmoved and fought as he should. Every time he attacked, he was full strength, as if he was fighting desperately. This fell on Lin and Moyu's ears. Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. Yin Bei opened the 100,000 volcanoes array and slaughtered his own people. He was originally doing the genocide. You are now using the genocide to warn Yin Bei. It's useless. Yin Bei fought more and more fiercely, but because of the appearance of Jin Yuan, Yin Bei couldn't control the array at the same time, and the shrinking speed of the array slowed down a lot. Finally, some Taoist masters brought by Jin Yuan also rushed over. Jin Yuan's voice resounded through the world, "Don't come in. Quickly notify the clan leader and the elders, let them come to help." Jin Yuan dragged Yin Bei and asked his clansmen to ask for help. The clansmen he brought were only at the 4th and 5th realms of Daozun. Once they entered the 100,000 volcanoes formation, they would be sending themselves to death. Only he, with his tyrannical strength, could deal with Yin Bei in the 100,000 volcanoes formation. Several members of the Golden Lion clan outside the formation had already obeyed his order to ask for help. The sky was full of golden light outside the formation. They used unique magic weapons to shoot thousands of golden lights back to the Golden Lion clan, which was much faster than going back to report the news themselves. In Lin Moyu's eyes, this method was actually a bit backward. The communication formation of the human race was actually the best method. Although the communication formation was simple, the communication formation with super long distances could not be arranged by ordinary formation masters. Many communication formations had limited distances and needed to be transferred again and again. Many sects of the human race had such arrangements, but the demon race obviously did not, which was one of the differences between the demon race and the human race. Seeing his own people calling for help, Jin Yuan knew that he could solve the current problem as long as he delayed for a while. The life and death of the Red Flame Eagle clan was no longer important now. What was important was why Yin Bei had become like this. The flames from the sky attacked, and the great Tao of fire was pushed to the extreme by Yin Bei, cooperating with the 100,000 volcanoes formation to exert amazing power. For a time, Jin Yuan was completely suppressed. After becoming a resurrected person, Yin Bei's combat power was much stronger than before he was alive. Even if he fought with the powerful people of the same realm from the royal family, he was not much worse. Jin Yuan roared angrily and took out a golden square seal. The square seal suddenly grew larger and turned into a golden mountain to hit Yin Bei, knocking Yin Bei away with the fire. Suddenly, Jin Yuan saw a person standing outside the formation. Human race of Daozun level 3, why are there human races here? Did this guy come here by chance? Or is there any other reason? Jin Yuan's mind turned rapidly, and he shouted at the same time, "You guys, go ask that human race why he came here." He had a feeling in his heart that everything happening in front of him should be related to that human race. Lin Moyu stood there, too calm, with a look in his eyes, as if he was watching a play. The three Dao Zun of the Golden Lion clan immediately bypassed the formation, came to the other side of the formation, and quickly approached Lin Moyu. They stopped only 100 meters away from Lin Moyu. This distance was too close. Obviously, they did not take Lin Moyu seriously. Lin Moyu only showed the third level of Dao Zun, which was indeed not worth their attention. 3 Golden Lion clan, 1 Dao Zun level 5, and 2 Dao Zun level 4. Lin Moyu didn't care about their arrival at all. He still watched the battle between Jin Yuan and Yin Bei in the formation with interest. The battle between the 8 realms of Dao Zun, this scene is rare. The three found that they seemed to be ignored, and their eyes were unhappy. Among them, the Golden Lion tribe of the 5th realm of Dao Zun shouted at Lin Moyu, "Human, what are you doing here?" Lin Moyu slowly turned his head. "As a royal family, don't you know any manners?" Several Golden Lion tribe members were slightly stunned. Polite? Were they impolite just now? It seems okay. Lin Moyu said, "First, you should tell me your name, and then ask me why you are here. Change your tone and be polite. It won't do you any harm." Hearing Lin Moyu's words, they were stunned. As the royal family of the Demon Clan, and the direct line of the royal family, when have they been asked to do this? Among the three, the Golden Lion who led the group shouted angrily, "What nonsense! You just answer whatever I ask you, and if you talk nonsense again, I will kill you." Lin Moyu shook his head, and the space around him twisted slightly. The giant sword Dao Zun and Zhao Dongxing appeared at the same time, and the breath of Dao Zun realm rushed towards the master like a gust of wind. The three people's faces changed drastically, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back when they were hit by the breath of Dao Zun's 6 realms. They were only Dao Zun 4th and 5th realms, and they had no chance of winning against Dao Zun's 6th realm human cultivators. The domineering aura disappeared in an instant, and Lin Moyu's action was a slap in the face of the three people. The three looked at each other. When facing Lin Moyu, they could be tough because Lin Moyu was Dao Zun 3rd realm. But now Zhao Dongxing and Jujin Dao Zun, their attitudes could not be tough because they were Dao Zun's 6th realm. At this time, Lin Moyu's voice slowly sounded, "You can come and kill them." The man who spoke before immediately said, "Human friends are joking, it was just a joke, don't take it seriously." Lin Moyu glanced at him, "What's your name?" The man immediately replied, "My name is Jin Lan." Now, his attitude is much better, and he is not the same person as before. Lin Moyu nodded slightly, "My name is Lin Moyu, what are you doing here?" Jin Huan asked, "We are here on the orders of the elders to ask what you are doing here." Lin Moyu said, "See how the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was exterminated." The three people's faces suddenly changed. What does Lin Moyu mean by this? It seems to mean something. Jin Huan tried to put on a smile. "Lin, fellow Taoist Lin, do you know why the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is like this?" Lin Moyu nodded slightly. "Of course I know, Yin Bei acted on orders to exterminate the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan." Jin Huan immediately asked, "Is it an accurate order?" He didn't understand. As a clan second only to the royal family, Yin Bei was a strong man of the 8th realm of Daozuan. Who could order him? And he was doing something to exterminate his own clan. Even if it was the Demon King, I'm afraid Yin Bei might not listen to this order. Lin Moyu said, "Of course it was my order." Jin Huan's mouth twitched. "Fellow Taoist Lin, you are joking." Lin Moyu said, "Lin never jokes." Jin Huan was completely speechless. He could not believe that Yin Bei would listen to Lin Moyu's order to exterminate his own race. Although Lin Moyu was a strange person and had 2 human cultivators of the 6th level of Dao Zun around him, it seemed that he was still far from being able to order Yin Bei. Jin Huan and the other 2 agreed that Lin Moyu was joking. At this time, Jin Yuan's voice sounded, asking how is it going. Jin Huan could only tell the truth. His name is Lin Moyu, and he said that he ordered the head of Yin Bei to exterminate his own race. The next second, Jin Yuan shouted, "Bullshit!" He didn't believe Yin Bei could obey Lin Moyu's orders. Jin Yuan was dragging Yin Bei with all his strength at this time, and he couldn't get away at all. Otherwise, he would definitely tell Lin Moyu that there is a price to pay for bragging. Jin Yuan looked helpless. What could he do? This was the answer he got. He couldn't do anything to Lin Moyu. He was protected by 2 Dao Zun's 6 realms, and he couldn't beat him. Finally, after dragging for half an hour, golden light flashed in the distance. A powerful momentum was rushing from afar and returned to the sky in a blink of an eye. Jin Yuan smiled. The elder of the big clan is here. Lin Moyu had already felt that the person who came was a Dao Zun 9-realm strongman, but judging from the momentum alone, he seemed to be a few points worse than the patriarch of the Golden Lion clan. They were both Dao Zun 9-realm, so the difference was not that big. The elder of the clan was still thousands of miles away, and a brilliant golden road had already arrived. A golden light blasted into the 100,000 volcanoes array and headed straight for Yin Bei. This golden light came too fast, even Lin Moyu didn't react, and Yin Bei was the same. The golden light hit Yin Bei heavily, and Yin Bei was knocked hundreds of miles away before stopping. Yin Bei was bloody and injured from soul to body. This attack came from the 9th level of Dao Zun, which was indeed not something Yin Bei could resist. If it was before, Yin Bei would have to heal his wounds immediately, otherwise his foundation would be damaged. But now, it's not so troublesome. Lin Moyu swung a life force, crossed the void and landed on Yin Bei, and Yin Bei's injuries immediately began to recover. Jin Yuan turned his head and looked at Lin Moyu, his eyes full of anger. What are you doing? Lin Moyu smiled slightly. I'm treating his wounds. Jin Yuan shouted angrily, you want to interfere in the internal affairs of the tribe? Lin Moyu shook his head. Yin Bei is my man, he was injured, and I, as his master, naturally have to treat his wounds. Jin Yuan did not believe Lin Moyu's words at all, and shouted angrily, bullshit, I'll kill you. He turned his head and killed Lin Moyu, but suddenly flames rose in front of him, countless volcanoes erupted, spewing endless magma, blocking Jin Yuan's way. Golden light burst out from Jin Yuan's body, breaking through the magma, but Yin Bei came to him again at this moment. Jin Yuan can ignore the 100,000 volcano formation, but he cannot ignore Yin Bei. Lin Moyu turned his head and said to Jin Yuan on the side, if I remember correctly, the elder of your tribe is called Jin Yang, right? Jin Yuan nodded a little woodenly at this moment, yes. The three of them were stunned by the scene just now. Lin Moyu treated Yin Bei, Jin Yuan wanted to kill Lin Moyu, and Yin Bei stopped Jin Yuan again. During the whole process, Lin Moyu was calm and composed, without any panic or fear. And he said that he was Yin Bei's master, and Yin Bei did not object. Jin Yuan couldn't help but wonder if what Lin Moyu said just now was true. Could it be that Yin Bei really obeyed his orders and slaughtered his own race? This kind of thing seems unlikely no matter how you think about it. For a moment, Jin Yuan felt that his mind was a little confused and not enough. Just when he was thinking about it, Lin Moyu said to himself, in our human race, there is a flower called Jinlan, which generally refers to a beautiful woman. It seems that your great clan elder is a woman. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuan, is Lin's guess right? Jin Yuan said instinctively, yes. Lin Moyu continued, as far as I know, there are no orchids in the demon territory. So, the great elder of Jinlan should have been to the human race, or someone has brought orchids here. Jin Yuan shook his head again instinctively, not sure, BJCD. How could he know about the great elder's affairs? And what's the use of what Lin Moyu said? With his demon brain, he couldn't figure it out at all. Finally, Jinlan arrived, and a woman wearing golden armor and a very slender figure appeared in the air. Jinlan also turned into a human form, with only a few features of the Golden Clan. From the appearance alone, she is indeed a beautiful woman. There is a heroic spirit between her eyebrows, and she exudes the aura that can only be possessed by those who have been in a high position for a long time. The aura of the 9th realm of Dao Zun is wantonly radiating between heaven and earth, and the terrible pressure makes people breathless. Stop! A crisp and delicate voice sounded. Jin Yuan was the first to stop, and he didn't listen to the words of the great elder. But Yanbei still turned a deaf ear to him, and he would beat you no matter if you stopped or not. Jinlan was not his clan elder, and he didn't care what you said. You retreated, but Xianbei chased you madly. Jin Yuan shouted angrily, F***K, you are a lunatic, I told you to stop, did you hear me? Yanbei didn't hear anything at all, as if he was deaf. At this time, a light voice came into the formation, Yanbei, stop it. Hearing this, Yanbei stopped immediately and stopped. Until this moment, Jin Yuan finally confirmed that Yanbei really listened to Lin Moyu. He looked at Lin Moyu, murderous, it's really you. Lin Moyu said, I said it before, you just don't believe it. Jin Yuan shouted angrily, believe it or not, I will kill you. Lin Moyu shook his head, you can try it. At this time, Jin Lan whispered, Jin Yuan, you should withdraw from the formation first. Apparently Jin Lan had a high prestige in the clan. After hearing her words, Jin Yuan immediately withdrew from the formation. Jin Lan stood outside the formation and looked at Lin Moyu, friend of the human race, you said Yanbei listened to you and slaughtered his own clan? Lin Moyu admitted generously, that's right. Jin Lan's eyes narrowed slowly, revealing a dangerous look, why did you do this? Lin Moyu said, Yanbei wanted to kill me, but I countered him. What's the problem? Jin Yuan on the side was boiling with murderous intent, bullshit. He was interrupted by Jin Lan's eyes before he finished speaking. Although Jin Lan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, she did not act immediately. She whispered, how did you control Yanbei? Lin Moyu smiled, do you think I will tell you? Jin Lan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, I asked the wrong question. Yanbei wanted to kill you, but why did you let Yanbei slaughter the clan and exterminate the clan? It was Yanbei who provoked you, not the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Lin Moyu smiled, excuse me, what is Yanbei's identity? Jin Lan whispered, the patriarch of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Lin Moyu said, since he is the clan leader, he represents the Red Flame Eagle clan. He wants to kill me, and I let him destroy the entire Red Flame Eagle clan. Is there a problem? For a moment, Jin Lan was a little speechless. Indeed, Yanbei's identity is different. His actions not only represent himself, but also represent his own race. Jin Lan shouted, even so, the Red Flame Eagle clan should not be massacred. Lin Moyu said, whether it should or not, everyone has their own standards. I think it is right, and it doesn't matter what others say. We humans have a saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring, and if someone offends me, I will massacre his entire clan. Jin Lan was stunned for a moment. She had heard the first half of the sentence, but she had never heard the second half. But it must be said that Lin Moyu's words made some sense. Everyone has their own standards for whether it is right or not, and it is not up to others to say. This also shows that the human in front of him is a lunatic. Jin Lan sighed, you will not tell us how to control Yanbei, and we can't watch Yanbei slaughter the clan and exterminate the clan. In this case, we can only kill you. Lin Moyu shook his head, you can't kill me, and you can't stop me. No one can save the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan today. Jin Lan's palm condensed a heavy golden light, and a golden road appeared in the air. The pressure of the ninth realm of Dao Zun was overwhelming, and she looked at Lin Moyu, killing you is not difficult. Lin Moyu showed no fear on his face. He flipped his palm and a demon flower appeared in his palm. When the demon flower appeared, a strong and noble aura emanated from it. Even the pressure of Jinlan Daozuan, who was at the 9th level, could not stop this aura. Lin Moyu looked at Jinlan, do you recognize this thing? Jinlan took a breath and uttered 3 words with her silver teeth clenched, demon flower. Lin Moyu smiled and said, you have a good eye. Do you know what the demon flower represents? How could Jinlan not know? Although the demon flower does not mean that the demon emperor is here in person, it also means that Lin Moyu is a person that the demon emperor values. Giving out the demon flower is telling everyone that no one can touch this person. The golden light in Jinlan's hand gradually dissipated, and the golden road in the sky also disappeared. Facing Lin Moyu, who held the Demon King flower, she really couldn't kill him, nor did she dare to kill him. If she killed Lin Moyu, the Demon King would be furious. At the very least, she would die, and at the worst, the entire golden-affiliated clan would be doomed. Jinlan gritted her teeth and whispered, "How did you get the Demon King flower?" Lin Moyu smiled and said, "You look smart, how can you ask such a question?" The Demon King flower was naturally given by the Demon King. Could it be that I stole it? Jinlan also secretly thought that she was a little stupid. Even if you have the Demon King flower, I can't kill you, but we can't bend Yanbei to destroy the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. The implication is that she still wants to stop Yanbei, and the method of stopping is also very simple: just kill Yanbei. The Red Flame Divine Eagle clan has been severely damaged at this moment, and most of the clan members have died, and it is no longer a force to be reckoned with. If Yanbei died again, the Red Flame Eagle tribe would fall into decline, and it would be difficult to recover even after thousands of years. But at least the Red Flame Eagle tribe is still there, and there will always be a time to recover. And once this matter gets out, where will their demon tribe put their face? Jinlan's eyes turned slightly. "How about this? You kill Yanbei, and let this matter go, and let the rest of the Red Flame Eagle tribe go." Lin Moyu shook his head. "We humans have a saying, if you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze, so when I do things, I must kill them all, leaving no one behind. Otherwise, thousands of years later, people from the Red Flame Eagle tribe will come to trouble me. I'm not afraid. If my men and my descendants are hurt, it's not worth it." Jinlan understood that Lin Moyu is a man of iron, and he will not stop until he kills the clan. Jinlan thought for a while and continued, "You should know that if we take action, we can save most of the Red Flame Eagle tribe." Lin Moyu said, "Of course you can save them, but that would mean you and I are enemies. The friend of my enemy is my enemy. When the time comes, when this 100,000 volcano formation appears in the Golden Lion clan, don't regret it." Lin Moyu's words were completely threatening. It was telling everyone clearly that anyone who dared to save the Red Flame Eagle clan would be my enemy. Perhaps saving 100 people would cost the lives of 10,000 of my own people. Whether it's worth it or not, you should consider it yourself. The friend of my enemy is my enemy. Lin Moyu had said so much, leaving no room for retreat. Jin Yuan's anger burst out of his nose at this time, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you are too arrogant." Lin Moyu chuckled, "Arrogant? I don't think so. Don't think you are great just because you are in the 8th realm of Daozun. Yanbei is also in the 8th realm of Daozun, and what happened? Believe it or not, I can also let you slaughter your own people." The tone of understatement made Jin Yuan feel cold all over. Lin Moyu's smile looked a little creepy. Although Yanbei's strength was not as good as his, he was indeed at the 8th level of Daozun. Lin Moyu could control him with some strange means and let him slaughter his own people. Naturally, Lin Moyu also had a way to control himself. If he was also controlled and slaughtered his own people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "What do you think? Do you still want to stop me now?" Jinlan looked embarrassed. Lin Moyu was too difficult to deal with. Since she spoke, she has been at a disadvantage. If she had known this, she should have killed Lin Moyu early and prevented him from taking out the Demon King flower. But now, she really couldn't do anything to Lin Moyu. Jinlan took a deep breath. "Dao Yu, is there really no discussion on this matter?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "No discussion. I said that no one who comes today can save the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. Even if the Demon King comes in person, it will be useless." He kept talking nonsense, even saying that it would be useless even if the Demon King came in person. Jinlan was about to speak when a golden light suddenly shot out from a distance. "The clan leader is here," Jin Yuan whispered. Jinlan also knew that her clan leader had arrived. She turned her eyes and thought that perhaps there was a chance for this matter to turn around. Golden light shot from afar and stopped beside Jean Ban, revealing 10 golden and majestic figures. The current clan leader of the Golden Lion clan, Jean Ye. Jean Ye was slightly stunned when he saw Lin Moyu, and then smiled. It turned out to be fellow Taoist Lin. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Clan leader Jean Ye, I haven't seen you for a long time. It seems that you are doing well." Jean Ye smiled and said, "Normally, fellow Taoist Lin went to see the Demon King before. If you have nothing to do next, you can come to our clan as a guest and let this clan leader do his best to be a good host." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "There is no rush for this matter. Let's deal with the matter at hand first." Regarding the matter at hand, Jean Ye turned his head and looked at Jean Lan, great clan elder. "What exactly is the matter?" Jean Lan immediately told Jean Ye about the matter here, and Jean Ye couldn't help but reveal a look of embarrassment in his eyes. As a royal family, the Red Flame Eagle clan can be considered as his younger brother. Asterisk. The younger brother is going to be destroyed, so he, as the eldest brother, naturally cannot ignore it. But he can't ignore the Demon King flower in Lin Moyu's hand either. He has to take care of it, but he can't control everything. Jean Ye thought about it, and then said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, do you have to destroy the Red Flame Eagle clan today?" Lin Moyu nodded slightly, "Of course." Jean Ye said, "In that case, please wait for a moment, fellow Taoist Lin. This clan leader will ask the Demon King for instructions. Is it okay for Lin Dao to find out?" As the clan leader of the royal family, Jean Ye has the power to contact the Demon King directly under certain special circumstances. Lin Moyu said, "Yes." Jean Ye immediately began to contact the Demon King. He took out a petal, which also came from the Demon King flower and was refined by the Demon King. 0. However, Jean Ye only had one petal in his hand, while Lin Moyu had a whole one. The petals were activated and sparkled. Jean Ye told the petals about the general situation here. This kind of contact is one way, and Jean Ye is not sure when the Demon King will respond. What if the Demon King is not available? There may be no response for several days. Unfortunately, after a few minutes, the Demon King did not respond. Jean Ye did not know what to do for a while, and the expression on his face was as complicated as his current mood. Lin Moyu looked at Jean Ye. "Chief Jean Ye, let me contact him." As he said that, he also activated the Demon King flower. Since the petals can contact the Demon King, then his complete Demon King flower should also be able to do so. The Demon King flower bloomed with brilliant light, and a strong and noble aura rushed straight into the sky. Lin Moyu whispered, "Demon King, Lin has something to ask you." His tone scared everyone. They were all respectful to the Demon King, but not like Lin Moyu, who was basically on an equal footing. Jean Ye whispered, "Fellow Taoist Lin, you should be more respectful to the Demon King." Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "You use it, I don't." Just after he finished speaking, the Demon King's voice suddenly rang out from the Demon King flower, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what do you want from me?" Lin Moyu said, "It's hard to explain in a few words, you'd better come over." The Demon King said, "Okay, my clone will be here soon." Lin Moyu said to Jean Ye, "Okay, the Demon King will be here soon, I will talk to him directly, and the Jean Ye clan leader doesn't need to be embarrassed." Jean Ye hurriedly said, "That's good, that's good." Jean Ye's mood was extremely complicated at the moment. He couldn't understand what the relationship between Lin Moyu and the Demon King was. The Demon King, who was high above and respected by hundreds of millions of demons, would actually talk to Lin Moyu on an equal footing. He was the patriarch of a royal family and a top powerhouse of the 9th realm of Dao Zun. He was trembling when he saw the Demon King. Lin Moyu was only in the 3rd realm of Dao Zun, and he was a human. What qualifications did he have? He could only hold these words in his heart and dared not say a word. At this time, Jean Lan whispered, "If this matter is handed over to the Demon King to deal with, it would be good. At least we don't have to worry about it." Jean Ye nodded. I think so too, let the Demon King decide. Jean Lan's voice became lower. I'm just curious about how this person controls Yin Bei. Jean Ye said, this world is very big, with countless secrets. Although we are almost at the top, there are still many things about this world that we don't understand. The human race has no blood and is born weak, but it can compete with our demon race. They have many geniuses and countless secret methods, so it is not surprising that they can do this. Jean Ye was actually very curious, but as the patriarch, he still had to save face and find a reason to explain it. Jean Lan said, Patriarch, how did you know this fellow Taoist Lin? Jean Ye told the story in the Ice and Fire Secret Treasure. In fact, he and Lin Moyu had no intersection, and a lot of information was learned from others. At that time, Lei Tian came over and brought the order of the Demon King to take Lin Moyu away. He knew that the Demon King would meet Lin Moyu. The dignified Demon King actually wanted to meet a human being. This alone was enough to make him care. In addition to the Demon King flower, he was naturally polite to Lin Moyu. After listening to Jean Ye's words, Jean Lan said, even those guys from the Baichao Alliance want to kill him. It seems that he can really cause trouble. Jean Ye deeply agreed that Lin Moyu was indeed very troublesome. Just a moment later, ripples suddenly appeared in the distant space. The space twisted, and then a figure appeared in the air. The mist wrapped around him, and his true face could not be seen. But he exuded an incomparably noble aura, as if he had surpassed the limit and reached another level. The Dao realm is an elusive level for Dao Zun. In the Origin continent, even if all the Dao Zun's 9 realms were tied together, it would be difficult to fight against the Dao realm. When the Demon King arrived, Jean Ye, Jean Lan, Jean Yuan and others knelt down and shouted in unison, subordinates pay homage to the Demon King. The Demon King is the master of Beizhou, and all the demons in Beizhou are the Demon King's subordinates. The Demon King nodded, get up, no need to kneel. After saying that, his eyes fell on Lin Moyu, fellow Taoist Lin, the Emperor is here. Lin Moyu smiled, the Emperor came so quickly. The Demon King laughed, this is Beizhou. I have placed clones everywhere. No matter where fellow Taoist Lin is, I can be there in an instant. Then he looked around and saw the volcano formation of more than 100,000 people, and the Red Flame Eagle clan with more than half of them dead or injured. At this moment, the Red Flame Eagle clan gathered together, kneeling on the ground, trembling. The Demon King said, what happened? Lin Moyu said, it was actually a very simple thing. Yin Bei wanted to kill me, but I countered him and ordered him to exterminate the Red Flame Eagle clan. Even the Demon King was nervous at this moment. Killing, revenge, and counterkilling are very common in the demon race. Even the extermination of a clan sometimes happens. But it was the first time that even the Demon King saw someone like Lin Moyu. The Demon King didn't know what Lin Moyu did to control Yin Bei. He just felt that Lin Moyu was becoming more and more mysterious. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Demon King, tell me, is what Lin Moyu did excessive? This. The Demon King couldn't answer for a while. He wanted to ask, isn't that too much? But he couldn't say it. If he did, his friendship with Lin Moyu would be over. Thinking of the Ice and Fire Dao Stone still in Lin Moyu's hand, the Demon King couldn't answer. Lin Moyu waved, Demon King, I have something to tell you in private. The Demon King's eyes narrowed slightly and immediately fell to Lin Moyu's side. What is it? The mist spread, covering the two of them, isolating the inside and the outside. Lin Moyu smiled and said, your North Continent is a little uneasy. Some people don't seem to want to be your vassal anymore. The Demon King was stunned for a moment. Why do you say that, fellow Taoist Lin? Lin Moyu handed a jade tablet to the Demon King. You can read it yourself, and I will tell you while you read it. The jade tablet recorded some things that happened after Yin Bei came back to kill Lin Moyu and cut the space. Lin Moyu also said his own guess. Yin Bei used the secret space to try to deceive the Demon King and kill Lin Moyu. This method, coupled with the black-clothed man who appeared later, has already shown that there is a force in Beizhou. This force is against the Demon King and is hidden very deeply. The Demon King has not discovered it for so many years. Hearing that there is such a force, the Demon King is already boiling with murderous intent. As the master of Beizhou, the most unbearable thing is that someone wants to rebel against him. But he obviously doesn't care much. As long as he pays attention, he can dig out that force and eradicate it. The Demon King believes in fists more. As long as his fists are big enough, any force is nothing. But at this time, Lin Moyu gave him another piece of heavy news. Although I'm not sure, the man in black is walking on the Dao Pattern Road. What? The Demon King's mist rolled. This news really shocked him. The Dao Pattern Road is not the path that the first masters on the Origin Continent practice now. The reason why the Demon King doesn't care is that there are basically no Dao masters on the Origin Continent who walk on the Dao Pattern Road. With the current cultivation methods of those Dao masters, even if they can surpass the Dao Master 9 realms, they are only the weakest Dao realm, and it is difficult to make progress in their lifetime. The Emperor doesn't take this kind of Dao realm seriously. But if they walk on the Dao Pattern Road, once they become Dao realm, they are very likely to threaten themselves. This is unacceptable to the Demon King. Lin Moyu smiled. Do you still think I've gone too far now? The Demon King's murderous intent became stronger and stronger. Yanbei has connections with those guys and can borrow magic weapons from them to try to kill you. Then other people in the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan may also have connections with those guys. This clan deserves it. 5.1. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin, for taking action for me. The answer of the Demon King satisfied Lin Moyu. This was exactly the answer he wanted. The Demon King was very cautious. When he knew that Yanbei had an affair with those guys, he would definitely think of the Red Flame Eagle clan. So Lin Moyu took this opportunity to deliberately guide the Demon King's thoughts. And he himself didn't really care about this. He only cared whether the Red Flame Eagle clan would cause trouble for him and his own forces thousands of years later. So, cutting the grass and eradicating the roots was the best way. However, the arrival of the Golden Lion clan was beyond his expectations. But it doesn't matter if they come. The overall situation will not change, and he will not stop. The Demon King removed the fog, and he returned to the air again, and his majestic voice resounded through the world. The Red Flame Eagle clan intends to betray the Demon clan and betray me, and should be exterminated. The Red Flame Eagle tribe, who intended to betray the Demon tribe and the Demon King, should be exterminated. The Demon King spoke golden words and sent the Red Flame Eagle tribe directly to hell. In the 100,000 volcanoes formation, the Red Flame Eagle tribe members who survived looked ashen and no longer had any hope. They had no chance to explain, and the Demon King would not give them a chance. This is the naked reality of Beizhou, and it is also the cruelty of the entire Origin Continent. The bigger the fist, the harder the truth. The Demon King has the biggest fist here, and his words are the truth. Countless demon tribes will only obey, not oppose. On the top of the Demon King mountain in Beizhou, the statue of the Demon King glowed and showed his holiness at the same time. Countless demon tribe members knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Demon King. The Demon King's holiness only happens once in countless years, and those who can see it are all ministers of 3 lives. The statue of the Demon King has no appearance, and like the Demon King, it is always shrouded in mist. At this moment, mist rose up and enveloped the mountains and forests, and the noble and terrifying aura flowed freely between heaven and earth. The Red Flame Eagle clan intends to betray the Demon clan and betray this emperor, and should be exterminated. The words of the Demon King turned into the highest will of Beizhou and quickly spread to the entire Beizhou. From this moment on, the Red Flame Eagle clan was finished. No clan dared to take in the Red Flame Eagle clan. 19 Not only did they not dare to take them in, but when they saw the Red Flame Eagle clan, they would only hunt them down ruthlessly. Not only in Beizhou, but if there were demons in other continents who saw the Red Flame Eagle clan, they would directly kill them. After this battle, even if there were survivors of the Red Flame Eagle clan, they would become rats crossing the street and be in constant fear. Just like the Soul Spirit Ancestral Beast clan, hiding from place to place, no matter where they went, they were the target of being hunted down. But it was not that there was no way out, they could still go to the Buddha clan. Perhaps, a certain ancient Buddha in the Buddha clan would take them in. However, once you enter the Buddha clan, you will become a slave puppet of the Buddha clan and have no freedom. Lin Moyu said to himself, this is the cause and effect. After hunting down the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, you will end up with the destruction of your clan and the end of hiding like the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast. At this moment, Lin Moyu seems to have a new understanding of the cause and effect. Various illusory avenues exist independently and are interrelated. The changes in the cause and effect avenue will affect fate. And the changes in the luck avenue will affect cause and effect. If the Scarlet Flame Divine Eagle clan wants to kill the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, they must have enough luck to bear this cause and effect. If the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast's luck was not good before, but after it had a relationship with itself, the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast's luck changed. If you want to get the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, you must have more luck to bear the backlash. Otherwise, even if you get the Soul Spirit Ancestor Beast, if you don't have enough luck, you will also turn over, and your luck will turn into bad luck. Bad luck thus affects the cause and effect path, and then the cause and effect path affects the destiny path. In the end, for the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, it means the fate collapses and the clan is destroyed. In the most common words of the human race, the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan is not strong enough and is not qualified to get the Soul Ancestor Beast. The 100,000 volcanoes arrayed began to operate again, and the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan ushered in their final end. This time, several Dao Zones of the Golden Clan did not intervene again. They dared not disobey the words of the Demon King, unless they did not even want their own clan. The Demon King is the Sky in Beizhou. Not to mention their royal family, even if all the royal families were tied together, they would not dare to resist. The Demon King said to Lin Moyu, "Friend Lin, when you have time, come back to the Demon King Palace and stay for a few days." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "I will definitely come when I have time." As the space twisted, the figure of the Demon King disappeared. After the Demon King left, the chief of the Jinmi clan flew to Lin Moyu, "Fellow Taoist Lin, where are you going next?" Lin Moyu smiled, "It's not decided yet. Is there anything for Chief Jinmi?" Jinmi said, "If you have nothing to do, you can come to my clan to rest for a few days. It just so happens that the ancient war secrets of my demon clan will be opened in a few days. If you are interested, you can go in and take a look." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up slightly. "The secret war is about to be opened?" Jinmi said, "Yes." Lin Moyu smiled a little. "This is a coincidence. I can come across the ancient war secrets that are opened once every 1,000 years. Seeing that Lin Moyu was a little moved, Jinmi said quickly, "Yes, the secrets that are opened once every 1,000 years can be encountered by fellow Taoist Lin. This may be fellow Taoist Lin's opportunity." Lin Moyu was not polite either. "In that case, after the matter here is over, I will come to bother the chief of the Jinmi clan." Jinmi had a smile on his face. "No bother, no bother. It's an honor for our clan that fellow Taoist Lin can come. The ancient war secret treasure is very famous. Momoyu naturally knows it. In the information he obtained, there is a lot of information about the ancient war secret treasure. The ancient war secret treasure is different from other secret treasures. Other secret treasures are self-contained spaces. They look small from the outside, but the internal space can be very large. The ancient war secret treasure can also be self-contained, and the internal space can also be very large. In addition, the ancient war secret treasure has some characteristics that other secret treasures do not have. The ancient war secret treasure is located in a special area in the center of Beizhou. The diameter of this area is more than 1 million miles. It used to be an ancient battlefield. There are a large number of secret treasure entrances in the entire ancient battlefield. These secret treasures are the ancient war secret treasures. The ancient war secret treasure does not refer to a single secret treasure, but to the secret treasure group in the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is usually shrouded by a powerful and special force, and no one can enter. The Demon King once said that if he wanted to force his way into the ancient battlefield, there would be no problem. However, the ancient battlefield would collapse, and the ancient war secrets inside would also collapse at the same time, and even affect the entire North Continent. So the Demon King did not force his way in. As for the Daozun 9 realms, he could not enter when the secrets were not opened. Only when the secrets are opened can the cultivators 040 enter the ancient battlefield and the ancient war secrets. It is said that there are endless ancient war secrets, distributed everywhere, and each ancient war secret is different. After entering the secret, what you can get depends on your chance. Some ancient war secrets have very small spaces, so small that you can see everything at a glance, and you can get treasures directly. Some ancient war secrets have very large spaces, which are no different from ordinary secrets, and require a lot of exploration to obtain treasures. Some ancient war secrets are very dangerous, and those who enter will be in danger of death. Every time the ancient war secret is opened, many people die in it. The most interesting thing is that some of the ancient war secrets are not secrets. They are exactly the same as the entrances of other secrets. In fact, they are a teleportation array. After entering, you will be teleported to some special places. These places are often more dangerous, and few people can come out alive. In short, there are opportunities and dangers in the ancient war secrets. Everything depends on each person's chance. Lin Moyu didn't expect that he came at such a coincidence. Since that's the case, he naturally wants to take a look. Half a day later, the 100,000 volcanoes array finally closed completely, and the power of the array swallowed everything. From then on, there was no more Red Flame Divine Eagle clan in the Origin continent. Under the order of the Demon King, those surviving Red Flame Divine Eagle clan also responded to their places. When Yinbei put away the array, Jin Ye said, "Friend Lin, let's go." Lin Moyu shook his head. "There's one more thing, wait a moment." The 100,000 volcano formation disappeared, and the 300,000 li land that originally belonged to the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was now a scorched earth. The Red Flame Divine Eagle clan belongs to the element of fire and cultivates the Great Way of Fire. Originally, their land was a land of high-temperature sea of fire. But now, this land has been engulfed by an even more powerful sea of fire. On the scorched earth, there are blazing flames and lava flowing like rivers. Lin Moyu flew down and came to the original capital of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. The Divine Eagle city has turned into a ruin, and one can only look for traces left in the scorched earth. Lin Moyu fell into the ruins and came to a lava lake. There should have been many statues here, all made of red copper, representing the powerful members of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. But now, all the red copper has melted, and this place has turned into a lava lake. Lin Moyu came to the lava lake and then rushed in. Lava is almost the same as clear water to him, and it can't hurt him at all. 10 seconds later, the lava lake exploded with waves of fire, and Lin Moyu rushed out of the lava. When he came out, he had an extra bead in his hand. This bead was about half the size of a fist, neither gold nor jade, and exuded a hazy color. Apart from anything else, the fact that it could remain safe and sound in the lava was enough to prove its extraordinariness. Jin Ye finally knew what Lin Moyu was going to do, so fellow Taoist Lin found the secret void bead. Lin Moyu smiled. "Yes, such a good thing should not be wasted." Jin Ye said, "The secret void bead is good, but the things that can be put into the secret void bead by the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan are obviously better." Fellow Taoist Lin's observation is meticulous. Jin Ye admires it. Even he did not notice the existence of the secret void bead, but Lin Moyu found it. Obviously, Lin Moyu's observation ability has surpassed him. Lin Moyu smiled. "It's just good luck." He put the secret void bead away and looked back, not in a hurry. Jin Ye and his friends took Lin Moyu to the Golden Lion clan. Jin Ye waved a magic weapon, which evolved into a huge golden lion. Everyone rode the Golden Lion and headed for Zijin City. The capital of the Golden Lion clan is called Zijin City, because there is a legend in the Golden Lion clan that their ancestor was not golden all over. Their ancestor had an area on his head that was purple gold. Later, because of the degeneration of their bloodline, they became the Golden Lion clan. If their bloodline can be restored to its peak state, they should be called the Purple Gold Lion clan. Therefore, their capital is called Zijin City, which contains the expectations of every member of the Golden Lion clan, hoping that their bloodline can return to its former peak and become a great existence like the ancestor. The Purple Gold City is magnificent, with a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. Lion statues as high as 100 meters can be seen everywhere in the city. There are even more monsters coming and going in the city. As a royal family, there are a large number of small clans in his jurisdiction. These small tribes are all dependent on the Golden Lion clan and usually come to Zijin City to trade and get what they need. In addition, there are a large number of demons and humans who come here for business. After entering the city, Lin Moyu saw a lot of humans, more than he saw in Zihu City. The temper of the Golden Lion clan is better than that of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger clan, so more people are willing to come here to do business, which makes Zijin City far more prosperous than Zihu City. Jin Ye introduced Zijin City to Lin Moyu and joked, "Mr. Lin, do you think it's strange that Zijin City and Zihu City are only one word apart?" Lin Moyu said, "In our human race, there are many cities with the same name, and it's normal to have a difference of one word." Jin Ye smiled and said, "That's the human race. The cities of our demon race don't have the same name. It is said that the ancestor of our race and the ancestor of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger were friends of life and death. The ancestor of our race was called Purple Gold Lion, and the ancestor of the Thunder Light Purple Striped Tiger was called Purple Thunder Tiger. It is really puzzling that the two ancestors both built the capital, and then both disappeared." Lin Moyu thought of the war in his heart. The two ancestors disappeared. Most of them died in the battle. There were many people who died in the Dao realm back then. Lin Moyu said, "I remember that you can try to contact the ancestors through blood." Jin Ye said, "I tried it a long time ago, but I didn't get any response. If there is no response, it is likely that they are dead." Jin Ye arranged a large courtyard for Lin Moyu to rest. There are many servants in the courtyard, all from various small clans. Although their cultivation is not high, they are very obedient and smart. Whatever Lin Moyu needs, they can do it. There are still a few days before the opening of the Ancient War Secret Collection, so there is no need to rush. There is an artificial lake in the yard, which is full of flowers. The fragrance of flowers floats in the yard, refreshing. These flowers are not ordinary flowers, but a kind of flower called Kingfenglian. They grow in water and can emit a special fragrance. After smelling it, it can make people's thoughts clear and have a certain effect of accelerating cultivation. Lin Moyu sat in the pavilion in the middle of the lake and took out the secret space bead obtained from the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. The secret space bead is made of a special space-type material called secret space gold. It is essentially a storage magic weapon because it contains an independent space. There are many space-type materials, which are generally used in storage magic weapons, but secret space gold is very rare and the price is extremely high. When refining a storage magic weapon, as long as a little secret space gold is added, its storage space can be greatly increased, and the strength will also increase accordingly. If the whole body is refined with secret space gold, it can be refined into a space bead. The internal space will be extremely solid, and even if the Taoist 9 realms makes a move, it will be difficult to destroy it. Generally, only some royal families will have the secret void pearl to store some very valuable things. These things are often the foundation of the royal families. The Red Flame Divine Eagle clan has the secret void pearl, which Jin Ye did not expect. Because their Golden Lion clan also has only one secret void pearl. The secret void pearl withstood the burning of the 100,000 volcanoes array without being destroyed, and finally fell into Lin Moyu's hands. Lin Moyu also discovered this secret void pearl through his keen sensing ability and the perception of space by the great Tao of space. Once the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was destroyed, the secret void pearl has now become an ownerless thing. Lin Moyu's soul power moved and easily activated the secret void pearl. The situation inside the secret void pearl all appeared in front of Lin Moyu. There are not many things inside. Wang Nuo is good, but all of them are fine products. Whether it is materials or magic weapons, they are at least the seventh realm of Taoist. Lin Moyu saw some magic weapons with ice attributes. Needless to say, these magic weapons came from the Ice Demon Lizard clan and were once the spoils of the Red Flame God Eagle clan. The magic weapons of the Demon clan are different from those of the Human clan. Even if he brought them back to Yudao City, they would be useless. But at least they are magic weapons of high realms. Selling them to the three ancestors can be worth a lot of money, which can be regarded as one of the gains. The space of the secret void pearl seems to be inferior to my storage space. Lin Moyu felt the space in the secret void pearl and felt that the space inside was inferior to his own storage space. After searching through the boxes and cabinets, the things inside were not only able to sell for money, but also some origin crystals that were really useful. Until the end, in the corner of the space, Lin Moyu suddenly found two boxes. The boxes were also made of a special material, and the formation was engraved on them. The formation is interesting. Let me see what's inside.